Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day two of weekend one of the Due Process League playoffs. We got a great match for you today. I'm Reviv. This is Billboard. Billboard, tell them about what they're going to see today.
Yeah, so today we're starting off with the losers match. Yesterday, if you happen to miss the action, we saw Fierce fall to Nemesis 2-0, and then we saw Rise have a 2-1 loss to Yakuza won 2-1 against Rise. So now this first game, we see both the losers from the upper bracket facing off against each other, Rise and Fierce. In which I'm curious to see from both sides because I think both teams are playing pretty differently from how they were playing in the season. We can start with
Absolutely.
Fierce. They are a team that were expected to do well this season, but had a very rough season throughout up until these playoffs. And unfortunately, I think through between the break of the on season and the playoffs, we haven't really seen them practice a whole ton, and it kind of paid for them yesterday with their Nemesis game. And then with we turned to Rise. Rise was doing really well in the on season. We saw them, I don't believe, drop a game for the first few matches, and and they actually had their rematch here with Yakuza. As during the season, Yakuza did lose to Rise 2-0, but Yakuza did have to run a 4v5 for one of the games for sure. So I don't know. This is a toss up for me. Rise is coming out weirdly looking a bit less strong than they did during the season, while Fierce is kind of roughly the same, if not maybe looking even a little bit better. So this matchup is a bit of a toss up for me. How about what do you think, Reviv?
I could not agree more. I think Fierce have had their moments where they got 4 games off of Nemesis, the game they played with them, but and looked good in those games. But then conversely, you know almost lose to Rats in overtime. So like try to make that make sense. And Rise has looked good all season, but much shakier in the second half. So they were still getting their results, but in the first half they were dominant. In the second half, it was kind of like, maybe Rise has some holes. And both of these teams showed that they have big enough holes to not win in the first round. So with their backs against the wall, it's going to be interesting to see who steps up to the plate
Yep, this is a game of survival. Whoever loses here is out of the playoffs, and it is all she wrote. So,
and
whoever.
secures fourth place for themselves.
Oh yes. But if we're gonna go into predictions, if I had to choose, I'm going to say Rise. We during their season matchup against Fierce, they did win. And I think overall Rise has just been more consistent. Fierce I think can have a chance here, but I don't know. With Fierce's play yesterday, there were some pretty crucial mistakes they were making against Nemesis, especially when it got to that second map and things just kind of started
Mm-hmm.
to uh, really fall apart for Fierce.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm going to take Rise as well. I'm going to say it's going to be 2 games, but 2 close games. I think, I think probably like 2-7-5s, something like that.
Yeah. And so then really quickly we can talk about lineups. So Fierce, we see at least for their game one, we have Marbles, Stars, Daxi, Gravy, and Diagri. And then on the side of Rise, we have Explicits, Hyper, Digital, Argo, and Sam. Um, in which I like the lineup looking for Rise right now because they weren't able to run Argo yesterday. I believe he had a conflict of interest or like a scheduling conflict, so he wasn't able to play in the
Hmm.
Yakuza game. And I do think he is a pretty impactful player for their team.
Absolutely.
He's been able to win rounds single-handedly for them. So I'm if I'm Fierce, I'm a little bit worried having they have him back.
I think for sure too. And Argo does have a tendency to really take these situations personally, and succeed in when he's in those kind of areas. If they lost because he wasn't there, he's going to do everything to put his team on his back and try to make this reestablish themselves here and with their backs against the wall.
But we are going to get started here. We start off with a dome. We have Fierce on the attack and Rise on the defense. Now this is a dome we've seen, Silver Artemis, where we have a green entrance down here by the pit with the castle door being able to watch it. Now this green is very difficult to take purely because of this long angle. You can have a mop pretty much held, and you can't wallbang these doors, so you're pretty much forced to kick them, and unless Fierce wants to choose to take a shotgun here just for the screen. Um, and so really the only counterplay to this is trying to get a smoke in, but it's very hard with it because since there's no windows on the outside, you have to get that kick down initially. But otherwise, the most common thing we usually see is a Ruins take, as Ruins is pretty strong, whether you see it from the green itself or whether you see it through the red door. And sometimes teams like to do wall charges. We see either a wall charge from the pit side if they decide to go from the green, or usually like a wall charge here from the Ruins side to get that this obs control, as it gives you a lot. This obs can gives you access to power and also can clear out the castle. So then you're basically putting the defense all stuck into the jungle area. But when we look at Fierce's plan, the plan seems simple. It looks like they did want to go for a Ruins at first, but it looks like the play is coming out from jungle. This jungle is it's right access to site, but there are a lot of angles covering it, so Rise is gonna have to be ready for it. And then as we want to see the split as well, we see two coming green. So hopefully Rise can set up can set up to counter this green, as this green is very important on this map, and is honestly really good for defenders. So
Yeah, absolutely. As we're gonna see him jump out here. Look, they might be playing slow at first, but now they're gonna go hard here. It's gonna be this 3-2 split that we saw drawn up. It's gonna be Stars, Adaxi, and Marbles up on this jungle take with Gravy and Dia in charge of clearing out green themselves. Explicit and Argo gonna meet these two in pit. As the charge is actually out up top, they got a Molly down up there. Playing it slow though. Marbles trying to see if he can get a pick with that saber. Adaxian Stars just looking through the window, trying to see if they can get info to Marbles so he can get one of these picks. Gravy 2 going to get these info through these windows over there as they're pushing their way up to pit now. Again, Super Slow, the nade's going to come out, get rid of that barb up there in jungle. Make it easier to push through with these flashes that they have ready. 4 members of Rise all looking the other way, waiting for their chance to push into green now. You hear the kick, and Argo and Explicit can go back, take a glance at pit. Not sure what they're going to go there. The first flash is deep. Adaxian Stars are in up top in jungle. Shots straight back and forth. Marbles very lit. Sam's going to push up with the W. He's able to get one, pushing for another, and Star stops him. Gravy able to get one on the backside, and they have castle control on the pit push. Dia going to go the Ruins route. Gravy gets a nice flash up through the window there into castles. The crosses are going to get set up. Gravy gets another there in castle. Dia's going to be able to push this Ruins here, maybe catch Hyper lacking if he's not careful. Argo and Gravy trading back and forth. Argo able to get the pick. Hyper another one onto Stars up in Ruins. Rather, the jungle Ruins, not the Ruins name themselves. 2v2 now. Marbles just holding angles, trying to see what he can do. Argo using this obs for intel. Dia stuck through this bar. He's gonna flash and push through it. Shots are traded. And he's gonna go down. Dia is Hyper the one picking him up. Marbles trying to make a miracle happen here. But they know the Saber's all that's left. They are not gonna peek this. Again, super slow here from Fierce. 20 seconds left as Marbles ekes his way over to the bomb. Argo can see him here. Hyper a good molly there to get down, but nobody peeking, able to take him down as he runs away from the molly. He's able to get the cover back up on these Ruins, and Argo is the one who finally gets the kill. 2 for Argo, 2 for Hyper. Round number 1 goes to Rise.
what a round. Fierce was looking really good here. They had the initial, they got the red door open right away, baited a molly out from Sam, and were able to clear the barbed wire. So everything was going well in the north, but the south push is where things I think went a little bit sour. Gravy and Diagri decided to push it into the green, but they decided to push separately instead. Gravy went to the castle alone while Diagri pushed toward the jungle side, or the ruin side, and I think honestly that was the detriment right there. If you have those players there together to trade off each other pushing that castle, I think that round goes way differently, because we ended up seeing those picks coming back and forth. We thought that Ruins push looked strong enough, but then we saw some trades happening. Those players were falling from Ruins, then ended up becoming a 2v2 where Marbles and Dagger were across the map from each other, could not play together at all. And I mean, it just really came down to the agency of teamwork right there. It was looking a bit rough for Rise at first because um, they weren't looking for the green push at all, and they were all stacked looking toward ruins, but it worked out. And we make that transition over to C-Store. We have Spider Vulcan here. Um, this is an interesting C-Store because it's a pretty long storefront. It's almost like it's a kind of a snake storefront in terms of you kind of have to make your way through these stands here in the storefront, and barbs are going to be set up for this pretty well. You know, there's one that looks like Rise wants to put there. You can also put one here or even here, and then play for the open on the storefront. And then we also have an interesting arcade where it's actually some free doors that you can just walk right on through, as well as a pretty big teller to run out from. And in terms of what Fierce wants to do, it looks like they want to go for the green-red pinch, which is a bit abnormal for a C-Store, as most C-Stores we usually see teams wanting to do wall charges, but with a take like this, it's going to have to come out pretty quick, as some problematic things could be this bathroom could be a lot of pressure for them, depending on if Rise decides to hold a barb onto the green. And for the red door itself, it can be a bit rough, as you know, you're gonna have to deal with the arcade angles as well as the freezer angles.
Absolutely. And it does look like we're actually going to see a pause come out here, waiting for a couple disconnects on a couple different production and player bases. So we're going to wait for those to come back here. So get used to Spider Vulcan. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, in the meantime, then yeah, we can talk a little bit about, I think, how this game is going to go down, and really what based on like what we saw yesterday is really just who's making the least mistakes and where the good teamwork is coming from, because I think we did see from both teams some pretty crucial miscoms and mistakes that were made that caused them to lose their games. So I think what we need to see from both sides is we just need to see a lot more polished play. We need to see a lot more teamwork. We just need to see them need to, like, they just need to play together. That's really what we need from both teams.
For sure. And like you're right. The perfect example of that was in that first round is how, you have people getting picked off in ruins from Fierce before they're able to get that castle control, which they got pretty easily, but weren't able to keep their teammates up before they got there and set up the crosses they needed to. So they ended up playing kind of hero ball.
Yeah, it was a weird back and forth because
Mhm.
it looked like at first Fierce would have had that round in their pocket with you know, getting that charge open, wasting that molly, getting that nade through, so they had the barb, so they basically had full clearance to push through. But the thing is, for that to work, you need that control of that castle, or the jungle side. They need to commit to one or the other, and they didn't really commit to either. We saw the split happen way too early, or we saw the split happen from green, which is odd. So it ended up becoming a 3-1-1 rather than a 3-2, and it just was too much of a split. Even though Gravy was able to get kills at that castle, um, Rise was able to get kills back. But the pause has we have been on pause, so we are back, and yeah, like I said, the plan here is Fridge's office. It looks like they're sending 2 to the green, 3 to the red. Oh, actually, no, they did swap it
I'm
up.
gonna see a switch up, yeah.
They have decided to go for the wall charge, which does make a lot of sense. I think this wall charge is strong. We do see Rise changing their mind too on these barb placements, which are actually going to. I don't think this barb will die, but I guess we'll see from this wall charge, with how you know, barbs are changed with how they deal with explosives. But either way, this wall charge is strong. On this storefront, you can get really quick access to arcade, but these barbs are good. So it's gonna come down to how Fierce's flash economy goes here.
Absolutely. And we are going to see that 3-2 split. It's going to be Gravy and Marbles up in office with Stars, Adaxi, and Dia here down at storefront. Taking their time again, getting to this breaches here. They want to make sure it's a small map. They want to make sure they're getting there at the same time. Sam's going to try to wallbang through on these kicks here, wallbang onto the office door. No, a hint of damage, I should say, done on to Gravy there. But again, just a waiting game. Fierce playing it super slow on the storefront. But not really a whole lot of initiative coming out from Marvels or Gravy either. Gravy looks like he's pushed into the shed now. Might be going for a a window flash try to take this office. Marbles here now pushes into office. No flash in. Gonna be able to get the shot down on the freezer there, but there's still a barbed wire there. The nade's gonna go out. Not sure it's gonna land where he wants it to. It's not. But somehow that barb goes away. That's okay. Marvel's gonna push in the bathroom here, try to take this fight with Hyper. Not able to do it. There goes the charge. Finally, Adaxi Stars pushing the early there. Trades come out back and forth there. Adaxi and Sam down a piece there. Pushing it up here on green now. Marbles and Gravy trying to push on Hyper, and Hyper's able to take down Marbles. Gravy gets the refrag, but that's a huge play from Hyper there to not go down empty-handed. Flash coming out there from Dia, not able to push on it though, but Argo's taken out. Digi does refrag immediately on the bar. Ooh, an explicit stops the Teller push. That's so crucial. Now it's just Stars with the clacker in the storefront. It looks like he's gonna try to leave, but Digi's gonna tell him no. It's 2-0 Rise.
Wow. We see yet again another split push, and it almost went well for Fierce, but the Hyper actually made the super shorty go to use, and he was able to get a kill with it on the Marbles, winning the one against the shotgun, which is a rare sight to see, but it was honestly a big part of that round. Shutting down that green side push was pretty much everything because of that Teller player. If that push was able to, if Hyper was not able to shut that down or not able to kill Marbles there, then it would have been a 2v1 on that guy in Tellers, and then all of a sudden we would have been looking at a 3v1 rather than a 2v2. But great job from Rise being able to hold off that green while getting that perfect trade in the beginning we saw from Adaxi getting an opening kill, but then getting instantly traded back on that storefront take. And those barbs, they didn't really know what to do with. They couldn't really deal with them as they didn't bring the nade on that side. They brought it to the green side. And that means no nades for Fierce as we go to a factory. And I believe that means no clackers either because they didn't get to save it on the first one. So I think we're going to be seeing a green here.
A green with no barbs is a terrifying concept when you're playing a team like Rise.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we move into the factory. Like I said, we have barbs looking to get set up for both sides of the servers, and I believe smartly so, as Rise just wants to sit here and hold these long angles and play for the barbs because the whole idea is to try to avoid the flashbangs, and so setting themselves from long angles makes it a lot harder for attackers to be able to chuck those flashbangs into spots that will actually hit any of Rise. So we do see one barb on each server door and then one barb for the toxic. They're willing to give it up because this toxic isn't really that important. It ends up being another choke point. However, it does get pretty quickly to bomb, so it's still going to be relevant. And we see a pretty small office up here, which I'm curious to see if Rise decides to put anyone on, because it is a pretty good spot to hold off for on the last second push. And when we look at the side of Fierce, they do seemingly want to go for toxic. They have not done a lights play, so it kind of makes sense for them to want to go toward this side. And even though this is a funnel, this does get them closer to site and less to deal with these generator angles, but that is also the problem. These generator angles, when coming out of this toxic, you have to not only clear all of this office side, this back pipe works, but you also have to beware of these angles that you get shot from in the back. So, and Rise actually goes for a little bit of a different barbed wire here too. They'd actually go for a bit of more of an aggressive one that they can hold. So let's see how this goes. Mop coming out too from Digi.
Digi's gonna have this mop. He's gonna hold this long. Toxio could really spell disaster for Fierce here if he's able to execute.
Oh, and Saber on Argo.
Saber on Doc. I just saw that. That's huge. It's gonna be so difficult, especially with Explicit there, just putting the Lego shots through the wall there. Again, a slow play from Fierce here, really being methodical with their attacks, but not a whole lot they can wait for. Two flashes in the service now. They're able to clear it out. Shots back and forth. Digi not able to get it done. Sam able to get the refrag though on the Dia there. Another shot from Digi does not connect. Hyper trying to just spray this smoke if they can, but they're not pushing that way. They're trying to push in. Another smoke is in there. Sam's gonna slide right into it and able to get out. Marvel's pushing him and able to take him down. A 4v4 now left for Fierce, trying to see what they can make happen here, but they're gonna have to push again through this barbed wire. Digi holding a really aggressive angle, decides to opt out of it, but two snipers held fast onto this door right now, and both with very good crosses set up if they want to go the other way. And it's Argo who gets the pick onto Stars there. You know, getting a little too greedy on those toxic peaks. Digi again trying to get aggressive, not able to win it. Smoke comes out though, but Hyper's right there with that A-line, spray down anybody who thinks about the barbed wire and punishes Marbles for doing it. Fierce, 40 seconds left on the clock in this 3v4, trying to push through a barbed wire with 2 snipers put onto him. It does not look good. Marvel's trying to see if he can get some wall bang damage there. You do get hit marker sounds through that wall, so he has a little bit of an advantage, but he's not able to connect onto anybody. But Axe is going to try to peek out. Explicit punishes him immediately. Same with Marbles, who tries the same thing, but Argo and Hyper are right there to catch both of them, and it's a perfect defender quarter for Rise.
And not surprisingly, we saw, Fierce losing both clackers, and they used both nades, one nade on each round previously, so they were forced to eco with really no utility left. They were stuck to go through barbed wires that they could do nothing about, and they weren't even able to get really anywhere into the central site. The most they were able to get was Toxic, clearing out Sam with some flashes, but outside of that, pushing onto the site was pretty much near impossible with how Rise was set up, as well as just with the utility they were stuck with. So now we swap. We head over back to this dome. We see Rise on the attack now, and Fierce having to defend. So like I said previously, the other play that we usually see here is coming from a ruins to obs. So I'm curious to see if Rise decides to go for something like that, or if we will see this jungle play again. If we do see a jungle play like this, what we need to see from which we saw somewhat from Fierce, but not entirely, is a more of a castle take. So when you're pinching this grain door and this red, the whole idea of why this red is so strong is because you're wanting to chase all of the defenders into this jungle area in the first place, so that these red players can get those picks on them and make it so there's basically nowhere to run. And once you get this castle control, then you basically have peeled them off to being only on this part of the map, and that's pretty much like nothing you can do from that. The one benefit you have as a defender is that the bomb faces you, so if for whatever reason you're able to survive somewhere in the water, then you can hold the bomb from there. But either way, by that point, the attacking team should have control of obs and be able to clear out pretty much everything, or at least be able to hold it from the obs side, and a defuse should be able to come through. But when we look at Rise, we do see they want to go for the eco wall charge in terms of trying to go green here, and then go for this wall into obs. This wall is very strong to take this obs control. You get it really quickly, and it will give you quick access to that power as well as to that castle for a potential pinch too, if they decide to go through the pit to clear castle as well. Once again, we don't see a mop brought from the defender side yet again. We do have 3 mollies though, and Barb's set up, one for the green, a little bit pulled away from the green door itself, and then one set up for the ruins. So they are set. They have, and also of course one for the top jungle. So they're all set up in good spots. But the question is really if Fierce can line themselves up for this green, because if they let this kick come through for free, I think it might start to look bad for Fierce.
It's an important kick that's going to happen, and there's no one who can remotely contest it right now. I'd actually trying to rotate in, make go for this Hall of Fame molly, trying to throw it up from castle. Argo doing some door bangs onto that ruins door there. Oh, that's Hyper rather. Trying to get some damage to keep his team safe there. Make sure no one's just hiding out. The molly does come out onto pit. Still no damage done to anybody at 1:25 left on the clock. Maybe seeing a nade come out here. There's a smoke that's going to go left, and they're just going to tuck over that bomb. Unable to contest it. Gravy peaks, able to get one, but Argo Gravy trade. Rises into the pit, and the wall charge is down. They have odds. 2 mollies come out. That's a crucial miscue there from Fierce. Because after these 8 seconds are out, there's no mollies left on the defense. Ooh. Trying to push the door. Dai is there to stop him, though. It actually drops underneath the water. Going to keep them from going this water route. Trying to push them in through obs. Hyper able to get a flash, and they are going to push in. Marbles with a repeat. Able to get 1-2 for Marbles. And a lot of damage, but he's not able to escape. Explicit finally shuts him down. Dai is able to get down Explicit, though. He's caught on the reload. Just Digi now with the Saber, trying to see what he can do. Here's Daya behind him. Gonna do a little dance here, and it's Daya who wins it. A great defense from Fierce to bring it back at that first time.
So Rise had a plan, but they didn't have it fully thought through. They got to the point where they got the wall open, but then we saw them freeze. They didn't really know what to do. They didn't push out the obs. They didn't push ruins. They kind of got caught off or cut off by a Daxi sitting in the water below, and then Dia peeking from the far angle on to by the power, and they just kind of froze up. They didn't really know what to push, what to flash, and because of that, it fell apart. We saw Fierce kind of bring back some aggression. Marvel was able to push in, get 2 before he was traded. And I mean, that's just a story of, you need to, when you make these plans, you need to have them fully thought through, not just where the charge is going. You need to talk about where people are going, what they're pushing, what they're flashing, everything. But we do transition over to the C-store. Hopefully we can see Fierce pull this, or keep pulling this one through. We saw a good first defense from them. It was a bit worrying on that first map, as they didn't really contest that green as hard as I wanted them to, but it worked out. Rise's attack unfortunately fell apart, but we're going to the C-store, and no wall charge from the side of Rise. They are forced to use a door, and it looks like they want to go for the storage with a green split. So the play here obviously would be to hit the power if possible. Although you don't necessarily need to. You can still save power for that factory, because that factory power is okay, but only really if you have that utility that unfortunately Fierce didn't have the first time around. But we do actually see Fierce is ready for this. Fierce is aware of a possible storage take and looking for wall bangs from the freezer, I'm assuming for the knack or Legros, as well as setting up barb to prevent a teller push. And they know that power is possibly going to go out here. But I do like all of their barb placements here, except for this one. I'm pretty sure this one's going to get blown up, so that one probably needs to move. But outside of that, a Daxi ready here on the green to hold with the auto shotgun, as well as they do have a barb here set up for the long angle of tellers, and Gravy's sitting there perfectly lined up ready for a knack wallbang. So this looks like Fierce, this could go well for Fierce. They seem to have it relatively predicted. We're gonna go into the round here, and Argo is going to start shotgunning open the green door. We see the red get blown open. Explicit and Sam are in really fast. Stars putting down gunfire. Gravy putting down the wall bangs, but the control is taken. Daxi fighting off Explicit in a 1v1, takes the win, but it does get traded out instantly. We're down to 3v3 as kills fly out. Gravy gets a kill, and Hyper gets a refrag back onto Gravy. The round has diminished. No mollies left from the side of Fierce, as they just the last one went out on Teller. Stars taking some damage, decides to fall off, give up Teller. Control is all for Rise on the north part of the map. They have office, they have bathroom, they have storage. Now the question is, can they pull out the round? They need to work together here and figure out what the take is. Marbles does retake positioning back into Teller. Originally, Rise wanted to go for this Teller control. We'll see if they decide to follow through with it. They do have 3 flashbangs to work with still, and 53 seconds on the clock to work with. Sam decides to pick up the auto. Hyper ready with a flash. Shot comes out. Marble is peeking, trying to put some of his damage in. Flash goes out. Marble's able to take the kill. Sam gets the refrag, but Stars gets it back. Down to a 1v2. Digital left with a black tar and a flash, but Diagri and Stars playing it very safe. 25 seconds on the clock. Not looking good. Looks like he's going to go ahead and go for the save, as they do need this clacker. If they lost this round, the clacker would be gone, and they'd be stuck in the same situation as Fierce was, having nothing. But what a round. Very close. Rise almost able to take that, but once again, they're just having trouble with their late rounds. They're having trouble figuring out what to do exactly, where to go, what to push, and because of it, it fell apart. But we make the transition over to this factory. Rise that just lost 2 defenses. Fierce trying to make it back to the 3-3. And Rise are in a less of a worse position than Fierce was, as they still do have a door charge to work with, and we're able to save the clacker. So if any round is going to matter, it's going to be this one. In terms of nade economy, I'm not entirely sure exactly what Rise has. I think they still have a nade in tow, but as we transfer over to this factory, we probably want to see something a similar setup in terms of we have barbed wires set up for the server. But of course they're gonna have to be wary of this office, which Fierce is. They're ready for it. They do have a barb set up for it, and want to probably put people on the pipeworks, and that's what Rise are seemingly want to do, as this office does get you very quick access to this bomb. You know, it's just a straight drop down, but the thing is there are a lot of angles to fight back. So with this office, you're committing a lot, and you want to be pushing the green as well, because really the big contention point here is these generators. You have lots of angles to worry about, whether it be from down low, up top on these railings, or anywhere in between. And so what Rise really needs to do here is make use of some smokes for this generator side if possible, or they really just need to win gunfights. This is what it comes down to, because they're going to have a lot of guns trained on them. Fierce is kind of ready for this. They do have the barb, they have mollies wanting to line up, they have looking like positionings ready to go for that, but at the same time are aware of this potential green. So it's really going to come down to the use of Rise's utility. They do want to look like want to pinch Toxic here as well, so they can get power, I'm assuming, as well as with a nade. Although actually they did get power last round. I'm not sure if they brought NVGs. I wasn't able to tell, but either way, the round's about to go down. Gravy's going to be holding servers solo while everyone else is focused and ready for this office push. And Rise is starting to come out of the truck. Rise seem to be a bit disjointed here. We see the charge going down onto office as Explicit, Argo, and Hyper set up. Sam and Digi head up to the north. The charge goes out. Flashes come through. Molly goes out. Hyper is able to make it in with a smoke, pushing all the way through alone, taking the 2v1 against both snipers. Takes it. But Sam falls to Gravy in the servers, down to a 3v4 already. Argo and Explicit making their way through the office while Digi is alone up at server, throwing out a smoke, and Argo gets taken down by a Daxi. Marbles and a Daxi taking this fight onto Explicit. Daxi able to take it again, all down to the 4v1. The round fell apart so quickly. Oh, the nade comes out from Digi though, and he's able to take the kill. It's down to a 1v3. It is possibly winnable if, depending on how they decide to play this. And Dishy's able to take the ones. They're giving them right to him. Diagre and Gravy need to play this together. Digi in a 1v1, no util left. We still see a molly from Diagre, so this round could play out all too differently. Digi with the black tar, playing by the pipeworks, by the bomb. Fierce seem to know roughly where he is, but they don't want to peek. They're playing for the time. Diagre peeking from above, Gravy peeking from below. The molly comes out. Great way to burn time, does some damage. Digi decides to try to push up, start to look for these defenders. Can't seem to find them. Goes back on the bomb, gets it almost to 50%, starts taking fire, and is not able to do anything back. Diagre finishing that kill, and Fierce taking the round.
Hello?
Welcome back.
Oh my god. That was a roller coaster. Sorry about that. That was ideal. But look at that, 3-3 as we go on to the second half.
Yeah, so what did you think about that? Those rounds while being
Well, I'll be honest, most of my PC wasn't on for all of what happened there.
Oh, okay, so that's what happened. All right, well,
with a lot of issues. But it looked like a solid defensive show there from Fierce. I wasn't sure how that last one was going to go, but it looked like they pulled that little comeback and pull it out. Or am I switching them up? Doesn't matter. We're on Golden Edge now in a new half. Take it
Yep,
away.
we moved to a kill house, and so far the record has been defense is winning right now. So let's see if Fierce can keep it up. This this kill house is a bit of an odd one in terms of we do have a lumber yard that goes into this hallway, and then this hallway connects to two. Basically, each room is a red door. So depending on whatever red door you decide to go for, decides to be the shortcut you try to take to site. Lockers is a bit of an easier time in terms of there's not as many angles to worry about, but the problem is there's a lot of corners, a lot of little rat corners you have to be careful of for shotguns, and can be troublesome for flash clearing as well. While you look on the club side, and it's a lot more open, you have way more angles to worry about. You have, behind the counter, you have behind these couches, you have on the stage, you have backstage as well, and then of course, if anyone decides to play the hallway. But from the side of Rise, it looks like they are worried about too the wall bangs from kitchen. That is something also to be aware of, is barbs can get set up on this stage and wall bangs can come through. But Fierce does want to, interestingly, they want to put a barb in the middle of the club here, as well as one for the office side. Otherwise, their utility is pretty split up, and it looks like Daggery is bringing a third barb, I'm guessing, for the rotate, depending on which side they push. Yep, he's gonna do an active barb. And Rise's take, I think they're still deciding on what to do. They haven't really done a lot of drawing. They haven't really, I don't know if the plan has come through, but we look on Fierce's side, and they are set up. We have 2 players set up for the club, 2 set up for the office, and Daggery ready for the rotate. So Fierce is ready to rotate to whatever side the push comes from.
And it looks like Rise is going to opt for this lockers push, or they're at least going to run past lockers. I don't see a door charge or anybody, so it looks like it might just going to be a full eco here from Rise. Seeing what they can do. Tentative to peek this lumber yard. Can't get that early pick from somebody peeking with a mop or something there, but they're able to get lumberyard completely uncontested. And as time passes on, Fierce are going to know where they are. Those shots are going to confirm, and Marble's going to rotate to a better spot to play wall bangs to hallway. Going to let that KR sing a little bit. Not going to get land any shots. Argo opened up that lockers door, trying to see they work their way around into office. They do have a nade on hyper there, so they'll be able to push through at least the first barb. Again, a waiting game. Super patient game so far. Flash is going to come out here into lockers. 1:10 left on the clock. Lots of Flash's Star is going to do just a little bit of damage, but it's Gravy who comes out on the losing end. Looks like Argo might have got him through the wall there. Again, more wall bangs just coming out, playing it super slow. 50 seconds left now. Rise still got 2 full rooms and 5 full people left. Star's letting all this Ingmar sing into the wall there. The Flash is going to come deep. Not able to capitalize. The third one comes out to Argo able to pick one under Gravy. Star's still up, but he's going to go down to Argo as well. As they're pushing on the kitchen now without the nade. Hyper's able to save it there. But the wall bangs are ringing for the defense, who are in a super strong position to hold this here. Late Molly comes out. Still another Molly on Marvels there with only 20 seconds left. It does not look good. Another beautiful deep. Oh, there's a push through. Trade everywhere. 2v2 now. Sam the only one on site. Digi trying to go around, but he's not going to get there in time. Diagri with 3 there with that knack. Oh, Dia's still up a little bit of. Die with a 4K. Beautiful round there from Fierce, and it's 4-3 for them.
Rise just way too slow on the attack. I mean, you were calling it. They was down to a minute and they were still in lockers. They hadn't gotten to the office. But things started to turn around. They got office control quick enough, but they had to spend 3 flashes for it, killing Stars and Gravy. But the mollies from the defense, the active barb from Diagri, forcing out that nade coming out, and then they were forced to push through that molly and just ended up getting melted because of it. Rise, I don't know if that was they weren't really able to come up with a plan or what exactly happened there, but it seemed like there was just a lack of coordination, and Fierce played off it perfectly. They played their positions, they played patiently, and I mean, they just let Rise run out their own timer.
Yeah, and they're not even like the thought to like set up some wallbang crosses or anything like that. It looks like Rise was just kind of like walking through and hoping they get there in time, and they just didn't.
Yep. And I mean, we transition over to a dome. This is one we've seen plenty before, Life Tower. Um, this castle is probably the most popular push as it is very strong and gets you a lot of control very quickly, and that's what's looking like that we're gonna see from Rise. We do see the flashes placed out for each side, very good. And this green too, we do have an obs green, so this green can be a bit difficult to get through depending on um, how Fierce decides to play this. You can play someone pretty easily, like on this side of the obs or like in the pit to be able to play against this with like auto or something. But they actually Fierce wants to seemingly place the auto on the southern end of the observation. Another thing too about this push when you do a castle and especially an obs pinch is you can get power pretty easily as these bushes that cover you, being able to grab it. So the only real contention you can get are people from ruins or basically just any angle that's exposed to these castle angles as well. So it's a pretty hard defender map to hold. It kind of depends on you being able to hold this green, because this green is probably the most holdable. The castle is holdable to an extent, but it can be hard, especially because of how quick to access these stairs are to the red door. um,
Hmm.
and how these barbs can't really be set up a whole lot to help the defense unless you just play for anti-flash. We see the auto come out, interestingly getting dropped for a second there by a Daxi, and we see of course three mollies again from the side of Fierce.
Two members in castle, only one in obs, and again, he does not have a primary weapon. The auto shotty is on the ground in jungle. He's gonna get an early molly. Probably go fetch his gun, I'd imagine. Still waiting for the charge on castles. That's actually gonna rotate out. They're gonna not contest obs at all. An interesting play from them. As three are going to push in here to castle. The molly's out. No flashes though. Dia trying to see if we can do this Gruber. Oh, and it's actually Dia himself who's going to get lit up there from Digi. Gravy trying to do the same thing from the other angle. Adaxi sees that smoke with the auto shotty and gets giddy, but not able to capitalize. Rise doesn't push it. Rise actually opting for a pit play. Hyper and Hyper himself is going to push in the pit. The castle push happens. Explosive's going to push here, Gravy, and finish him off there. His castle control has now been given up. Adaxi tries to stay the auto shot. He's able to get one. He's going to push into castle. He's able to get a second, but Digi finally gets the refrag. It's a 3v3 now. It's Hyper and Argo at the ruins door now, all the way up into pit. They're just going to swing in. Marble's able to get one. Argo trying to get in. Not able to connect on the first shot. He gets one, and Marbles with a close range mop shot, able to get the kill. It's just Digi versus Dia and Marbles, and Dia still has that mop. What a shot from Dia there onto Argo. Dia playing the super safe. Digi hoping he can get a pick. Still 30 seconds left on the clock, so he's got time to play it a little slow, but he's gonna have to go here fairly soon, as the Dome caster himself is going to remind him of that. 20 seconds left, maybe looking for a tracker. No, he's going to push. He's able to take down Dia. 9 seconds left. Only 1 HP though. Oh, he's able to take down
Two.
Oh my god! Oh man, what a round. It's a round for Rise. We're 4-4 here, going into the 9th round.
What a save. I was ready to call that round for Fierce, but I guess don't count Digital out. We saw a very slow push once again from Rise. We saw a great delay from Fierce's side. We saw that Molly come out on that red door right away and being able to bait out those flashes and leaving Rise stuck with only one flash on Digi himself. And the two people that decided to put Pit had no utility at all. We saw Marbles being able to hit a great no scope onto Argo, and it looked perfect. But I think the problem there was Digi must have got the call out or knew where those players were, because Diagri was caught out in a really bad spot in terms of cover. He had no cover, so he had to take the 1v1 and lost it. And then it was down to the 1v1 with Marbles, and he unfortunately missed his shot and the molly, so the round was over from there. Great shots from Digital being able to pull it out, but wow, what a round.
What a round. I'm surprised to see Marbles peak that early in the defusal process, knowing he only has a few seconds left to play with.
Yeah, just it's always those very very tiny crucial mistakes that happen, and they do happen. We can't beat these players up too much about it. Like, it's these split second decisions, things happen, but as long as they don't let it get to themselves, and they keep these defenses going, and if they can start to get their attacks going when we swap here, because once again, this is when the story of defenses, that is the first attack win we've seen, and it was from a great clutch from Digi. We move over to a C store. Um, with an interestingly shaped green, that has to worry about a long angle from arcade, and then a kind of a short corner from the bathroom. But and then we also have a freezer set up to be able to see the bomb on storefront. So that's kind of what is looking like that Rise wants to take, is they want to take this freezer control, and as well as a split to this green. So the idea probably here is to split in between and get this sandwich between bathroom and office control, because we have a lot of kind of small, like, hallway type rooms in this map here of Prime Eclipse.
Yeah, the shape of these rooms, you think that's defending more the attackers or the defenders in this particular map?
Well, for this case, we do see quite a bit of range, or still range weapons on the side of Fierce, and looks like they might actually want to play for open here, because it does look like Rise want to go for the wall charge as well. They're doing a really split take. They're doing one freezer, two green, and two to the wall. So I don't know how this is going to go. Rise has been doing these split takes, and it's been taking them a long time to do anything. The open up does happen. The charge comes through, and here it
There's
comes.
no one there. The charge is shed. Sam now going past that now closed storefront. And they're going to be real surprised when this storefront charge comes out here after they peeked and no one's there. The molly comes out. It's going to be a good one from Marbles there. The Explicit's just holding this freezer rotate. Hyper and Argo are in on green. Digi trying to see if he can connect some shots. It's Argo who gets the opening pick onto Gravy, though, back into that DL. Push into arcade now, trying to see if they can keep it clear. Explicit's going to ink his way into the freezer. Flash comes out. They're able to get one, but not the second. Hyper gets that refrag immediately. That is the DL down. Adaxi able to push in and take out Explicit in the freezer. That's a huge take back. And now it's a 3v3. All three members are located in this little storefront area here. A smoke's going to come out from Hyper. A little bit of damage done on him from Adaxi. Two smokes are actually going to come out. Hyper able to get one on the Marbles, but he's trying to play in the smoke. And Hyper's all the way to Teller. Sam's in the smoke too. They're on the defuse. Adaxi trying to rotate around, but Hyper reads it perfectly, and Stars is taken down by the cross set up by Digi. A beautiful reset there from Rise to make it 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there it came down to the weapons. It got a little awkward there. Those smokes are usually detrimental to an attacking team like that, when it's a C store, especially because we generally see closer range weapons. But unfortunately, Marbles was stuck with an Angmar fighting close range, so he lost that fight, as well as getting hit earlier from Digi on the Saber. And then Gravy went down pretty early from that initial take in through the green, and Dia was able to get a trade on that. But so while they were able to shut down a decent amount of the split pushes, that storefront was still the problem. They weren't really able to do anything against it. That Saber was holding down a lot of the defenders, and those smokes came through and kind of caused a lot of confusion. And yeah, I mean, that's another attack round for Rise, and so Fierce really need these attack wins. We move back to this kill house here of Golden Edge, and it's looking like they want to do a club, which is a bit worrying to me. I mean, they are aware of the angles, but I'm just hoping that they have the util set up for this, because as I talked about before, this club, it can be hard to take unless you know what you're doing with your utility, because you're going to have a potential person behind this counter, person by these couches, one backstage or on the stage somewhere, and it's a pretty great three-man cross, which you can only really afford to flash maybe two of those angles, and then which you just want to challenge, like straight up challenge the third angle that you don't challenge. But we do see a pinch from green, which is what is going to hopefully stop, I'm assuming, this couch spot, because this pinch works perfectly. And it's really going to come down to if Rise decides to hold this hallway, because on Fierce's side, we saw them never touch this hallway or this lumberyard. So Rise's positioning is going to be a big part of it, as well as possibly even wall bangs. We didn't really see that much from Fierce because they didn't really need to. You know, Rise let the timer kind of run out themselves. But on Fierce's attack, it could be a different story. We have Sam and Explicit set up for the club. One person in the site itself ready with that molly, and then Hyper and Argo set up an office. So pretty similar hold to Fierce's, and none of that hallway contention. So this play might go well for Fierce. Let's see how the round rolls out.
This play from Sam on the couch is going to be crucial if he's able to execute this or not. As they make their way to the club door, looks like it's going to be a Daxi and Gravy, the chosen few, to go the lumberyard route. As Marbles, Dia, and Star is going to push here into club. Sam waiting for his chance, hopefully to get with the snack shots. Explicit up there with a Legros and a reactive barb, waiting. Make sure he can get that in a good spot. But again, a slow play. Daxi and Gravy pushing in the hallway. Explicit with the wall bangs. Daxi trying to clear out that couch angle. Sam really caught out here. Big charge right now. He'd be stuck. Sam with the net right there. Explicit getting the LS out. Sam's flashed. Able to get the molly down, but it's too late. He's going to get taken down behind the bar. Explicit rotating back onto site. Places the bar. Not sure it's a great one. Strong push here from Fierce. They're on the doorstep now. Still all 5 members up. Wallbangs coming out. Actually, Rise comes up on the better side of those wallbangs. Molly's going to come out from Hyper there. He might be a little too early. Again, just 5 minute left on the clock now. Again, Marble's the first to sneak his way through into backstage. He's got the DL. The door is not open. Against the nade and all, they're going to just demolish him right there. Beautiful shots there from Explicit. The nade doesn't connect at all. All of a sudden, what looked like a grab from Fierce is in trouble. First flash comes out, gets that backside. Hyper Dia able to get another one on site. And they have site control as Argo and Digi are forced to rotate back. Wallbangs is coming out, but there's just so many bodies in the way. 60% on the bomb, and they're going to hold it. That Digi is trying to do everything he can. He's able to get one, but him and Argo both go down, and it is 5-5.
Great attack from Fierce, pretty much perfectly executed. It was starting to look good for Rise for a second. Sam did see that wallbang coming. He was playing that couch spot, but got out as soon as he realized that they started to come through lumber. As a Daxi actually pre-fired it perfectly, so if Sam was still there, he would have been a dead man. But unfortunately, there was a very small thing that happened, and Sam took his hand off the molly on that red door, and Fierce timed it perfectly and executed right when that happened. And so that by the time that molly came out, it was way too late, and he was taken out, and Explicit was able to get out, but at the cost of Sam's life. And things kind of started to go down from there. You know, Fierce had a lot of control. They took the hallway, they took club, and then that full club push happened. We saw great flashes into the site, and Rise was cleared out perfectly. And then it came down to just the wall bangs from office, which I would have actually liked to see one of them try to rotate to hallways. You would have got up. There was a perfect wall bang from that side, but I think they were afraid of the flank, and they didn't really know the man count, so they weren't ready for it. But Fierce, that is what we like to see from Fierce in terms of their attacks. A lot cleaner, very good. We go 5-5, and we move over to the dome. Looking like to be a similar attack. And they actually also do want to push out this pit, considering they have flashes set up for it. But yeah, the castle is looking to get blown. It makes a lot of sense. Like I said, this ob and castle take is it's just really strong. There's kind of really no reason to ever want to blow the pit. And I don't really think I've ever seen many teams do it in the first place. But yeah, so with this castle control, we actually do see Rise wanting to do a bit more barb here. They decide to do one for the drawbridge as well as for this barrel corner here. The only problem I have with this barb, and Fierce did it too, to be fair, is, you know, of course this stairway kind of makes it null and void, although you can play a counter angle onto these stairs from obs if you're able to hold it. That's why holding this obs is such a strong position, not only to prevent a green push, but also you can actually fight the castle this way. And in terms of yeah, so flashes, we see quite a bit trying to go toward the pit, so I'm wondering if they're going to stack more toward this green push rather than the castle. You see Argo with the auto shotty on the side of Rise, as well as Digi bringing them up, so we do see the commit to both power weapons here. So a lot of util coming out from Rise, as well as 2 mollies, and then I'm assuming this barb, the barb actually goes down toward the pit side, interestingly, instead of on the green door itself. So curious to see how this round goes. Argo's left alone holding obs, and the round starts.
Looks like we got 3 in obs. They're going to shotgun that open right away. Die, Gravy, and Adaxi over there. Stars and Marvel's going to be the 2 seconds at Castle. Fierce taking their time, making sure they can check their windows. The Castle charge is breached. Sam's able to get that molly down. He's going to rotate out of Castle. Flash up and obs. Hyper able to get one with that beautiful long cross, but Gravy with the refrag. Argo not there to pick up on the shot. Oh, Sam tries to see what he can do, see what he can make happen, but they see him coming through those obs walls, and he's shot down immediately. Argo's still in obs, though. Those flashes. Not sure what they're trying to get there. Clearing out Castle a little bit. Explicit's actually pushed up all the way here on the power there, trying to see if he can make anything happen, and he does. He takes down Gravy, bringing it to a 3v3. Argo and Dia doing a dance in obs. Digi trying to hold these ruins. Explicit underneath this jungle. He's gonna swing again here. Not able to cancel the damage on the marbles there, but Stars is ready for him. Argo at the perfect time, able to take down Digi. And all that's left are 2 members for Fierce in Castle. Argo taking a couple gat shots. Does a good amount of damage to Stars, actually. Marvel's trying to get these wall bangs. Doing this dance with obs, but Argo knows where he is. It's gonna be almost impossible for Marbles to push that, especially with Argo on the auto shotty and no utility. 30 seconds left. Fierce have got to make something happen here. Marbles and Stars trying to see what they can do. They're finally off to push for sight. Argo just trying to be a distraction here. Digi takes a shot, does not connect. Pistols will come out though, and Argo and Digi get one apiece there. 2 total for Argo, and a great round there from Rise.
Wow. I mean, yeah, Rise is able to hold their composure. I've really good long angle from Hyper there, getting that early pick on a Daxi. And Fierce wasn't ready for that. I mean, their whole play was to go for pit, and after that fell apart, they kind of didn't know what to do. It came down to a 3v3, and there was a lot of weird dancing back and forth. Gravy, well, before that it was a 4v3. Gravy tried to get aggressive on Explicit, and no one got that trade. We saw like quite a bit of a lull in the round before anything else started to happen, of pushing out Explicit, and then Dagger was then pushed out by the auto. So it was just a game of patience from Rise, but with some calculated aggression on their side. And yeah, Fierce just kind of froze up, didn't really know what to do, who to deal with. As they started to run out of utility, they didn't really have any flashbangs or anything. I don't know if they fully were aware where everyone was, but yeah, sadly it kind of fell apart. And we go to the final round here. It's either for the tie or for the win, whether Fierce can take this and get this tie, or Rise can secure this dub. We go back to Prime Eclipse, a C-store, and it's looking like Fierce probably wants to do a wall charge. They haven't used their wall charge yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one. Although it looks like they might be considering a wall charge into Teller, which is out of the ordinary and could work here because of how weird this green is shaped. It's kind of pretty easy to flash clear once, or at least have the shotgun just go through and get those kills and get pretty quickly control of bathroom and arcade. And it's definitely a play that Rise might not expect, although they do have this drawn up here, so they might be ready for it. This could go bad if Rise is set up for the power, because that's one thing you always have to be aware of when going for Teller plays, is you have to be aware that defenders can turn off the power and prevent those shutters from getting open. So but even then, even if they aren't able to get shutters open, it doesn't put them in too bad of a spot. But it does look like they actually want to go for the less risky play. They're going to go for the wall charge. The wall charge is placed onto the storefront here. I'm assuming we're going to still see a green split though as well. I was kind of hoping for that Teller play, but they probably knew that the power hit was going to happen. So the round begins here. And also we must say, Stars here with the Saber, and we still see a nade on the side of the attack. And Digi running the mop.
A sniper duel eminent out here in front of storefront. Marble's able to get the charge down. Green team playing it slow. Charge comes out, the molly's out, but Star is the only one remotely close to pushing this here. And Digi. Shot traded each, no one able to connect. Flash is going to come out in the storage rather. Is Gravy and Dye able to push in, and Star's able to take down Digi, put the mop on the ground. It's a huge open pick. Argo slides into the smoke, but Dye is right there to shut it down. Excellent initial push there from Fierce. Still 3 members of Fierce outside the front door here. Rise just holding, hoping they can hold on here. Marvel's a little bit of these door bangs here in the freezer, but not able to connect anything. Saber rings out again, not able to connect. Die another pick there on the backside onto Hyper, trying to flank through bathroom. And it's just explosive in Sam now. Sam's gonna be flashed out, trying to rotate Teller. Another flash lands right on top of his head, and Gravy's able to auto shot him down. It's just explosive, holding Teller with a leg roast now. He's able to get one on the Gravy, but Adax is able to clean it up. A clean attack there from Fierce to tie game 1. We're here for 3 games, folks. Don't get comfy.
Wow. Yeah, really convincing round. We saw a great split happen. We saw those picks come out they needed to. Digi losing the duel to Stars, re-peeking and getting his head torn off, and then yeah, that push from Green, from Gravy and Dagger, killing off that auto and getting a free kill from that flank. So I mean, pretty much when that flank kill happened, it was over. You could even argue it was over too when Argo died, because he had the auto, and it was he's been pretty impactful with that. So what a game. We're gonna go to game 2 here soon, but honestly I don't know if I saw that coming. We saw a pretty convincing first half from each team in terms of holding defenses, and then we started to see some attacks roll through, but I don't know if it was necessarily because the attacks got better. I think it was in some cases. I think some of these teams just kind of both these teams needed to kind of warm up to each other and get familiar yet again. But also I think we started to see some mistakes be finally exploited on the defenses as well. So good job from both teams, kind of being able to pull things together on attack, and hopefully that means we'll get a totally different experience here coming up on this next game, or in terms of how we see the balance. Although of course it always is going to depend on the maps, because that could have been a big part of it too, is some maps are going to be easier to defend than others, and that might have been what we see in that first game.
Yeah, it seems kind of. I think the only map where it wasn't the same was where they didn't mirror each other. Was Fierce won both kill houses, and Rise won both domes, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, it was completely mirrored. So, in a long due process game between good teams, the maps have oftentimes some of the most impact.
For sure.
But I think, unless someone tells me otherwise, we're going to go to a short break here. Just a quick little break. Like a microwave the popcorn and come back kind of break. So don't you guys go anywhere. We will be right back. back, everybody. Oh, welcome back, everybody. We're here. We're in for 3 games, and we're here for the second. Billboard, what did you see in that first game? What defined that kind of first round, that first match there? Game. Yes.
Well, I think it was just increased coordination on attack. We saw, like I said, a lot of it could be to do with those maps, but big part of like, yeah, we saw that first half go very convincingly on both sides for the defense. 3 rounds, 3-3, we saw it tied, and then when we swapped over to the next 3 maps, we saw it kind of go back and forth a bit. We saw attack actually winning out more often there than not, and so I think it's a little bit to do with the maps, a little bit to do with the teams kind of warming up, because attack is definitely the harder side to do in terms of having like really good coordination for. So it would make sense that the teams were doing better on defense there initially, because the attacks, you kind of have to have pretty prepared and ready to go, compared to defenses, which you still need. You still need good coordination on defense, but that's really only when you're actually dealing with a team that's attacking well. And to be honest, both the teams weren't attacking well at first, and then things started to go well. So I'm curious to see how this will go. We'll see who gets what side first. And I think it will be defined by the first half. Or, well, actually, I don't want to speak too soon, because last game you could say was defined by the first half, but then it kind of swapped up entirely. But I think these teams are warmed up now. I think we'll see a dramatically different scoreline, personally.
I agree. I agree completely. I have no idea which way it's going to go, but I could see this one going hard. If either team is able to capitalize on a few mistakes in a row, they're both just so solid. If anyone gets that opportunity to close the door on a game, they're going to do it.
For sure. But I think I'm still going to hold to my prediction. I think Rise here will still get the edge out. I think my only problem with Rise, and has kind of always been a problem even with their season play, is just they can play really slow, and it can be to their detriment sometimes, but sometimes it can be to their advantage. We saw that I believe happen a few times during that second half there. Some of their attacks seemed to kind of slow down, but because of it, they were able to still regroup and actually pull it through. Like we saw that especially with that great clutch from Digi. Even though he slowed it down, he took his time. He was still able to win it, and when it came down to like the last 15 seconds, and was able to still pull it through. So there's advantages and disadvantages to being a slower team in this game. Really just depends who you're playing against. And Fierce, it does actually, these two teams actually match well with each other pretty well in terms of their play styles. They don't differ too heavily. We see, like I said, Rise on their side, they kind of do these kind of slower takes, and then Fierce, they do a bit of both. They kind of play a bit explosive, but they also do like these split pushes usually that Adaxia likes to do a lot, especially like doing these kind of like walk plays where you're kind of doing a play a little bit late to be unexpected. So they play slow in that regard, in terms of they kind of time their pushes a bit later in the round after you think oh, the push is mainly coming from this side. So I think these two teams kind of match well, which is why I think we were seeing such a close game.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
I had so many things teed up, and every time I was like, oh, I can say this, that it was just not you. Well summarized. I'm looking forward to the second game, as the teams are queuing in now.
Yep, and we do see Rise starting on the attack here. No changes, by the way. No one was subbed out. Everyone is still got everyone here.
For those who are wondering, on Fierce's roster, Feral is unavailable today, a usual starter for them.
Yeah, and so they are using Gravy instead, which was a bit interesting. We saw them in their last game too. Yesterday we saw Feral actually play their first game, and then he was subbed out without, whether I don't know if that was he left or not. He was subbed out. Sorry, Marbles was subbed out, which was a bit surprising. And we saw Gravy come in for their second game against Nemesis, and unfortunately it did not go very well for them. But they have been playing with Gravy a bit more than Feral, so honestly I wouldn't say that it's too much of a detriment that they don't have Feral, although Feral's a very strong player for them. They have been playing with Gravy more just because Feral has had less time as far as I'm aware. But let's get it started here. We go to Gold Edge, a nice little dome here, where we can see a wall charge on this map too. And, dome wall charges are not super common, but when they do happen, it's kind of generally in the obs, and that's where I tend to see it happen, at least on this map, is we see some wall charges kind of happen into this area. But I digress. Let's talk about what the attack is wanting to do here. It's seemingly they actually want to go for this power. I'm guessing with how their pit push is going here. They want to stack 3, looking like, toward the pit side, which is pretty unusual for this map because most teams generally end up pushing the jungle purely, and don't really ever touch pit, just because it's a bit troublesome to deal with all the angles that there are. And also too, that it looks like Fierce is going to be set up for it. They have a barb set up with some very, very interesting angles that they can play from. And this obs side, this obs generally is just a really quick take because you can either do it from the beach and try to eco it, or if you just blow the red, then it's pretty much instant access to the obs because of how these are shaped. You can't really put a barb here. I mean, you can, but it's really easily flash throughable. But Rise doesn't want to commit that nade to that obs, so it's looking probably like they want to try to split both onto site and take jungle from the pinch. But Fierce is stacked, interestingly, toward this pit, and as well as the base, trying to get damage in. Gravy ratting in the base with a shotgun, looking to probably get some trades before he's killed himself. And here comes the push, all 5 of Rise coming to beach.
And Digi gonna kick himself with the saber and his own flash, and he's able to get away unscathed. Marble's not able to connect there. Digi gonna push up and hold that angle where Marbles is. And he's gonna trade body shots, but fortunately for the defense, that means they're up. Trying to clear out Gravy here. Oh, he might get seen out just a little bit, or not. He's able to sneak away. Hyper finishes him off there, doesn't let him get his rat kill he wants. Argo pushing up into obs now. They're able to clear this out. 2 barbs put on the obs stairs. It's going to make it very difficult to execute the way they want to onto site. Looks like it's going to be 3-2 from here. We're going to see 3 into pit. I lied to you. 3 into obs and 2 into pit. Sam's just going to swing and take down a Daxi after that nade goes out. A beautiful peek from him, getting a Daxi caught with that molly in his hand. Rise still not a mindful member. Happy to play the slow. Argo, another pick there on the marbles. Huge here. Smoke's going to come out and then to try to hop onto the bomb here. Argo trading shots with Stars now. Dyer goes down too, and Stars is the only one that's left. Stopping him anymore back in these back roots. He's able to get 1 there on the Sam, but meanwhile the bomb's going to start getting defused, and it's Digi who does finish him off. What a push for Rise.
Very convincing round from Rise. Honestly, I just think we didn't see enough contention. Even though Rise used all their flashes, I really don't think any of them landed. I don't think any of them actually really did much to defenders here, except for maybe on Gaia. It mostly seemed like just lost gunfights, and Fierce is giving up a lot. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think we saw any mollies go out too either from defense. So it was honestly just
one that got Daxi killed in the pit, but other than that, no.
Yeah, like when he was throwing it. Yeah, that was the only one we saw, and yeah, he got traded out probably from it being mid throw. And yeah, because of that, they just weren't able to delay them enough. They gave Rise all that control of base so quickly. They were able to open up. Gravy, unfortunately, wasn't with his play, wasn't able to get a kill or really much damage. So that gamble didn't pay off. So it was just, I think, just a lot of kind of risky plays from Fierce. I think to be fair, that is a very hard defensive map, but I mean, yeah, I think Fierce just kind of gave Rise too much, and so Rise were able to just run right through with it and get all the kills they needed. But we transition over to a factory, Wolf Empire. Oh boy, this one is a doozy.
I'm not sure I've seen this one before, but why don't you explain it? It was completely new and original map.
This one is a difficult one because of this green. This green, from this toxic, you were able to see perfectly down to the green door. You can see the feet of attackers So it's a very impossible push for the attack unless you run a smoke, and even then it's still a lane that the defense can just hold and pre-fire. So it's a rough one. But when we look on the other side of the map, it looks a lot better for attackers. We see an office that can be used to help kind of pinch out and hopefully push people off, because this railing up top is also very strong for defending against this no man's land. And the other really good play from attack is this wall charge on the dock, because not only do you get to hold down this long angle, and while Fierce has also lost the mop, so they don't really have that type of thing to fight with, as well as they attack can choose to contest the fan as well and push through that side. All they choose looks like they want to maybe do the wall charge on 4 instead of 1. My only gripe with this is, you know, you're opening yourself up to these angles, so they're willingly going to take the duel against these players up top. So I'm curious to see how this goes for Rise. This map has been in rotation for quite a bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if Fierce knows how to set up against this. And it's looking pretty good. They have the office set up for, or they have the barb set up for office, and they have a barb set up for the green. So their positioning is pretty much perfect for this. Although the only thing they might have a little bit of trouble with is how they react to this dock play, but we'll see.
It does look like the defense is expecting a 4 dock 1 fan type of play, but it's gonna see a 3 dock 2 office situation. Is maybe a late switch to 3 offices. They're waiting out a molly, and there isn't one. Marble's the only molly, is all the way over up on that catwalk, taking some Ingmar shots, those guys trying to enter, but he's not able to land anything. Hyper and Sam both going for an aggressive angle here. Gonna get that nade down. Gravy able to get out as the wall charge is gonna come out on the dock. Make Gravy feel real uncomfy in his office area. Marble's hard to slide back. The smoke is gonna come out. Marble's able to get the molly in, and Rise not able to get in. The flash doesn't get in. They're not able to capitalize on that smoke. Looks like Digi's gonna rotate here over to Fan, as they did bring double snipes here. Argo does have the mop down in dock, and the waiting game commences again. Only 1 flash left on the office squad. Make it tough for them to push here and upheave Gravy and Marble though. Dig's gonna run on in and take the shot. The flash goes out. Gravy and Hyper going at it. Hyper's able to win it. Digi able to get a Daxi in the back, not checking on that fan. Marble's no shot count, but he's got cross all over the place. Dia able to get the first one back onto Hyper. Marble's trying to defend himself with his pistol as him and Sam are going to the place. Sam's gonna jump, and they ended up trading. With both snipers still up, and as I say, Dia's able to take down Explicit, so it's a 2v2 now with both snipers up. And Argo's on the defuse. Stars and Dia both need to rotate here to try to see what they can do. Dia's gonna peek it, not able to connect. A couple wall bangs. Argo's gonna stick it, and he's able to get the defuse right as they take him out. And Digi's able to wipe it up. 2-0 here for Rise, and they're able to save the Saber.
Once again, that slow play that I'm talking about from Rise, we saw the charges go out. We saw great util usage from Fierce. You know, we saw that great molly from Marbles onto that office, slowing down that push. And they were able to bait out a flash and get, they got that nade usage onto that barb in office. And it was looking a little bit grim for Rise, but they just stuck it out. They sent a player fan too to have that added pressure. They had the 2 dock and the 2 office, so the problem was Fierce didn't really get an opening kill onto any of those players, or like they didn't really focus on one end. So because of that, when the round started to die down, the push kind of just happened from everywhere, and they got overwhelmed. They didn't really know how to answer to all of it at once, because all of it happened at once. So great job from Rise. Way to kind of slow things down and let Fierce kind of use their util and get a little bit antsy, and it made Rise excel there. We move over to a kill house, Asgard Life, and this one is we got a pillbox on it that is in a very central location, because it can see both red doors pretty perfectly, as well as play against the green, although it's not as strong against the green. And that's where really the door access comes from, as you can push through the green here and enter the kill box that side. But on the side of Rise, we do see them wanting to do a club take, which they do actually are gonna have some cover coming in too because of how these sandbags are. I don't think you can get the angle from the pillbox, but
I don't think so.
one thing that it could be good for Fierce is if they decide to put a barb here, wouldn't be bad, and then you can kind of play cross angles from the backstage and the green, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that. But I would imagine we see some pillbox players, and which is exactly why Rise wants to send 3 players to green as well, to get players out of this pillbox, to chase them out, and then basically so that it'll lock the defenders down to this kitchen lockers area, which is just super awkward for them. So defense really needs to hold on to this club, and especially hold on to this green to prevent this pillbox getting pushed out so easily.
It's going to be important, and they're going to leave that reception task kind of up to just a Daxi with a tub. It's going to be difficult to hold there. Some LS shots going to go through that kitchen wall, not able to connect onto anything. As Sam and Argo able to slip past. Pretty alright. The Saber is being brought. It's going to be on Hyper instead of Digi this time. They're going to take it to reception. The charge comes out in club. Dia just swinging it, but there's no one there. As Rise is taking a page out of Fierce's play. They're playing this one slow as well. All the way up into reception, though, is... Oh, scary times that Molly's spreading out onto them. Getting a little cozy in that office bunk there. Wait for their chance, and Becky's going to push in now here. As the offense team's able to push as well. Daxi's able to push up with that tub. He's able to get one and sneak away. Smokes come out, holds off that pillbox angle. Sam's able to swing it and take down a Daxi. Gravy's still in pillbox there with that KR. Molly's going to go off in there. An interesting play there. Rise picking up a Molly. And it's Dizzy's able to finish off Gravy there. They slowly make their way to push towards site. 4v3, the auto shot rings out a little bit on that pillbox while not going to connect it. Oh, Explicit goes for the kick and finishes off. That's a huge pick for Fierce there, but Sam gets it right back, taking down Marbles on the flank. 3v2 now. Dia very lit. Sam at about half. The Molly's going to go off again in back lockers. Going to kind of keep them pushed in there. Taking up both KRs on the attackers now, trying to see if they can get this push to work out. Sam's just going to walk in and shoot Stars, who's got his back to the door. Dia with the refrag. But Digi gets it right back when he goes for the peek again. Oh, what a round. 3 from Sam, 2 from Dia.
That was a hard one to watch. I really thought Fierce had that one in the bag. Daxi was playing that one perfectly. He got, I don't know if you guys noticed, but he got Rise to waste 4 flashbangs on him. 4. Or maybe 3. But the point is, by the time they killed the Daxi and Gravy, Rise was out of flashbangs. And I don't think Fierce realized this, because Marbles ended up flanking, losing his life because of it, and giving them a molly. So that got rid of a lot of their stall time, and then it was down to Daggery and Stars stuck in sight, which would have been in a really good position with an auto and the knack, but it's hard to watch because they could have played that together and well, but I think the comms were not there. Fierce was not. They didn't call out what utility or like what they heard and what was coming out from the attack, because yeah, if Fierce held their ground there, that was a round win. They had all the utility in the world for it. They had the guns for it. They had the molly for it. And while they did lose pillbox, which is a bit of a problem because of how it looks on the site, they were in a really good position because time was dwindling down and Rise had no utility. But Rise, once again, their long play, it can confuse teams, weirdly enough, where it makes them want to get over aggressive, and even though they run down the time, those are the times where it works out for them, and they take the half 3-0 on attack. So we move to defense. Let's see if Fierce can get their attacks in order like they started to in the last game, because they're going to need it. Those defenses looked rough. Let's see if our Rise's defenses are any better. We see the setup for Pit and Observation. It looks like they want to give up Pit, which is understandable. And interestingly, we see a Pit red or Pit charge looking to come out from from Fierce, which is surprising because generally people don't push this. Generally people like to do the green take, just because of how strong it is and how good this obs is to take. But I'm assuming that Fierce wants to go for the power play here, and it makes sense on this map to want to go for it. It's pretty easy power, and not too much of a problem to deal with. The question is Rise ready for it? And honestly, I don't think they will be. But even with that, it's going to come down to the utility usage of Fierce, whether we see those good flashes, we see that nade come out well, because they do have the nade set up for this barb. So let's see how Explicit and Hyper are able to hold this.
It's going to be crucial here. If they're able to stall enough time, the jungle is so big. The kids can come out and beach. If they don't have flashes for jungle, they're not going to be able to push it. It's just too big to be able to take. Just trying to win your gunfights.
It does look like Fierce went for the eco.
They go for the 5-man beach. I don't know if that was a happy accident or just a miscommunication on the not breaking the charge or a last-minute plan change. But it's a 5-man into base. Dax is going to be the first one in. He's going to try to push and clear this out. The nade's going to go up into Ops. Going to force them to retreat, but it is going to take out the barbed wire that they thought about putting there. I can't remember if there was actually.
No, the flash got gone.
The flash, both flashes in. Marvel's able to take these fights. They take him down. Both tons of damage onto Gravy and Marvel stuff. As the smokes come out, and the Dax is going to be stuck kind of halfway between fire and smoke there, trying to push here into pit against Explicit and Hyper. Guy caught in the smoke, was able to take down Hyper. Explicit now alone in pit, working his way to falling back, and he is going to rotate out and play with the rest of his team in this 3v5. Again, almost the exact same situation. The flash going to come out in second. They're going to put Marvel still down though. Stars are going to keep together and take down Digi. A 2v4. They're going to take this quick though, do a lot of damage, but Sam's in a great spot behind this rock. They take down Explicit. Sam able to take down one onto his axis. Pushing up another. Oh, not able to pick up the kill on the Dia. All the members so late.
Yeah.
A super winnable clutch for Sam, but he's not able to pull it off.
Close round. I mean, to be fair, I guess their idea was maybe they wanted to split pit here and not necessarily blow the charge, but I mean, it worked out. They were actually able to get through. We saw a smoke come down, so Rise wasn't really able to do anything against that, and so they were Adaxi was able to slide on through and start getting shots down onto Hyper, and he got picked. And yeah, I mean, pretty much textbook take there. We saw the 5-man green. We just saw that nade clear coming obs, get obs control really quick, and Rise was forced to push back into sight. Good execute, and kind of an expected win because of how that map is. Like I said, it's a hard defense map, so I'm glad to see Fierce could pull that one through and move over to Factory.
And just worth to note here, all 3 surviving members of Fierce, 25 or lower HP, so even if they did have 3 members survive, a super close round there from Rise.
Oh yeah, very, very close. That could have gone either way based purely on HP economy there. But go to this we go to the Factory. Actually, it looks like Fierce wants to do the same play. They want to get open this dock number 4 as well as open the office. I mean, it's a good take. You know, you can get control. The office is basically so you can contest this railing easy, as well as to chase off anyone that might be playing down close by no man's land from the office windows, or maybe even one back here. I believe you might be able to get an angle. Either way, the office is just extra insurance to this dock take, because the dock take is already pretty strong in itself. Just have to be careful of these long angles up here, and you know, anyone may be playing by the pipeworks as well. It could be a bit worrying, but it is a pretty quick path to site here by just getting to this no man's land, and you know, then they have to only worry about wall bangs, which can be a bit troublesome. But with that office control, all you have to do is just, you know, you can play it from the office and you can control whether anyone runs in this door or not. So, and then in terms of
these barbed wires too, because I think we saw Fierce put one of these in.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw Fierce do one here.
If that's the play they're trying to counter, is the rush.
Yep. But we don't. It doesn't look like Rise want to do that same barb. Instead, they're gonna go lighter on the barb here. They want to do that green barb, of course, and then they want to do one on this office, which actually I think is much better placed than the previous one, because we did see Fierce, I think, put one up here slightly, but at least with this one, it's placed right on this line here where this cover is, so that for whatever reason, if there are people out here like that want to support, you can actually play against this barbed wire a lot easier from outside of the office. Oh, we just see this barb come down. It's a bit it goes long ways. Yeah. The charge goes out though.
A charge in office. Digi's gonna be alone over there. Or Dia, sorry. I'm gonna keep doing that all day. I apologize in advance, folks. Dia's gonna hold this office door kind of by himself. Marbles goes for the kick server. They're not able to connect on the shots. The wall charge comes out here, Doc. Again, no molly. Actually, very little molly brought by Rise at all. But Digi's able to take down Stars. 2-tap with the Legros. Beautiful from him. The only molly brought by Rise actually is that one on Hyper all the way up in Toxic. No other mollies for the defense, as Dai is able to kind of skulk his way up in office here. Working his way closer and closer. Two members actually going to rotate the server. The smoke is going to come out there. Oh, and Adaxi and Dai both able to get a pick there. Beautiful from them on those crosses. Sam gets a refrag onto Dai in office, bringing it back to a 3v3. The Mop and Saber are both down, as I say, as Adax is able to pick up the Saber. Getting a long fight there from Gravy and Explicit, and Gravy's able to take it with the KR, leaving just Sam and Hyper trying to hold from these high angles. Adaxi actually opting now for the Legros, switching his guns up pretty regularly. Hyper trying to land, he does get the body shot onto Adaxi, but Gravy able to get one onto Sam now. And it's a 3v1. Hyper trying to see what he can make happen. Able to pick one up onto Gravy. Gonna have to push now. He's able to get a taxi, and I assume Marbles is DC'd up in service.
Oh, how unfortunate. He crashed.
That's so unlucky. But the round's gonna go to Rise with Hyper's really nice 2v1, I guess.
Oh, that's rough to watch. Very, very close round. Fierce had it looking like it was in their favor. While Digi got that opening kill, Adaxi was able to get a really nice refrag. I actually was able to see it. He shot where he thought the people were watching for the green, and took off Digi's head because of it. Through a wall bang through the tarped fence, and yeah, things started to fold down, and it came down. It was just an awkwardly played 2v1 there. Gravy unfortunately lost his fight, got beamed, and Adaxi decided to go for the challenge and ran right into the molly, unfortunately, and takes the loss.
In a game of inches, it all comes down just a little bit of molly here or there, and that's all it takes to lose your gunfight.
Yep. Looks like Marbles is back though, so we don't need to pause. We are good. And we move over to the kill house. So hopefully Fierce isn't too in their heads about that round. It does suck to lose a round like that when you have a DC. But we transition over to kill house, where we see a club take looking to happen from Fierce as well, with the green. I think it can be pretty good, just because, like I said, this backstage control is really nice, and being able to get that pillbox as well, because it gives them less room to move with, because when you take pillbox, then they're pretty much locked into only here. I mean, technically they can play in kitchen, play like under the kitchen, but it is pretty hard to. And then and then taking the club side, because of course you're going to get all this control as well. So this pinch is just really good. In terms of the ground you can take, it's more of whether or not they can get that ground in the first place. We're gonna have to see how Rise wants to defend against it. We see this barb that I was talking about earlier, which is I like to see, because it is pretty, like, you can hold well against it. You can have the club play it, you can have the backstage play it, and you can have an office angle on it too, if you so desire. But they're going to have to deal with that green push at the same time. We see a nade set up for what is to be that barbed wire placement, and Sam on the auto, as well as we see 3 mollies from the side of Rise. So lots of stall coming from Rise. Oh, 4 mollies. Yeah, there we go. There's the 4th one. So 4 mollies on the side of Rise. So lots of stall. We'll see how well they hold this. Explicit running the shotgun, Argo. So we have two shotguns. We have Ingmar and AK on Argo.
Oh, really deep. Molly's gonna come out if the charge is out. They're gonna rotate out of club, leaving pretty much Explicit alone with a tub in there. Sam's gonna rotate to this reception door. As Marbles and Grave are gonna take these little wall bangs, try to see what they can do. Maybe make the defenders feel a little uneasy, but they're just not connecting right now. Charge again, playing it slow for Fierce up in club, trying to see if they can get the right time. Nate is going to come out, met with the Molly. Argo's going to swing that. Does a little bit of damage on the Marbles, not a ton. Hyper again has the Molly ready. Able to get some damage on the flashes come into club. A Molly goes down, but it's not going to do what he wants. Explicit almost able to get out. And now Argo and Sam picking one up as well as is Stars. It's a 3v3 now. The Sam and Argo will hold off. It's a beautiful play from them. But Digi, the only one holding on the backside, he gets a double kill and that's it.
Wow.
I was looking the wrong way the whole map. Every time I look one way, 3 people die on the backside. But what a round for Rise, putting it 5-1.
I was a little worried for Rise there for a second because, for Rise because, you know, they gave Club so willingly, but they gave Club, but at the cost of not losing green, and that's what happened. We saw Marbles and Gravy fall in the reception, and so because of that, they were, even though Hyper did die in Pillbox, they were still able to hold that side of the map, so it made things a lot easier and made the push really awkward for Fierce, and they just ended up running into a lot of gunfire, and that backstage ended up just getting sprayed through a bunch with that knack. And great job from Rise. They secure it. They go to 5-1. So one more round here and they hit match point. Rise is sitting pretty right now in a very good spot as we swap up maps. We go to the next half.
Ancient Hope.
Yeah, we're starting with a nice little C store here, once we do see a storage bomb, which is something we don't typically see. Most of the time when we see C stores, we see a lot of storefront bombs, but this time it's different. We also have a free green door, or a free green for the storefront. You can drop into the skylight, and with a pretty good bar. I actually do like this barb setup here that you can play from office side, as well as the teller if you really want to play on this teller door. But otherwise, these red doors are very quick to sight. Each one of them is only one room to get to the site, but either way, it's a lot of close quarters, so I would expect to hopefully see a lot of close quarters weapons on a map like this, because opening storefront isn't really that viable, and no one really is going to be going to storefront, or at least outside storefront. It's going to be from the skylight, which is looking like what Fierce want to do. They want to send 3 to the storefront and 2 through the arcade, which is a great pinch, because then the storefront team can chase out these people freezer to get rid of anyone contesting the arcade, and then the arcade push has to come through this one door, which can be a bit problematic just because of this little chokehold here. So we could see if we see some good util usage out of Rise, this can get shut down very quickly in terms of mollies and barbs, but doesn't look like Rise is super set up for it right now, although we do see some rotations coming out, and looks like they're starting to prepare a bit more for it, although they did give up storefront to an extent. They have a lot of barbs set up for it, but not really a lot watching it, surprisingly.
An interesting defensive strategy being employed by Rise for sure. A unique approach here. Only 2 mollies, but that reactive barb on Sam, hopefully he can put that somewhere to good use. As Dia, Stars, and the Dax are going to be on storefront duty, as Marbles and Gravy look like they're waiting for their chance to breach arcade. Again, happy to play this slow as Fierce has all day. Still not in the building in a minute 30. Opening up those freezers as the charge is going to come out to arcade. They're going to drop pretty much uncontested in storefront and in freezer. And they're going to push all the way up and have arcade as well. Oh, Hyper just missing those knack wall bangs like he wants. Sam trying to play with a tub close to the door there, see if he can catch some people off guard a little bit. Hyper with a molly playing super close, gonna get it down, but not able to counter any utility. Adaxi on the flank trying to see if he can get some damage, but not able to do it. More wall bangs coming out, a little bit of damage. Oh, and Gravy's able to take down Sam there. Argo tries to run in again, and Gravy another one. Hyper also gonna have to try to run in here. He does a lot of damage, causes a TK, but Digi's gonna go down too. Hyper does get one. Still alive in Arcade, but Dia finally able to take him down. What a weird round.
Yeah.
What even happened there?
I mean, it's kind of all Rise had to do, or I mean, like Rise kind of had to make that choice. Unfortunately, we saw Sam actually put his barb here instead of coming back to site to use it on site. So not only did they have no barb on site, but they also, so they only really had mollies to delay the time, and Fierce had plenty of flashbangs left. So that was really Rise's only play, is to just go risky and just try to run at them and get any kills they can, because otherwise they're just sitting there waiting to get flashed, and they would have lost the round either way. So really just came down to, I think, Rise unfortunately misusing that barb, and at least not pulling out or making them have to waste a nade. And yeah, Fierce are actually able to keep that nade, and so we go into the next round, and they are up on economy a bit here. But yeah, Rise did what they could. Unfortunately, pretty hard map for defenders, and that's why they didn't really commit a lot to it, to be fair. They did, I mean, they put 3 barb, but they also did run all 3 tubs, so not really much lost for them. As we transition over to Prometheus Noble, a dome that we've seen quite a bit. So yeah, generally, I mean, Fierce have drawn it out. Yeah, Mop is a pretty strong spot for up here, but either way, this spot in general is just strong because of the fact that you are able to hold down this whole lane of the water, as there's a red door that teams like to do, and they can do a very quick push to site. I've seen multiple things, whether it be you can smoke here so that you can get rid of this angle, so they can just push up and flash through the smoke and play really explosive and try to get that defuse right away. But you kind of have to be wary of mollies. Or I've even seen, you know, people actually chuck a nade up here and try to just kill this guy straight out, right, that plays up there, because this guy's positioning is probably the most important for holding for this water push. That's what Fierce is going to be needed to be ready for, considering it looks like they want to do a red take here as well as a split green. Although actually I can't tell, because they're doing they're drawing it differently. I think they actually do want to go for this jungle, but when we talk about this jungle and this beach, it is a bit easier. The only problem to deal with is this OBS. This OBS is very strong, not only because they can feed info on all of base, all of this red door, but as well as it's a great contention point. It's kind of hard to deal with. All you can really do is chuck a flash up there to get them off it, because the stairs are on the side of the defenders, meaning people that support from the bomb or up top or from these back parts of the jungle make it hard for you to get access to OBS without pushing through the base or pushing from the other red door. And we do see a 2-3 split coming from Fierce. It looks like they actually do want to push the pit, but they're gonna have to run through a barb for that and have to deal with all the calls that they're gonna be getting called out from the OBS.
I don't see a charge unless somebody has a wall. I think they're gonna have to go full eco here. They must have lost the clappers at some point.
I think they changed it up. They decided to go full green and split pit as well.
The interesting play is all 5 members gonna hear for Fierce gonna push on the beach, and they're not gonna get a lick of anything to look at. Digi slowly play with that mop, not able to land on his first shot as Dax is gonna jump in the base with Dia. Argo's gonna get him all the info he needs. That odds the beautiful sightline. The shot actually lands on Digi. The mop shot again, not able to connect. He's down to 50 HP. As Argo's going to rotate out of odds to help test this pit. As Zadaxi and Dyer are actually going to take pit. Dyer just pushes right through the barbed wire. He's able to take down Hyper. And with power, huge play for him. He's able to take down Argo too. Adaxi, another one onto Explicit on the backside. Marbles one onto Digi, and all of it's falling everywhere. It's just Sam on the bomb now. Adaxi pushing by himself on the bottom side, unable to do it. He was just winning the fights.
Yeah, I mean, they were just winning all their gunfights. Unfortunately, Digi was not able to land any mop shots there, and it kind of cost them. Marbles was able to get damage on him and pretty much keep him locked down that entire round. So their mop player was pretty much set to be useless because he couldn't do anything. He couldn't peek that saber, while the rest of his team was able to push out pit. They got great picks on the Hyper and Arco, and then Adaxi kept pushing through and it was able to kill Explicit on the water. So just, yeah, all gunfights just getting won from the attacking side of Fierce, and great round from them as we have to move on though. And yeah, the eco does work out for them too, so they're actually sitting in a really good spot. They didn't have to use a nade, which they saved from last round, so their economies are looking really good for this last round. So if I'm Rise, I'm a bit spooked.
For sure, Rise still going into this half at 5-1, seeing it slowly leak back, and they're really going to have to execute here to make sure they can put this game away.
It's great to see a lot better attacks from Fierce here.
For sure.
Things being a lot more solid for them is what they needed as we transition over to this factory. And ooh, it's an oldie. This one's been in the rotation for a while. We got Nimble Ember. So this map, I believe Fierce still have wall charge, so their choices generally here are to either go for the dock play, which makes things a bit easier, as well as you're able to, be able to fight angles with your saber against people up on these railings or back pipe works or things like that. Or, you can maybe try to go into the storage and try to wall charge there. But it looks like they might choose to want to go into the toxic, which is a bit questionable for me because the toxic push is very rough because of you kind of end up coming out only 2 different angles, and also because these barbs you can set up for these long angles. However, the good thing here is they do have double charge, so they are going for this office take. So this pinch could work perfectly if they get the timing, because the whole idea of getting this office is because these office angles are the problem of why toxic is not a good take alone. You can hold, like I said, you can hold it all the way from here. You can have people play on the back pipeworks to hold toxic this way. You can have someone play in toxic itself to do some contention, but you don't really even need necessarily to play in toxic to hold toxic back. But with this office charge, that will kind of really prevent a lot of the problems that come with toxic in terms of these long angles, because those are really the big detriments to a toxic play. And this sets up Fierce to be able to take power, because they didn't really lose a whole lot of people last round, so they still have NVGs. They still have the play being fully possible here. But oh boy, Argo is ready. Argo with the auto. I really want this to work.
Oh, he's able to get a ton of damage onto Adaxi on the peek out, but not able to get a kill. And a lot of damage in the back onto him. The clack does come out, so they do have office. Hyper may be looking to barb this if he's aggressive enough. The Molly's going to come out on the shots. Stars and Marbles have kind of positioned themselves over here on Toxic, and Gravy is called out by the map. Going to be looking here at green. Actually, it's just going to be Adaxi. I'm not going to say where they're going. They're all over the place. None of them are even near a door. Molly's going to come out from Explicit there. Stars blows Toxic. A window nade is going to come out. It's going to do about 50 damage to Explicit. But he's still up. And Sam and Explicit are ready here in Toxic. Kick comes out in green now for Gravy, but again, Fierce not even really close to being able to push right now with 1:15 left on the clock. Stars and Daxi maybe finally get ready to go in this office. Marble's kind of taking some peeks Toxic, and Gravy looking to storage. And they do flash into Toxic, Explicit out of one, immediately refrag. They're pushing all over the place. The office is exchanging 2. Hyper and Stars both still up there alive. Hyper's able to win that, completely taking down the office team. Dia and Sam going back and forth, and Sam's actually going to rotate out of Toxic, completely giving that to Diagri. Gravy slowly pushing here into storage as this 3v2 is left for them. He's going to flash up into Toxic and able to hit power. Pretty uncontested there. An interesting play from Sam to try to give that up, but he's on low HP. Gravy has slowly walked his way up onto this catwalk in storage, trying to see what he can do. He does have the only 2 flashes left for his side. 30 seconds left. He gets that kick out. Dia feeling the pressure, trying to peek out of this Toxic angle. but in good positioning. Gravy gets one flash in. He's going to do some work on the Digi. He's going to get caught out. Gravy gets the kill, but Sam beautifully positioned to stop the defuse on the Diet. It's just Gravy with 10 seconds left. Trying to do it. He cannot get off anymore. Hyper with the 3K in a great round as Rise at least clinched the tie.
So looking a little close there, yeah. Fierce flip tape. They tried to have Gravy go in the green door, provide a distraction. Unfortunately, he was too slow, and before he was really able to do anything, a lot of the team died. We saw Daxy's stars and marbles fall before finally it came down to the pinch between him and Diagri. So I would have... I like the idea of that slow play there to try to maybe pull some rotates off of Rise, get them a little antsy, but that's what Rise does too. They do the same thing. They play slow. So they really didn't fall victim to it. And because of that, they were able to take the round. Well held on that office. Argo trying to play really aggressive there and almost getting the kill out of it, but he was still able to do plenty of damage, and that office ended up getting held in the end. So the Toxic was really the only thing that ended up being successful there. So Rise on match point.
Absolutely, and we're going to have match point number 1, attacking a C-store on Ancient Hope.
And this is a tough map for defenders. So this, like, Fierce really needed that last round, and they really need this one to stay in it. As I said before, it's pretty difficult to kind of do anything as a defender. You kind of have to play aggressive just because of how small all of these rooms are, and because of how flashes work. One flash will cover most of, if not all, these rooms, like each one of these rooms. Although with the changes to flash occlusion, it can make things a bit better, at least to be able to play the anti-flash. The defense needs to be aggressive here. They need to hold things down. And I do like the barb placements coming out. We have, one for Teller and one for the arcade, ready for both sides, although they are not ready for the office, and which is looking like what that Rise wants to do here. They want to go for this and go for the shed, go through the shed and go through office, go right into site, and looks like they might even just want to commit double charge here. They have a wall charge set up for the fridges as well, so they are going all in for this win. And oh, actually, maybe they might be changing their mind on the shed part, and they might be just going straight for the wall charge, which is still, still going all in for it. It's kind of a risky play because there are still these crossfires from Tellers and Freezer if they don't clear these correctly. So, Tellers and Freezer. So, and as well as the office. So, but they do have the nade prepared for this barbed wire. So, curious to see if Fierce is ready for this and how they answer to it.
There's going to be this 5-man just storefront. Adaxi and Diet are holding those crosses in Freezer and Teller, hoping to at least slow down this attack. Actually, as I said, Adaxi's going to run away. The tub, not the fight he wants there. Oh no, Sam's been shot in the back of the foot with a pistol. I might come back to haunt him. Storefront. Nade's gonna go out. It's gonna land on fridges there. No damage done to anybody, but the barbed wire is out. Army gonna be the first to drop and open up Teller. Dia's taking shots, not able to really connect anything. They force Dia to rotate all the way out of Teller. Just a minute 20 left on the clock. 2 flashes in Teller as Argo's not pushing up to this bathroom door. The wall charge is down into fridges. Shots come out. The molly is out. But that's plenty of mollies left, actually. Stars with one, Dias with one, office as well. Digi trying to see if he can get any door bangs into arcade. Adachi tries to push it. He's punished for it. Fierce low on HP here in this 4v5. Argo's going to push all the way in the bathroom. Office by himself. He's going to get one. He's going to keep going all the way to Stars. Stars takes him out, but Sam's there for a refrag. Gets 1 and 2. Just throwing a shot he left. Now Sam, another one. Shoot him in the back of the foot every time, ladies and gentlemen. That's 7-3 for Rise.
Wow. Great take. It was looking a bit rough there. Fierce had the utility set for it. They had the mollies, but the keys to that holding that would have been being able to contest that office, and Diagri was the only one there. He had no barb for himself. He had a molly and Argo. We just saw him train on through and kill him while holding a molly. And then I think it was Sam who pushed behind him for the instant refrag, or whoever it was. Either way, great round. They they pulled that together. The wall charge didn't go through exactly as planned in terms of they couldn't get in and be explosive as they wanted to, but things folded out perfectly. They adjusted perfectly, which is what we needed to see from Rise, because they've had that problem before where they've kind of slowed down and didn't really know what to do. But in that case, they slowed down and were able to evaluate and figure out exactly what to do. Argo making a great initiative there, getting that flank push through the teller into the office, and really put Fierce in a terrible position. They didn't really have anywhere else to play.
It's difficult to defend C-Store all the time, and especially when the team knows they can go all out and attack you, and Rise did a beautiful job of that. Game 3 is going to be coming up in just a minute, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody, for game number 3 of our elimination game, first elimination game of the playoffs. Fierce can be their backs against the ropes here, down to 1.5 to a half going into game number 3. Billboard, what do Fierce have to do to keep from being eliminated from the playoffs right now?
They really just need to get their composure together. A lot of the time, the problems of what they're having is just lack of coordination. Whether it be on either on defense or attack, but we've seen them be able to do it on some rounds. So it's really just getting that consistency up. And I'm not really sure exactly what it is that is causing them to have this problem, but because a lot of it is just coming down to there's some rounds that they're taking really well and they're playing really well on. There's other rounds that it's just kind of going the opposite. So I don't know if it's a thing of the maps and they're kind of having difficulty knowing exactly how to play them with their utility and everything like that, or what. But there's some rounds that look really good for them and some rounds that look just really bad for them. And Rise is able to just capitalize on it a lot more than they are. But we do see a little bit of a roster change up. That might help in their favor. Adaxi has been subbed out for Feral, and so Fierce is getting a bit more fragging power. And so I'm hoping to see that if they decide to play more aggressive, that they, that's actually what I'm just hoping to see. I'm hoping to see them play a bit more aggressive because they do have Feral. They do have that ability to play a lot more frag heavy.
But I would love to see that, especially given that Rise has kind of fallen back into this super passive game mindset in the last 2 games. That's worked very well for them. So I think if you see them come out guns a-blazing, they could have a lot of early success with that and push this thing to overtime, which is all they can do at this point.
Yeah, and I don't know. Rise has been doing a lot better. Argo, we've talked about being kind of their star player, but I mean, we saw Digi performing well. We saw that clutch from that first game. We saw hyper, everyone on Rise is picking it up too. This game, it's not like we've seen before where Argo has been doing a lot. It's actually been a lot more balanced from them, and I think that's part of the reason why they're winning this easier as well.
Absolutely, they can trust anybody out there to get what needs to get done.
Yeah. But heading into game 3, we start with a dome. Now this dome it's pretty typical, I think. Or the most common play that we see from this dome is a castle side push, just because of how quick and easy it is. You can get these flashes through castle to cover all of castle super easily. The only real contention point that you can have is playing from the pit, but the green door is also here, so you have to contest the pit that way. So it can be hard. And this castle's really hard to hold because even with Barb here, you can just flash over, send a flash back here deep, and you don't really have anything to worry about. And then best thing they have is these deep angles from obs, and then clearing obs itself, or having an angle from back here in the ruins part holding this obs as well. But in terms of what Fierce wants to do, it's looking like they might be worried about a green kick even too, because that is something to be aware of that I don't think we've actually seen many teams do, but at least not any games that I've seen of opening this green door already and playing against this red, because that is pretty strong to shut that down. And Rise is preparing, interestingly, a lot of barbs set up on the side of jungle, when I really don't see teams ever push the jungle side just because of how open it is. There's so many angles to have to worry about and clear that you can't really flash out, so you're dependent on smokes pushing as a defender or as an attacker. So I do expect the castle side push here. We do see a charge from their side. But we might see this red door come in from jungle actually, just to maybe throw them off, because not many teams do this because of, like I said, all the angles. There's a lot of angles on it, but it's coming out, and Rise is not set up for it.
Well, they're pushing it real hard here. Die able to get one already onto Explicit. Digi kind of caught out here as they are all the way in. Another one out of Digi there, keeping that jungle, and another Stars, another out of Sam there. Hyper and Argo, all that's left, just not prepared for this push as they're kind of getting caught out. Hyper taking some shots, not able to connect. Stars takes down Sam as well. 2v4, I already said that. I'm crazy. Hyper and Argo rotating back around. Crew pits trying to help out Nox. A good molly from Hyper there to give himself some time. With a minute left on the clock, Fierce are happy to wait this one out. Hyper gonna try to peek, does a little bit of damage without getting any onto himself. Is able to fall back, but Pharaoh able to punish him. As the flashes come out, it's just Argo. Argo to get one down to Pharaoh. Baby's gonna swing in here. Argo not able to defend himself. And the first round here is gonna go to Fierce.
Great play from Fierce. They played off the idea that Rise would not be set up for this, and it worked perfectly. While a lot of their flashes landed around this area and virtually didn't really do much, it was all that Rise was just not set up for it. We only had Digi in jungle, and there was 2 Rise players up by the observation, so there was really no contention for this push through, and it was just too many bodies to deal with. So the only one going down being Marbles on that initial push, and then we saw someone, I think Stars, die later in that push. But otherwise, yeah, like pretty perfect push from Fierce. Even though it's the kind of out of the ordinary play, that's exactly why it worked. They weren't set up for it. They weren't ready for it because it was like it's deemed a bad push. But it was the only reason those type of pushes are deemed bad is if the defense is set up for it, and if they're not, then something like that happens. So great play from Fierce. We transition over to Chronos banner on a kill house, and this is a very ecoable map, although can be hard to deal with just because of these long angles. So while there is a single path or a single doorway to sight, the thing you have to worry about is you have these stage angles to worry about. You have people playing all the way from office holding angles like that. But Pharaoh's actually got it set up. He wants to do a smoke on the outside to clip through the wall here and cover this, which is great too, and maybe even wanting to do 2 of them there. But doing these smokes will kind of get rid of a lot of the problems that this straight site push has. But also, Fierce wants to also throw another wrench in the plan here and wants to do a wall charge through to this backstage. So not only will they get really quick control of this club, but they will get rid of this problem that is the backstage or the stage itself, and being able to lock down this choke point, as well as getting to club really quick and locking this down as soon as everything happens. So the really only thing that might be worrying is a kitchen flank, but it looks like Fierce is ready for that as well, so, or at least wanting to maybe even push that. So it's going to come down to how Rise plays this. We see Barbs set up for the courtyard, one for the courtyard, one for the office, and one expectedly onto the club side, but not a whole lot of contention on the green, so Fierce might be able to get away with this.
And we'll see how Rise are able to do. This is very similar to a plan we saw Rise themselves attack with against Nemesis in that regular season showdown. So we'll see if they're able to handle almost the exact same trap back to them, knowing the ins and outs of it. Argo not quite placing that office bar, but he's going to hold on to it as Marbles has pushed up and opened up that club door already. Pistols clearing out these receptions, just doing a little bit of chip damage, kind of sounding cute, really. A little bit of substantial damage there done on the Gravy if they're taking the kitchen here. Star is the first to shoot a non-pistol gun, kind of spraying through the wall there. The wall charge is out in reception. Molly is very well placed, and the flashes are going to be nullified. Fantastic flashes there from Fierce. Hyper a very aggressive angle along with Sam here. Hyper's actually going to get flashed out, but not pushed into. He's finally taken out by Marbles. Pharaoh another onto Argo there, peeking these angles from sight. And the straight explicit, Digi able to get one back in a hall. Oh, but Dia sets up across the Sam takes him out. Dia now pushed up on the stage, able to take down explicit as well. And it's just Digi all the way back into office. The only one left here for a Rise, and Molly's gonna come out, keeping him away. And that's probably going to be it. He could rotate into a hall and maybe hit these wall bangs, but at 70%, it's already too late. Wall bangs do ring out. No real damage either way. Graven's going to push him here. Try to see if he can finish him off, and he does. It's 2-0 Fierce, commanding lead early.
Getting a little worried there because Feral had those beautiful smokes that we saw him place early in the round, but you know, no one else on Fierce was pushing it. But that didn't matter because that wall charge play really threw off Rise. They had to spend a lot of mollies on it. They had to spend a lot of people looking at it, and also Feral was just able to still kill the guy behind the desk anyway. So great shots from Fierce, great execute. Rise, they adjusted the best they could, but just wasn't enough. They didn't really have the setup to deal with that, or really to push it out otherwise. You know, we saw, I think we had one person on tub too, and they just, yeah, not really the right weapons to deal with that. I mean, we saw the early chip damage, but that was about the most Rise was able to do there. Transition over to a blood keeper on a factory, and so this map, very interesting. It's actually once again a pretty hard defender map. A lot because of this generator, or of how this generator is, and this red door, as well as the storage. So this storage, it kind of looks okay for defense because of these silos breaking line of sight quite a bit here, but the problem becomes if and when this red door gets opened, a green split happens really easily and shuts down anyone from playing here or here. So that at that point, not only does attack have power control, but they're able to take the generator, get on top as well, and you know, loop around, fight that way. And then defense is kind of stuck into places with very little cover. They're stuck maybe playing back by pipeworks or even the docks, and kind of only have to use this forklift for cover, or even have to go to the truck, which can kind of work too because the bomb is in line of sight of it. But outside of that, there's not a lot of places that they can go. But on the contrary, you can also just push the other side and kind of do the same thing. This generator is just so splitting of how the map works, that it kind of drives a lot of what happens here. So Fierce wants to go for this door charge at or on this fan here instead, and choose to split the pipework side. So the thing with this is there's a lot more angles on this side to worry about, because you know, the fan, you have to worry about the dock, you have to worry about pipeworks, you have to worry about the generator. Although you do have a bit more liberty with it, as you can, you know, choose to push out on the pipeworks themselves or drop down and push out this way. But really with a fan take like this, you kind of just need to play very explosive and go really fast, because there are a lot of angles to deal with. But if the pinch happens correctly here, and if the shots are landing like they have been the last 2 rounds from Fierce, I really don't see how this could go wrong for them. As well as they do decide they want to do a smoke here for this generator to worry about this long angle, which is really the main thing you'd have to worry about when taking this side in terms of getting bomb defusal, because the bomb does favor this side of the generator.
It's a beautiful analysis, Billboard. Really stunning. Unfortunately, it's been like 5 minutes as we've been paused here trying to wait for some technical issues to get resolved.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you think about this game so far? How do you think this is heading?
I'm kind of stunned to see Fierce come out so well. I thought if we were going to see Fierce come out this hard, it would have been because of their switch, but Feral really only picking up a kill each round, and only the one in the last round was really super impactful. So I'm a little surprised to see him come out so aggressive, but these are all fairly attacker sided, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Rise bring it back. But this is what we're all looking for, right? We don't want Fierce to roll over for game 3. That's no fun. Everybody wants to see competition, overtime, all that fun stuff.
Oh yeah, Rise has had quite a bit of trouble of their positioning on these defenses. Fairly so though, because Fierce has been doing some pretty out of the orthodox plays, at least on that first dome, and even considering you could even consider that wall charge a bit odd too, because Rise weren't ready for it. They weren't ready for either of these plays, and I think that's exactly what's winning Fierce these rounds is the element of surprise, is the unexpected these unexpected plays coming through. And we see a lot of barbs stacking toward the generators. So once again, this might be the same story. I don't know if Rise is going to be ready for this take.
I'll go on the auto shot. He's helping them play in server Pipeworks. Mop maybe in generator. I saw him back in storage early at the beginning. It'll be interesting to see how the power weapons make a difference. Farrell doing some door banging, not going to land anything, but letting people know that they're over there. Shotgun and opening the server. Argo in a good spot if he's able to not get flash correctly, maybe able to do some serious damage with the auto shotty. Charges down up on the fan. Everybody kind of slowly working their way into positions. The first Molly's going to come out from Rise, trying to keep them outside at green. 1:30 left on the clock. Nade's going to come out and handle that server as Marble's going to rotate back to Piper with that KR. Charge comes out on the fan. Not a ton of rotation coming out from Rise. Seem to be content with where they are. Sam's going to get two really questionable Mollies are going to come out there. Still 1:10 left. No Mollies left for the defense. Shots traded over in servers. A little bit of damage done both to Dia and Explicit themselves. Hyper's actually going to go down. All over just auto shot able to get two fairly immediately there for the refrag, keeping it a 3v3. Tricks go. Farrell able to get two there. Marbles another. Digi the Mop though in a 2v1 now. Stars the Saber up on Pipeworks. Marbles a KR. Nice tucked in under that gen. Digi knows he's got to be able to get a pick here. Star is actually going to opt out of the Saber there. Going to pick up an AP, most likely out of ammo. As Marbles and Stars have 30 seconds left rather, to try to get to this bomb and start defusing it. Star's going to go pushing up. They're going to get the flash out. Marbles going to swing and beautifully played from the two of them. It's going to be 3-0, a perfect attacking half for Fierce.
Yeah, perfect flashbang. It was looking a bit good for Digi at first because of, this barb. While it's to the detriment of him being able to push through, he's on that mop and able to hold this angle. So honestly, it just came down to Digi unpeaking at the wrong time. Those peaks did come out from Stars and Marbles, but Digi sadly went away just in time. And but perfect take. Argo was almost able to hold down that green, getting two kills there because they failed to check him in the corner. But Farrell was able to get the refrag and wind the round down. And once again, Rise was just not ready for that. They did make the adjustments in time, but we saw some mollies go out, and they just had they didn't really know where to position themselves even after that happened. And unfortunately too, just even though the green was able to get held, the pinch from the fan was the thing that butchered it and still got it killed. Go over to a dome, and wow, what an interesting play that's getting drawn up. Okay, good. I really by interesting I meant would not have been good. Just because the castle's a lot stronger here, and it's a very weird wall charge. The reason you'd do something like that is only to throw someone off, but I don't know. Either way, Rise on the attack here. Fierce, very strong attack showing, so let's see what Rise can do. I think Rise wins this by just playing the game they normally do, and just honestly go with what pushes they're comfortable with, not necessarily try to mix it up like Fierce does, because that's what Fierce is known for. Fierce is known for doing these weird plays, or these I guess non-meta takes, and it works because people aren't ready for it. And I don't know if Rise is gonna try to think, oh, we could do that too, because it worked for them, but it's Fierce. They're gonna be ready for that because it's their own play too, especially if they try their own play. But we do see the typical play coming out from Rise. Like I said, just blowing this door charge and pushing their way up through castle. It's really strong. It's hard to defend against as long as their flashes land well. And I mean, Fierce knows that too. They're stacking 3 barb toward the side. Marble's holding on to one himself, probably to place for the observations late, but they're committing quite a bit to it. But they're also ready for this jungle play. They are playing against their own counter, just in case. But that means that they're not going to have a lot of resources on the castle, so we'll see how that goes down.
A little bit of door banging on the green door as the charges can come out. Castle. Daya trying to get that Ingmar shots to land. Not having a ton of luck. Marbles up high is going to get a molly down. Counter out the nade as the flash goes deep. Another flash goes deep. Daya Marbles are forced to retreat back to Obs. As the contingency for Rise. Another flash. Wow. Are going to push up here into Castle. Only one flash left on this team. As Hyper goes green and is going to open up pit there. All 10 people still up. As Explicit's going to try to push through the barb, firing, and Dai is able to take him out. The opening pick goes there for Rise. Rise, only one flash left, and it's on Digi, who's doing this flank watch in jungle. So I'm not sure how they plan on getting through this barbed wire with so many eyes trained on it. They stack up here. Hyper, Sam, and Argo looking like they're going to push through this castle. Digi looks like he's also going to come along with this flash. Maybe try to throw it over that castle wall. He is. The flash is ready. He throws it. It lands beautifully right on them as they're able to push up. Pharaoh TK onto Gravy as Hyper and Argo are able to push all the way up into Obs now. They're going to sling it. Marvel's knocked down to 1 HP. And Molly's going to come out right as Hyper pushes through. He's able to get in. Pharaoh takes him out. 3 left for Rise here. Trying to make something happen. Marbles with this KR really letting it swing. Sam and Argo both have picked there all of a sudden. It's back into TK 2v2 now. Pushing back into sight. Dire and Stars pushed all the way out of sight. Argo just swings him with 1 HP. He's not able to do it. Digi jumps on the diffuser. Dire and Stars pushing him together here. Trying to see if they can get him, and it's Stars who does. Oh, almost hope in the middle there, but it's not enough from Rise. It's 4-0 for Fierce.
I think that TK did happen, by the way, because I think Gravy might have crashed, and he did have the molly for them, so it was actually a very strategic TK, as Feral took that molly and used it and stalled even more time, that was the name of the round. Fierce just stalled a lot of time with those barbs, and like they wasted a lot of util. We saw that Digi happened to be the last one with a flashbang, and they weren't even at the site yet, so it was all on Digi's flash to really carry that round, and it did a good amount for them. They were able to get some kills and trades, but it wasn't enough because by the time that flash was gone and you know, some of those gunfights from that flashbang resolved, we only saw a few of Rise left standing, and they were stuck to have to push through a barbed wire because they used their nades so early on that very first barbed wire back in Castle. So we are going to see a pause here. So give me an idea. What do you think happened that last round, Reviv? And how do you think this game is going too, with Fierce's dominant performance so far in this game 3?
I think that last round might have summed it up a little bit. Ooh, we might be in a pause for an extended period of time. It appears our technical issues are outside of our own control, so we'll see how that goes. But I think Rise was just a little too early, threw too many flashes too early. Weren't able to get back, and Fierce was there to capitalize. They were just, they were there. They were hitting their shots on people in barbed wire, which is what you're supposed to do when you bait out that many flashes. And overall, like I said 2 rounds ago, I'm stunned to see Fierce just dominating right now. Rise seemed, I don't know if the break got them out of their mental or what, but it's not even just gunfights. They're just not there. Kind of like we were talking about at the intermission. Like Rise, they're looking, they're looking the wrong way. Like they don't seem to be expecting what they need to expect. So it's been interesting. It's been an interesting game to watch.
The hardest part to watch was that nade getting used. So something that teams don't realize a lot is, at least right now with how the economy works and nades and barbed wires, nades are very important to get rid of crucial barbed wire, and something I see a lot of teams make mistakes on is using their nades too early, and then it causes them to be stuck into pushing a barb on a site. So in that case, that castle is really strong without needing to nade that first barbed wire because of the flashes. You can flash deep easily from that red door and flash the people that are supposed to be watching that barbed wire you're nading. So it's kind of pointless to nade that barb in the first place. And because of that, and we saw them not only spend a nade so early, but they spent 4 flashbangs on taking castle, and that was only one room. If you think about it, it's technically only one room, and so they still had a whole different lane to push down, because not only did they have to deal with pushing a barb with no flashes other than Digi's, which came late, they had to push 2 barbed wires because they had to get through that first one that was a second placement from Fierce, which was placed really well because it got them scared of wanting to push that. And then they also had that rotate barb that Marbles was holding on to, that he put on top of that he put onto observation. So Fierce played it perfectly, and Rise is just misusing their utility right now. They need to be sharper on it, because Fierce is starting to be sharper on it right now. They're using their utility a lot better and a lot more efficiently than we see Rise using it.
Absolutely. And that's, at the end of the day, due process a lot comes down to, are you using your utility correct for the map that you're on right now? And we saw Fierce do that. We're not seeing Rise do that right now. And that's how you get to 4-0. Hopefully we're able to rectify this situation here and unpause sooner rather than later. But overall,
we might be here a little bit.
Worth noting score-wise, so we are currently at 1.5 to a half for Rise. So Fierce has to win this game to force overtime. If Rise gets to just 6 games, they don't need a 7. If they get to just 6, clinching a tie, Rise will win the match and move on to play the loser of Nemesis and Yaokuza next weekend. Oh, well, they'll play that loser next weekend. That game is next.
Oh, yeah.
Which is going to be a great one, folks. So even if we're paused here, remember, in the back of your mind, I get to see that Nemesis Yaokuza game in, like, soon.
I'm going to say wants that Nemesis rematch.
Wouldn't you? If that's how it went the first time, and
oh yeah, if I get 7-1 on map 2, I want revenge for sure.
Honestly, that's the part. If you look at Nemesis's track record this season, you see that so much. Where, like, they'll have a closed first game. You know, if maybe it was like and by close, by Nemesis standards, I mean like 7-4. Like, they'll go like even 7-3, but then so many times they're like, all right, this is what they're doing, and just clamp down on that second game. You saw it happen so many times this season.
It's a lot of just, I think, getting that momentum and that warm up for teams, because not enough teams right now are scrimming before their matches, so they don't really have that time to warm up. So we generally see game 1s being closer and the sloppiest because of that fact that everyone is still kind of getting warm and getting used to each other again, or just basically just having that communication ready to go, because it does take a little bit for teams to get going. It's not as easy all the time for everyone, but I guess that's the benefit of best of 3s, is you have a little bit of wiggle room in that first game to play a bit sloppy, and then you can kind of bring it back, as Fierce are so desperately trying to right now.
Hoping to the situation looks like it may be wrapping up soon. We're having Wi-Fi issues at a player's establishment, so it's kind of out of their control as well.
Yeah, we might have to unpause here, and Fierce might have to play a 4v5 for a little bit, unfortunately. But
then maybe if that were to happen, again, I'm not a rules analyst, I'm just a caster, but I would anticipate they would play to the half and then rehost at half to add back their 5th player, whether it be Gravy or somebody else, whoever's internet is functioning.
Yep.
So we will see how this has to go, but don't worry, we will not be paused forever, folks. There's only so many pause minutes. It's a little known fact. It's a very, very hidden part of the game. Only certain people, know about that. And once you guys, I'm making stuff up. That's not real. But we should be close. Looks like we're gonna go to an intermission while we figure this out. This is gonna be the plan So sit tight, folks, but we're trying to figure this one out. We'll see you guys real soon. Hello, everybody. We're back, and we fixed it. And by fixed it, I mean we're going to pretend like it's fine. It's going to be a 4v5 for the last 2 rounds, and then we'll do a rehost at half to get another member of Fierce in there. But we're in the gear-up phase. Billboard, what are you seeing of this this wall charge plan that might be coming out for Rise here?
Yeah, so honestly, not entirely sure what their play here is, because they haven't really drawn out a whole lot else. So I'm not sure if their intention is to come in through office for that wall charge, or if they're going to try to actually push through this entire green, because this green is a bit of a troublesome push, because you know, pushing this side of the courtyard, you have this long angle from office to deal with, and then to get to this backstage in general, you have to, you know, loop around unless you're doing the wall charge that Fierce did, or one in the kitchen. So they kind of have this long hallway to have to go through, and to deal with these windows crossing, and of course all the wall bangs that come with the kill house. So barbs are set up for the green, stacked up toward the green, and once again, unfortunately, I think we're playing to half until for Gravy to come back, and as he's not able to reconnect. So these next 2 rounds, Fierce is going to be playing 4v5.
That is correct, and it looks like it's going to be starting out 5-man green here for Rise. Digi on the Saber, that could be huge depending on how they decide to play this. Wallbang's like crazy, and Argo is down to 1 HP, almost immediately getting that HP pool back in their favor. Fierce those huge early wallbangs. Rise a little hesitant now after taking so much damage. Sam's going to get it open initially here. Oh, and Digi able to take down Farrell, getting a little too aggressive on the door there. Huge pick for him there. 5v3 now, as the rest of Rise are going to push into his kitchen here, and Digi's going to do some work on that club with these wallbangs. Not really landing a whole ton, just a little bit of wallbang pistol damage. Oh, Argo really down to 1 HP now. He'll go down to pretty much anything, even a wallbang toe on the pistol. Digi doing more strong wallbangs there, not able to connect, but really giving those Fierce guys something to think about. the hall take is going on, the smoke out in courtyard as they've swung around this hall. Marble's a little early with those wall bangs, maybe giving his position away. Hyper pushed up all the way to the door. The wall charge comes out in the back stretch. The Molly's down and Argo's handled immediately. The rest of Dia, another one able to take down Digi as well. Explicit gets one back on the Marbles, but is immediately handled by Dia again on site. Dia, another one behind the club. Hyper gonna have to peek this backstage. And Dia's there waiting for him in the trade!
The ace from Diagram. Wow, great job from him. All that damage coming in from the rest of his team, and he picks up all the kills. Great job. I think actually Farrell got wall banged early on, if I'm not if I saw that correctly. But either way, like really close round. Honestly, I think that just comes down to Rise was doing this super like elaborate plan in terms of getting that wall charge all the way to the by the courtyard there and into that hall. And while it did end up working for them, they took so much damage along the way that I don't know if it was worth it, because by the time they got there, yeah, Argo was 1 HP. We had a few others I think down to maybe like who have already lost their armor. Like, it was really rough for the defense side, for the attacking side, and that can be the problem with kind of I guess more elaborate plans, at least right now, is especially on kill houses, is because of those wall bangs. Wall banging is so powerful to just get you in such a good position for when the take actually comes through as a defender. And I mean, Diagri showed it. He was able to take them all out with the Gruber. Great shots from him. Great job from everyone else on their team putting all that chip damage in. And we move over to Factory. 5-0 for Fierce. Very convincing game so far. And that was a 4v5 too, if we think about it. So yeah. I'm surprised that Rise doesn't want to speed up here when you're going in a 5v4.
A complex plan against 4 people is just silly.
Yeah, you're putting the detriment on yourself because of, especially on a kill house, like I said, because of those wall bangs. But
yeah, for sure.
I digress. We move on. We move to Factory.
Bloodkeeper.
Yes, Bloodkeeper. It's looking like Rise want to go for this power. So, wait, are they actually forced into an eco here? I don't know.
Oh, they are.
Wow, okay. So, yeah, I believe they are, because we don't see any charges getting drawn out. So, and yeah, the first round is so long from the pause, so I've lost track of time. But yes, they've no clackers here for the side of Rise, so they're stuck going to the server, wanting to commit a nade there, and then probably they want to look toward pushing this power because they have not taken power yet. So Explicit decides to bring the door charge anyway, even though they don't have clacker, maybe hoping a defender brings the clacker, but no such luck for the team Rise.
Fierce, not real friends. You got to clack for your homies. No sniper either, and a mop on Marbles. Not able to connect on his first shot there. But they're going to flash into server here and push all the way into storage. Dia is forced to take a little more defensive angle as he gets this molly down to rotate out. But again, you're right. Power is a super important point on this map here. And only one player defending it. Smoke comes out, and it's all a bait. They're actually going to go to storage route. Dia is able to pick up one on the Sam. Argo gets the refrag, though, and the power is out. A really good play from Rise to kind of bait the attention the wrong direction. And it's now a 4v4, thanks to the internet issues going on with Gravy. Another Molly is going to come out there into server, maybe for as much light as it is for damage there. And Digi's going to run outside and jump up onto that fan, see what you can see from out there. Explicit's actually going to go with him as the power's out, so they can actually gain free access from up there. Another smoke's going to come out from Argo. Stars is able to take down Hyper, who's kind of left alone in storage. When flashes come in and pipework, and it's let everybody get comfortable on the generator, except for Farrell, who's taken out by Digi right on cue. 3v4, 2 Black Tars and Argo on a KR. Pushing up, just running all the way to the generator. Argo uncontested. He's on the generator, pushing up on the Marbles now. And it's Explicit is going to take him down. It's just Stars now. The only member left for Fear is trying to see if he can make anything happen. He gets Argo to TK Digi, but that's it. It's going to be 5-1. going into the second half, and we will be, I imagine it'll take a second to get our rehost, so I would anticipate perhaps a break here as well. But we'll
I
keep
mean,
you all posted.
before we jump to that, let's talk about that round. I mean, yeah, it was a very good rotate from Rise to take power and then rotate back out to the fan, which was surprising because something that could have shut that down entirely is if Fierce tried to keep track of the man count there in terms of where players are, they would have known that they all rotated out. I would have laughed so hard if they went and turned power back on and they couldn't come through the fan. I wish that would have happened, but
Oh, that
unfortunately
would have been
Fierce
epic.
didn't read into it. And yeah, and they never even turned the power back on in general, so Marbles was stuck not being able to see anything with that mop from playing on that generator. And yeah, I mean, Rise took the round even with, once again, running out of flashes, not having the utility. They just had the numbers going in that 3v2.
Yeah, it was a super strong play from them, and they were able to keep their crosses set up on the full rotate and execute effectively onto the bomb site. And that was a much better example of them playing with their extra man too. They kept everyone together, so they would always have more people. So they always have the HP count, no matter where they went. And not that you want to take advantage of a bad situation, but don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Oh yeah.
And we are gonna be rehosting here, as they're gonna pull in another sub for Fierce. And as soon as we know who it is,
I would
you'll
imagine we get Adaxian because he was the one subbed out for Feral,
that's logical, but I wasn't going to use my brain. I was just going to let the Lord decide.
Well, yeah, we will see.
All right, and it appears we will not be going to a break, so put the egg on my face as we are going to zoom our way through this intermission and this 5-1 half with Fierce, again, needing a win here to keep their season alive.
Yeah, I mean, Fierce playing it really strongly. I think, to be fair, honestly, the only reason well, not the only reason, but a big reason they lost the round, that round was purely just because of the man disadvantage. But if we want to talk about what they could have done a bit differently, is they did decide to stack a lot of barb toward them doing a green push, and then pushing toward the pipework side, and they didn't really put a lot of utility toward the power, which was a bit questionable because you know how strong power is on maps like these, and they didn't bring any flares either. So I just, my guess is it was probably a part of the limitation of only having 4 bodies to bring stuff with, but also I think of a bit of an maybe not a bit, a lot of an oversight, because yeah, Diagre I think was the only one to hold the power, and while it being able to get a kill, it only brought it to a 4v3, and just wasn't enough. Wasn't enough for Fierce there to bring that one out of the slums.
For sure, and it didn't help that with Fierce expecting that pipework side push, when they baited that plan and threw the smoke, they were like, yes, they're doing what we thought. They're totally in our traps. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, Diaz, I am dead. They're all in storage.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you're like, oh. So, but other than that, a near perfect half for Fierce.
Yeah, they're sitting in a very strong position, where they are able to sit comfortably with a 5-1 lead. However, Rise also did have a 5-1 lead, and Fierce started to make it a bit dangerous in that last game, bringing it back. But so the question is, can Rise do the same to Fierce, or can Fierce lock this one out? Because if they do, then we move to overtime.
Yeah, and remember, Rise are only looking for 6. They don't need to win. So they basically just need to do what Fierce did back to them, which they've already done in this game. So this game is by no means over, despite the early advantage. And honestly, this pause could benefit Rise. Give them a moment to be like, all right, that was a bad half. We all know it. Let's not sugarcoat it. Let's get back in there and go win our game.
Oh yeah. And Rise could pull this back through. They're if it's gonna happen anywhere, it's gonna happen on their attacks, because their attacks have thrown off Fierce a bit too, just because of their stillness. And even when, like I said, even those times that they're running out of utility, they're still winning some of those rounds just purely on because of the health pools and numbers that they have. So while things and then Fierce getting like overconfident at times on that defense, but actually, okay, I spoke too soon because of the reset. Looks like Fierce is going to be starting attack this time instead, and
Are we going to
Rise
correct
on
that? I
defense.
don't know the ruling on that.
I don't know. I guess we'll see if a ref decides to say anything. Otherwise, we'll just carry on.
We
And
will assume it's correct until told otherwise.
yep,
So jumping in, hopefully.
yep. And Adaxi was brought in as the sub for Fierce.
So the
Looks
new
like
lineup we'll see should be Marbles, Adaxi, Stars, Dia, and Pharaoh.
yes, sir. And we're going to, let's see, we got Killhouse Factory Dome for this first half. Well, I guess technically the second half. So we have the Killhouse of Ernest Hammer, and this one's kind of interesting.
Hammer away.
So once again, it is one of these type of maps where we have a red door to sight right away on both sides, although one is arguably a lot easier than the other, and that would probably be the kitchen side, purely because of there's not a lot of cross angles you have to deal with compared to the club. While the club, you have the backstage, you have someone playing here to watch for the run through, you have even if really someone wanted to, they could play on the spools and just play far back just so they don't get flashed, and also be able to hold the green that way as well. But either way, the club is definitely the harder take, as well as because you have to kind of deal with something I hate dealing with personally, and I'm not sure if anyone else gets this feeling on kill houses, but corner doors like this where you're forced to go in through this side and that there's a wall next to you so that you just get wall banged to the end of time. So
that's the worst.
That's why this kitchen, it looks a lot better too, because of these doorways into sight. This one's a straight one, so the only wall bangs you're going to have are into the kitchen itself, rather than having to deal with any side wall bangs on the door itself. While this office, you can get wall banged from two different sides, and you're not having a good time.
For sure.
Which is why we see Fierce looking to go for this kitchen take. They want to go for that fast, explosive take right in through. They want to get that charge down and split the reception too, to just get this locker control so they don't have to worry about getting shot on the side. And then just get a nade onto this kitchen, and then it's pretty textbook of flashing into sight and clearing office. The question is about these mollies, how they get used.
Yep. I was just about to say, Rise is going to have to use these mollies and somehow slow up the attack, because if they get 5 men to kitchen and that barb is gone, there's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do. There are 3 members though. Hyper, Sam, and until recently Digi are in the way here. A KR, an Ak, and a Molly between the 2 of them. The charge comes out. Hyper unable to rotate as quick as he'd like, but he gets a kill anyway. He gets 2. I'm so sorry. Daxi and Pharaoh both down the refrag from Dia, but Sam's still in lockers. Stars is going to pick up Digi as Dia gets Sam as well. And now it's a 2v3. Argo on that auto shotty, Allegros on explicit, and 2 mollies still. 2 mollies in a minute 20. Trying to play some defense here in kitchen. Fierce trying to find these wall bangs. Maybe get a little more chip damage to make this little push a little easier. They do have 3 flashes though. Got to be careful not to run too low on your ammo. Dia's going to swap out for the KR that he finds on the body of Hyper. Well, not before picking up a DL to open it. Baiting out of Molly, as Argo's going to have to rotate back into office now. The nade's going to come out there, and they're sitting pretty. It looks like Explicit's just going to re-molly right away. 50 seconds left on the clock, and leave about 30 seconds for this execute into office here. Explicit's going to opt for the Gruber over the Legro, so good play in this short-range area. Hit that office wall bang. The flash is going to come in. They're not able to contest the entry. Argo able to get 1. Stars immediately refrags, and Explicit's just going to be hunted down and finished by Diagri. And it's going to be 6-1. Don't trust the top of your screen for Fierce here.
That was getting really scary because those flashbangs landed almost not perfectly well, almost not well, because Argo almost was able to dodge those. He only was able to get marbles, and luckily was shut down right after by stars, and then Explicit was unfortunately blind till the end of time. But that that almost looked like Fierce had lost that round, because Hyper got that huge 2k surprisingly from that green push. Just a weird, I guess, lack of comms and coordination from Fierce's side, and not flashing that and letting Hyper get away from Kitchen and getting those 2 kills. But they were able to pull it back in a 3v5, getting all the refrags they needed. They got the refrag onto Hyper, and also killed the other player in lockers. And then ending up winding it down to a 3v2, where they had all the utility in the world. Still flashes, they had time on their hands too, even though they had to deal against 2 mollies. And of course they had the nade to deal with the barb. So pretty textbook and pretty perfect from Fierce as we move to match point for them.
And the longest, widest map, the thickest map you may have seen today.
Oh yeah.
Gauntlet.
So with this map, it's you pretty much push. You either decide to push strictly from the east and come over, or you try to contest green a little bit and go this toxic. So because this toxic, you're committing quite a lot. The weird thing about it is there's a lot of angles on it, so you have to be very careful. You know, you have all these dock angles. You have, you know, all the way from office you can play. You can have someone playing behind the bomb itself. And especially you can also even have someone start up at this door to watch the toxic itself to get some chip damage in. But that is what it's looking like that Fierce wants to do. They're actually going for a pretty split take here. They're sending one fan to probably just hold down contention on these docks, and hopefully get rid of any angles they would use against toxic, especially like maybe behind this forklift or these conveyors, which green can also help shut down, which is exactly what Fierce wants to do as well. They want to take green, and they're being wary of the corner, which is a good thing against Argo, who's been notoriously a kind of ratty player for them with running auto, although the auto is off the board. And so
And he sits there with the KR.
Yeah, he does. Well, unfortunately, though, I think they're going to check him, so we'll see how it goes for Argo. But he is going to hold that green alone, while the rest of Rise sets themselves up around dock, office, and pipeworks, and hopefully
would not be slight to run out from Argo on this shotgun here. The smoke is going to make it easy for Argo. The kick is out. Sam's right there with him. They're both holding these almost rat angles here, trying to see if they can maybe catch some of Fierce lacking a little bit. Marble's trying to pick up Sam. Sam being super distracting over there, trying to maybe draw some fire, let Argo really do some damage. They're going to flash him out. They are going to clear Argo beautifully, but a refrag on the mop. Farrell gets one back onto his own, though, as they clack on the backside as well. Another shot from Bitchy, not able to connect this time, though, as Dia and Stars pushing into Toxic here take good control. Farrell and Marbles each pick up one. That's Explicit and Hyper down, and Stars finishes off Digi, and it's going to be a 7-1 for Fierce in game number 3.
Wow. What a game. We move to overtime. Wow, okay, so we started off with a tie, a very close game, then we saw a seemingly convincing start, or I mean, we did see a convincing start from Rise, and then Fierce started to fight back a bit on that map too, and now Fierce is coming into fruition with that. They did a player swap, and unfortunately had to do a technically another player swap as they lost Gravy, but either way, they were coming out with guns blazing in that game 3.
How long have we been muted?
I don't know how long.
Oh, we've been at break. Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Just waiting for the teams to queue back in here, and we'll get it going. Just a minute. We gave some excellent analysis to Deaf Ears just a moment ago. Like, really, if you'd heard it, you'd be like, "Wow, those guys are smart."
Yeah, really
But
kind
alas.
of, you know, just life is pain and suffering and pain. That's all. You know,
And I'm not.
I think it was Gandhi who said two things. You know, life is guaranteed two things: suffering and death. So there you go.
You know what? And that Gandhi guy, he also didn't eat on purpose. So I'd be willing to argue that perhaps Gandhi wasn't all the way with it on the account of starvation.
You know, have you ever starved though before? That's the truth.
Bro, only 2 hours and I'm out of it.
Gotta go on a water fast. That's what it's about.
Exactly.
Okay, though. We move to overtime.
Same lineups that we saw in the final half of the final game.
Yep.
So we'll see Adaxi and Farrell in for Fierce. Rise keeping it the same as they have for the last 3 hours.
And with overtime means a team only has to win a half, meaning they have to win, or they have to. So for example, a score we could see is 4-2, and that would be a considered win. Basically, it's the first team to 4 in a sense of this first half, unless we see a tie. So if we see a tie in the first half, then we go to another. We play another half, and so on and so forth. So
yeah. And there's no tiebreaker or no ultimate round or anything like that. We will go until somebody wins 4 out of a set.
Yep.
So
and we move. We start with a factory. Start with a factory. It's one of the factories too that we've seen lately, where it's these solid silos in terms of like these solid platforms around the silos. And we do actually have, interestingly, so we have 2 crossways here, one below and one above, with the toxic underneath. And so with a bomb down by the dock. So Fierce here is actually starting on the attack, which keeps on their momentum because their attacks have been doing really well. And Rise's defenses have been having a tough time. So this is where Rise needs to kind of regroup here. But we do see a silos charge looking to come out from Fierce, as well as a green pinch to take the office and maybe even get that power control. But this silos is pretty strong, mainly because the angles for it are not super great. That you can fight against it from the office and from the stairway, but outside of that, that's really the only thing you can hold for it. And the reason why it's not that great is only because of the fact that Fierce is choosing to push out the office. So it is going to depend a lot on how this office take goes from Fierce. And also Rise is only having one guy hold the green storage. So we'll see how this goes down.
As it was dictated in the third game, positioning mattered so much. Rise not being fully positioned for the attacks they ended up seeing. And it might be that case again if they can't react to this green push fast enough. Explicit does get the barb down just in time. That's a huge barbed wire. No damage taken, can protect the power, which is clearly on the agenda for Fierce, as they're going to take storage here. Uncontested, of course. So Sam's actually going to rotate back onto silos. 3 players for Rise up on silos, with Stars and Dia just waiting for the opportunity to really go to town. The Saber actually up there on those silos, nading out that office barb as the charge is going to come out in silos. A great molly there from Sam to stymie that, as well another molly down by Explicit there in storage. Digi actually going for a full rotate all the way around to the bomb site with this moth to try to defend as best he can. Explicit going to hold a very aggressive angle up on these silos, as the last molly for Rise is going to go down out there. A minute left on the clock. No damage done onto anybody. This is going to be a massacre when it does finally happen. Flashes into Office and Silos. Hyper able to get one onto Daxi. Stars another back onto Sam up in those silos. Argo's into Dance and Storage. Hyper another one there. Set up a beautiful cross. Marbles one back. Stars another back. And now it's a 3v2. Pharaoh, Stars, and Marbles on the northern half. And Hyper and Digi locked down here behind Bomb. Stars knows where they both are. That Saber is going to be crucial. He's got that flash out. Marvel's trying to take some shots. Digi not able to connect there, but he will body shot anybody. Hyper, Marvel's able to get through. Stars finishing off Hyper as Pharaoh's able to take down Digi. What a regroup from Fierce there. With just a little time left on the clock.
I hate to be the man who repeats myself over and over, but positioning. Rise gave Office to Fierce just like they wanted. They kind of gave Silos. They tried to fight Silos as best they could, but really the key came down to the push went down how Fierce wanted it to go. It went perfectly. They knew that Rise is a team that likes to flank, so they set Marbles up there to be ready for Argo on the flank, and he took and won his one. Then that Office push came out and they fully gave it up. Explicit was the only one really holding it, and then they decided to just forfeit it entirely after that Barb was destroyed and the Molly put through. So then the rest of Rise was just all funneled and stuck onto site. And so when that silo push came through, we saw Stars with some great entries with a great entry with that Saber, and then the rest of those pushes just collapsing the last two defenders down to the dock and to where the bomb was. And yeah, Rise just got pushed out of everywhere that Fierce wanted to be, and Fierce played it perfectly.
Excellent execution from Fierce, leading us to the best map in the game. Not because of the content, but because of the name. We're on Operation Whole Hole, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy. So this map it's been taken a few ways, but generally most people don't go pit. Pit is workable. It's possible to go just for the extra pressure, because this observation side, while it can be strong, it also is in a sense of a funnel too for the defense. So this defense can get all of these angles onto this, you know, from behind bomb, from up top, even someone playing in this water by the rocks. But generally, yeah, we'll see a Barb placed here to need to get rid of a nade, and then this is interestingly a drop off, so it's a one-way drop from this ob. So if you drop here, you are committing your life and you are dropping in. So, and the problem too with this is pushing from this ob side is it's really hard to get these super deep flashes. So if you want to do a push like this, you kind of want to have smokes or end up pushing that pit side and getting that extra pressure, because otherwise defense can super easily hold plenty of angles to hold this observation. But the obs is probably the best thing to take. It's pretty easy to get control of, and that obs pressure is just really good to push from in general. So I would not be surprised, or I'm not surprised that we see Fierce wanting to take this obs, looking like they want to do a door charge, as well as pinch this beach, as this beach is very strong too, to not only hold this flank on the pit, but also if they decide to want to push through it at all ever, they can.
It's going to be a smoke kick as three members of Fierce are going to push into beach. Stars, Adaxi, and Daya. Adaxia, kind of a late flash there. Explicit has the obs windows his way, could do a lot of work, but the clack is going to come out obs, and he's going to have to play safe. And he's able to get fair with a super shorty. What a beautiful pick from him. And he's going to swing out and try to get Marbles. The Marbles is able to handle him. Oh, man. That was a roller coaster. Daxi gonna hold this pit flank, as of course it's Rise, so Hyper getting antsy over there. But Sam, Argo, and Digi gonna hold this backside, this jungle. They're gonna nade out that Barb. Marbles, Stars, and Daya hoping to be able to push out here. Stars with the Saber. Just trying to take their time. 1:15 left on the clock. They're only a room off, even though there's two name tags, but there's no walls. They opt for a full rotate. Going to be Marbles, Adaxi, and Daya all opting for the pit direction, leaving Stars as the only one in obs, maybe just using his intel. Hyper stuck back in this pit corner. Marbles peeking out early. It is Marbles who takes him down, though, with the help of Daya. They're going to set up this cross now into ruins. The Molly's going to come out. There's a barbed wire there, and nothing really to contest that. Looks like Daya and Adaxi are going to run around again. They're going to end up deciding to go 2-2 here. 2 into pit and 2 into obs. 30 seconds left. Fierce is going to have to hustle on this execute. Another beautifully timed molly from Argo there. Absolutely perfect. Leaving them with really only 10 seconds on this execute. Unless Stars and Dia go early, the flash is out. They're going to drop on the outside as they push in here. Our Sam gets one from the rad angle, but Stars with the refrag. They're able to clear out the top of Ruins.
Oh my God.
2 seconds left. Dive's going to have to jump on. It's just Argo left now. He's able to get one. 9 seconds left. There's only 1 second difference. He's able to get another. It's just Marbles on the bottom now. He's able to get it. Argo with a 3K. A huge clutch for Argo to keep them in this match.
The momentum was swinging back and forth that round. It was smart for Fierce to rotate because they were, well, first off, Rise smartly shot out all the windows on OBS, so they had no information on where any of the defenders were playing in jungle, so they really, that OBS push, they had to go in blind for it, and all they had was one flash, which was Stars. And I mean, so the split had to come out at some point, and we saw that split happen, but the split happened way too late. They already stalled a lot of time. The push happened when there was 20 seconds. Molly had gone out to delay the people pit too. So really just Fierce playing too slow there. They had the perfect initial push. They got everything they needed. They had all the control, but it was when it came to the actual site execute, that's where things slowed down, and they kind of hesitated and didn't exactly know what to do. But I mean, Rise, great play from them. Great idea to shoot out all those monitors, preventing that information from being given out. And their positioning was pretty perfect too. They had Hyper playing in the pit as well, just to stall some time, or at least to be able to call out when that rotate was happening. Even though he did die for it, it was worth it.
Absolutely, just and ended up being Rise, despite only having one survivor, playing it patiently and succeeding. That was part of the plan, is letting the bomb blow up, and
yep,
they did just that.
Stalled out the time perfectly. Argo was in the perfect position to play against that bomb. All he needed was that first kill on that first guy, and that stopped the bomb. But he was able to get all three and save the economy. So great job from him. And we move to a C-store for Fierce, the last round of their attack, and they still have wall charge, and that's what we're going to be seeing. Wall charge onto the storefront. Positions here for defense, this is a pretty hard storefront to hold, although things are a bit in their favor, as in we have this teller door you can play against the bomb, you can play in the freezer against the bomb, as well as you can play kind of these back fridges. Although there's not a lot of angles, you kind of have to commit quite a bit, and it's pretty easy for the attack to just push up, flash through, and then be able to hold off the freezer door, or hold up the freezer door, hold off the arcade door, and shotgun themselves through tellers and hold that pinch. So it's going to come down to an open, which is exactly what I was about to say of what Rise needs to do to prevent this, because yeah, with this barb too, they're setting up for an open.
And no snipers either way. A little bit of damage done for Argo there on that Ingmar. The close is going to come out. A little bit of damage onto Pharaoh. Not a super eventful open. I'd actually get a pre-fire kind of that angle Argo was at before, as the wall charge is going to come out. Going to force some players to retreat. Marbles into green is already back up, and he's going to take out Hyper and push into storefront. The molly just a little late. He's going to take down Argo too. Marbles on a tear with the shotgun. He's going to push into freezer too. Explicit trying to do something with this leg roast. Sam's going to have to try to help him. Oh, another one on the Digi. Marbles just unchecked, running around shotgunning people. Sam's gonna try to go for this play, try to end Marvel's tear, but he can't do it. Marvel's picks up another. It's just explicit in teller, and there's only one person who can open the teller door, and he's right there. It's Marvel. He goes, oh! He gets him though.
Marbles forgot to reload. Oh boy. Okay. Wow. Great ace for Marbles though. If you're Rise, you got to be kicking yourself in the head, dude, because they just let him run right through, and Hyper was none of the wiser because he was clacking, got a free kill on him. No one was watching this green door, and so all Hyper could do was try to react off this barb. But by that time that happened, by the time he was able to react at all, Marbles was already behind him and hitting him with a one pump, and he was just rolling through one by one, getting all of the perfect gunfights he needed to get those one shots with the DL. and that's the story of it. No one was really there playing with each other. They Marbles literally just took ones every time, and the rest of the team were basically providing distractions. So great play from Marbles to rotate to that green. Very sad on the side of Rise. They got to be kicking themselves for that one.
Absolutely. That was based on how well they played at the opening, with the exception of Marbles. They were positioning themselves to really make a strong hold there, and just one dude running around.
The green. You can't forget about the green.
And a well-timed kick too. I'm sure they shotgunned it open right when they charged it to help with the audio.
Yeah.
And you're going right in. But we're back on Starlight Kingfisher, our 2-story silo office situation.
Yeah, we go to back to our factory with a very interesting toxic area, but yep, our silos is looking to be what Rise wants to do, as well as a green split. So pretty much they want to do the same thing as Fierce did, which is not a bad idea because it is strong. However, Fierce is smart, and they know playing greens is strong on factory, and that's what they're doing. They're setting up. They're looking at plenty of cross angles they can do. They're thinking about wall banging from the bomb with probably Allegros. Thinking about sitting someone tucking in this corner, having a person close up here, and then one up on the railing. Plenty of positions that defense can play from to hold a green, and they got that barb there to want to commit or to make Rise have to use a nade on that barbed wire. And I think that's one thing that Rise has a problem with too, is we saw it last time, they don't value green enough, or they don't realize the importance of green enough, but Fierce does, and they're playing against it really hard. So let's see if Rise is able to pick up on this and do their rotate, because that is something they are able to do too. They notice, a push here might not be the best idea, even though it was our initial plan. They do tend to change up their plans on the fly quite a bit, so curious to see how this goes for them.
The lines are going to come out here. It's going to be Argo, Hyper, and Sam going to this green, with Digi and Explicit going to the silo. No Saber out, but also, and the Marbles does have the mop, so if Rise are able to win this round, it could be a huge momentum shift when they're not risking their sniper. The Charger's going to come out silo first. Molly comes down. Star's in a strong spot. Marbles a beautiful shot through the window there to take out Argo and get that nice early pick. Letting everybody kind of play safe now, as Sam's going to push him by himself, looking the wrong way, as Pharaoh's going to take him out, leaving Hyper all kind of by himself. Dia trying to do a run out almost, not quite able to finish him off. Lots of damage done onto him and Pharaoh. They're going to push in here on silos as well. It's Digi who's just going to send it, try and take down Argo, and he's able to. Explicit trading shots with the mop. Mop shot's not able to connect. Star's trying to swing up his top, and he can't. Hyper gets Pharaoh on the backside, but Marbles immediately the refrag with the mop onto Explicit, leaving this into a weird 2v2. Mop still up in office. Digi's just going to jump on Stars. He's not able to make it happen. It's just Hyper now with a nade and a flash. And they're going to live to fight another day, unless he's going for a full silos rotate with 45 seconds left.
Probably going to get Slacker, I imagine.
Yeah.
This round just did not go well for Rise at all. It's stuck with Hyper, and the green was perfect. Marbles was able to peek, get Argo right when he looked away, so unfortunately.
He's on inside. Unable to take him down, gives the nade away.
Get the nade, Stars.
Stars missed the nade. That could be a major thing. Marbles is able to fight. Stars goes back for the auto shot. He forgets how important.
Oh no, I think he dropped it. He might have dropped the nade outside. I can't tell.
That's possible. Regardless.
Yeah.
Go ahead. There you go.
Rough round. It was looking like actually Rise could have brought that back, because they were having a bit of trouble on that silo side, and they were starting to win their fights. Adaxi falling when he had the auto, and Stars having a very awkward gunfight, but it still pulled through. That green hold was the big thing that did it all. Feral Marbles getting those two openings, and they just weren't ready for it. So we moved to the dome, and this is going to be rough too. Yeah, match point as well, and like this is rough. This is like I said, a pretty good map for you call it, for the
Defenders.
defense. And so really I'm not sure what we're gonna see from Rise. Really, like, what they kind of need to do is maybe something by surprise. um and they do have a wall charge still, so something I've seen teams do that can be pretty strong is you just try to eco this screen, and then you do a wall charge on the observation, so that way you get guaranteed vision and you can actually, maybe fight the guy below you, or be able to actually take these fights in these people ruins. I think that's really the only thing I could see them possibly doing, or if they commit for a power play, that could help them a lot too. But the problem is, this map is it's just so funnel. It's just a lot of funnels, or it's just two funnels, because you either have to barrel down this observation, or you have to barrel through this one door, which has a lot of crosses for as well. Which is why we saw Fierce try to do that split take, even though it was last second, and was kind of on. It was a good chance for them to win, and they almost won it, but unfortunately ran out of time. So let's see how this goes for Rise. I'm assuming we're going to see Feral. Yeah, we're going to see them do the same thing. Just shoot out all of these monitors. Don't give them any vision into observation, or from observation.
Gonna be a 5-man beach. Having to commit to the green. You don't have to commit to the green, though, because if you lose, it's over. That's your season. Rise attacking with their season on the line here. And it's going to be a 5-man beach on a full hole. Is that a wall charge? No, I'm crazy. No wall charges. Did they just put a charge down pit? They did.
Yeah, they did.
Pit push. Which, as you said before, not a terrible play, but a not often used one. The charge comes out to pit. Argo's going to go in without a flash. Dia holding this with a KR here. Little tentative. The flash lands right on Dia. Going to have to hit him quick here. They get the power, and Hyper's able to take down Dia, but a lot of damage from that final Molly comes out onto Hyper and Argo there. The lights are out, though. So it's going to make it very difficult for Marbles on that mop to operate, as Adaxi's going to move to a rat spot with this auto shot. The nade goes out, gets that barb down. Going to molly it off, slow him down. Digi has the saber on that backside. Maybe have a little peek here with Marbles, as the beautiful flash is going to come in and make force Marbles to drop, give explicit Hyper and Digi that access they need. A minute left on the clock, and we're in a very similar situation. 5v4, 2 at pit, 3 in obs. 2 flashes left, both on the pit team. Adaxi going to spray that wall, give away his position a little bit, but maybe make Argo and Sam a little more hesitant to push in this way. 45 seconds left. Rise need this. Rise, Sam able to open up both doors here. 3 players looking this Ruins way. 35 seconds left to commit this execute. Sam really struggling up north, and they get one. That's one. Starts a refrag underneath. Adaxi gets 2 with the auto shot. He completely shuts down the pit team. It's a 2v2 now. Hyper not able to secure the kill. It's just Digi with the saber. He's able to get one onto Adaxi. Stars in the exact same spot Argo was just 3 rounds to go. Only 16 seconds left. The defuse has started. He's only got a few seconds to play with here to try to make sure he can get this. Stars shooting. He's not able to get the defuse. He's going to have to stick it. And Stars wins it. Fierce wins the match. What a game.
Very close round to close it all out. Rise was almost able to pull that one through. We saw, an unorthodox pit play where they decided to go for power, so they were actually in a bit of a better position than Fierce was, considering they had the power off and were running the Nogs for it. But I think that came down to partially a misuse of utility. We saw, both the flashes stacked on the pit side rather than having like a split kind of economy there in terms of one flash and the other. But that's just like such a minor thing, and it really hurts for Rise though that we see that happening. And yeah, it came down to a very, very close fight, but Stars just played that perfectly. Just had to stall time. 20 seconds left on the clock. Digi had to defuse, so not much he could do there. Great job from Fierce there to pull it through what looked to be a game that went toward Rise, and something that we both predicted for Rise. Fierce, I'm glad they were able to pull it back together, and they're on their revenge tour looking to take Nemesis again.
Yeah, Fierce moves on. Rise season has concluded. An excellent first season in DPL for them, getting promoted the season before. So really good stuff from them. Hope to see a lot more from them in the future. And Fierce moves on to take out the to take on the winner, or the loser rather, of the next game, which will be starting in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. As for this game, I've been Reviv.
And I've been Billboard.
We hope to see you guys real soon. Don't go anywhere. Next game's coming up right now. Nemesis, Yaokuza. It's going to be a good one, guys. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Due Process League. I'm Reaction Caster for Stuff Shark alongside Zgek. Zach, how you doing today?
Fantastic. I'm ready for this game between Yaokuza and Nemesis, so it should be, in my opinion, an absolute banger. Yaokuza yesterday put up some good plays. We got to see them yesterday, so I'm excited to see where this goes with Nemesis, who is still undefeated, so we will see if Yaokuza can end up finally toppling the Goliath that is Nemesis.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game here between Yaokuza and Nemesis. This is the winner bracket finals, so the winner of this one's going to go to the grand finals after the games tomorrow, which we figure out who's going to win the losers bracket final and make it to the grand finals. So this is going to be a best of three. All three games are going to be a fantastic series. If I had to guess, prediction-wise, I think we're going to see Nemesis take probably game one, maybe game two Yaokuza, maybe game three. Bit of a toss-up, but I think we're going to see Nemesis at least take game one pretty dominantly. Maybe game two going to Nemesis. Well, possibly Yakuza, but
yeah, I'm kind of counter on that. I think Yakuza, a lot of teams have shown that if you can take the first game off of Nemesis, you can actually push them to a game three. again, every game I've watched and casted from Nemesis, their second game is always the stronger of the two games. So we will see if that still holds true. But I'm interested to see if we can hold you to that. On you think Yakuza is going to take to the that Nemesis is going to take game one and then Yakuza takes game two, because I think it might be a little bit of the opposite. I think Yakuza, a lot of teams can kind of catch Nemesis by surprise to start, and then Nemesis figures it out and can kind of take it to that team then. So they definitely become a stronger team as they continue into the series.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like we are about to load into the maps here. An interesting lineup on both sides, a little bit predictable with a lot of the same folk on the same side from Yakuza we saw game 2 and saw yesterday, now playing in today, and Nemesis running a very strong lineup here, including Smith and Josh. Really, really good strong fraggers here. It looks to be very, very exciting for this matchup. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it's all going to come out and who's going to come out on top here. I think Nemesis, though, still predicting game 1, but still anything can happen. Looks like we're loading in onto Kill House here. An interesting lineup of boxes. And, of course, the center flag. You know, definitely a classic of Kill House. Let's see how it works here and see what we're loading into. Banner Kingdom, and a really interesting lineup and stand-up from reception all the way down and around here. We'll see what they stack up and what they want to do.
Yeah, definitely. And in this map, there's a lot of these switchbacks, which require you to enter in and then kind of rotate through some janky corners. It's looking like Nemesis, who is on attack to start, is wanting to do some sort of green door and or possible office pinch, but I think this red door kitchen, while a long way in, definitely offers a pretty direct route in towards the bomb, and should provide Nemesis with a decent amount of cover here as they kind of work their way through. Again, some of these switchback directions where you have to either walk in, change directions, and then come in through these really zigzaggy corners can be kind of tough for attackers to deal with, especially if there's barbed wire and mollies, and we're seeing those being laid out here by Yaokuza. Again, pretty standard to block these very choke points. I'm surprised they're not putting it on this green door, but they kind of want to funnel people in so that they can get a molly possibly over this cover here if they're going to push in off the backstage this direction, which it is looking like they're going to go. Also, again, a nice barb here as well, kind of watching this backside of club. I would believe somebody will probably be playing off of this green door because you can try to get picks on reception and whatnot, and or possible flanks. So I'm liking where this is going. Oh, it's looks like they're changing the play immediately after we've been talking about kitchen and backstage. Looks like they want to do this hall play and possibly push in towards club, trying to take at least this part of the map for themselves as they push in. So we'll see if that bar gets placed over here too, because it was there, then it wasn't. Is it going to go down there again? It will.
Oh, there it is. All right, I think Flock was just kind of looking for information there, waiting for the right time to strike. But now we have Nemesis leaving the truck and approaching the strategy. Looks like they're going to go all reception, all 5 working together here. No split push just yet. We see them take control of at least the reception for now. Kitchen getting pre-fired. No damage being done just yet to the defenders, but defenders are holding passively. They're not waiting for any early mistakes on. We do see Floggle and Hairlapse are getting ready together. Voxel, good shots across into Kitchen, and Hairlapse will actually team kill Floggle's from behind there, trying to shoot into Kitchen there. Unfortunately, just not lining up in the favor of defenders, but good push in from the attackers now on backstage. Good Molotov up from Voxel, at least to block off the push for the moment here. This is the perfect spot to fall, but Josh will get the pick onto Voxel. Early on kills could be very, very good. They opt to break through that red door of Kitchen, allowing for a little bit of flanking routes if they need to. From behind, locking down the side there. Tigman is looking to go for the flank from behind in Hall, but we do see now the push coming in from the attackers. Oh, Hairlapse are going aggressive, gets the actually Rubber team kills Mace, and he team kills Josh too. But yet Death will still take out a Hairlapster. It's an interesting push and hold of club now. Macius. Oh, from behind. Oh, Smith, perfect read on Tigman on the flank. Macius last alive for the defenders. 1v3. Oh, they trade. It's going to be ultimately the win for Nemesis on this first round. Runrider and Smith working together to secure the win. It's 1-0.
That was
what an amazing start.
Yeah. Again, very clean for the most part by Nemesis. They were getting picked apart though towards the end, and that was actually boding well for Yaokuza. I would say that unfortunate opening where Lobster kind of took a step in front of Flogel while they were pre-firing the walls, and Lobster clips Flogel and just drops him right there. I would say the second error I kind of saw was they quickly kind of panicked and they had to pick up the mollies. Nemesis was already in the backstage and they short through both mollies in the exact same spot. So both of that utility, I feel like one was wasted. The one was okay, but didn't catch anybody, and they didn't get anybody in the barbed wire either. So it was kind of a wasted utility there on that second throw. But overall, I mean, well played. Tiga tried to get that swing around on the backside. Smith was waiting for that flank rotation. So well set up and played by Nemesis. It just showing you why they are so good at this game.
Mm-hmm. Definitely an interesting one, and a well done performance there from ultimately the attackers. But now on to an interesting C-store, Spider Vulcan. I think we've seen this map a couple times. It is definitely an interesting one, heavy storefront, but an interesting push in arcades. There could be an interesting factor, including the shed near fridges.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking here. We still have wall charge. It's a storefront bomb. We know the normal play that happens here from Nemesis. I would assume it will be a storefront play of some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Although there's interesting cover actually in storefront, the angles of it very interestingly line up on these sides here and on these sides here, kind of funneling it there into arcade. Could be useful later, or it could just be a tactic to kind of route around the attackers by use of good barbed wire by the defenders, which we're seeing here now by Floggle and Tigaman.
Yeah, I feel if you do put in barbed wire along this area, you can kind of build almost like a bunker area for the defenders to freely rotate between arcade, take post off of these backdoor fridges and such. So I do feel like that's a really, really strong play. Additionally, you do have this green freezer. This does open up kind of this avenue. So if attackers do take control of this, it shuts down a lot of the storefront area where the defenders probably do want to hide. Again, Teller does have the Teller hole, but it does not overlook bombs, so you're only going to get the advantage firing off a storefront. So it's looking like the players are really just going to be focusing on this section of the map, kind of leaving storage and bathroom and whatnot kind of on their own sides here.
Mm-hmm. Although it could be actually an interesting tactic to push it through office, maybe go into the bathroom and storage and open up that red door there and allow for a flank from storefront if the if the breach doesn't work out. You still have someone on the outside, could go on the outside and actually have an interesting split push there.
This will be a shed play too, by the way. So they do not have the wall charge, so it will be just the door charge off a shed here.
Gotcha. We'll see if they can shed some weight and hopefully get the round win in here on Spider Vulcan. We see Nemesis leaving the truck. Roadrunner actually going in position here in the front, in the storefront, waiting for the angle. Is going to walk around. So far, nothing being made early on yet. Looks like Fridge is getting shot over there by Macius. Getting ready to go here. They're now approaching the office area here. Smith now making a little bit of noise on the side here. Vox is going to hear it coming. They go for the shed breach. Some interesting pre-fires actually on the opposite side here. They go for the green door breach. Voxel double kill, just destroying the Fridge push, dead in his tracks. Voxel still alive though, but Josh will get the kill in Macius in Freezer. Bit of an opening there, but Harry Lobster trying to spread across there with the knack. Has the potential to do that. Voxel, good rotation into office. Oh, Josh actually getting pushed by Harry Lobster, but Josh still wins. Voxel battling out against Mace. Who's going to take it? Back and forth here. AP versus Auto Shotty, while Tigaman takes out Josh on that flank into storage, but from behind, Floggle is not going to get taken out. Smith will actually get the flanking kill there onto Macius. Tigaman from behind could get this kill to Smith, but Voxel's waiting with the Auto Shotty. AP, it's only one player remaining of Smith. This is very, very tough odds, but he's going to go for it. Interesting play to drop the clacker there. He's going to opt to rotate out. Oh, and gets the kill from behind through the window. Perfect play from Smith. It's a 1v1 Tigaman versus Smith. Still in the fight here, still in for the win.
This is so winnable for Smith right now. Tigaman's kind of stuck in this with a short range gun. He's not switching or anything either. So if he's going to charge Smith,
oh, this is going to be dangerous. It's winnable, but this is going to be a big challenge. This is going to be an amazing shot if Tigaman can land this one. Smith just kind of baiting the bomb. Has a lot of time still. Has a lot done on the bomb already, at least 25%. So it has room to work. Has an LS though against Smith. It's possible. It could be a big challenge. Oh, gets shots across there. Not quite the kill. Oh, but Tigaman will get the shot and kill. Ties up the game 1-1.
Each one down to a bullet. How did Tigaman pull that off? I don't understand. Smith had the line of fire on him while he could defuse as well. So there was that weird, he ran back and then came back around. I don't know what he was trying to, if he was going to try to reposition off a freezer, but then decided against it. A little bit of indecision there, it felt like, on side. But man, what a good round. Voxel with that auto shotgun Molly combo was absolutely savage. I also love that rotation from Smith to get that, to clip him off the window. So smart. So smart.
Yeah, really, really good map knowledge and just good overall game sense to understand, as a attacker, you have that room on the outside to flank around, which means, any window, that's easy access, and indeed was perfect. in that play there, though. We're on to Bloodkeeper now, a factory map that's pretty wide with some interesting generators, and it looks like silos, at least in the storage area. Could be interesting for the long angles and cross picks as well.
Yeah, looking at this map, they are looking like they want to do this dock push. I worry about the dock push just a bit because the only cover you can possibly have is here or behind this forklift, and other than that, you're completely open or exposed. You can get some sharp angles off of this doorway here, but I definitely this is such a hard map to fight in towards, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna take this door on this backside, you have very little cover except for this little box that you'd have to sprint to here, and you have to worry about the full edge of the generators, possibly enemies located at any position along this thing. And then you also have this double position as well if you're going to be running through that. So interesting bar placement. I believe they want to put these underneath, not on top of the generator. But we'll see where they decide on actually sticking those, if they actually want them under or over. But yeah, this is going to be a tough play. I think they're going to do a double door charge here because they they had a door charge earlier, but they might do a door charge wall charge because this is third round, so they're going to try to take dock and door. And then possibly try to shoot out this fan is what they're going to try to do to allow 3 avenues of entry.
It does make sense, although we do see the defenders, though, blocking up for a possible breach on the green door, which isn't likely to be the case. But still, anything could happen here with these pushes from Nemesis, and equally some really, really good holds there from the Yaokuza side as we see Nemesis leave the truck and approach the map. We see Roner first one out there running, making a lot of noise. It's going to allow for the information to be transferred over to Yaokuza, which they are doing. Seeing a bit of rotation happening now. Voxel, danger close to that red door, which was marked for breach by the attackers here. Death waiting with the Saber, waiting to strike if anybody makes a little bit too much noise there. Here Lobster, though, and Voxel, and actually the rest of the defenders in a really, really heavy focus on the generator position there. A lot of angles of control there. Unfortunately, that Molotov a little bit too high there, did not land in the right spot. Red door being breached, can allow for Death to get some shots across, and it looks like it's a trade. Death able to take Voxel, Mage just able to trade thereafter. So the Mop wins the battle against the Saber, but on the other side of the map in Pipeworks, Josh, Roadrunner, and Mace are pushing through. Oh, Floggo takes out one, and a trade by Roadrunner is going to bring it back. Oh, but Harry Lobster is actually going to counter it, partially damaging a lot of Roadrunner's health. But we do see a bit of a push now coming in from Mace and Roadrunner on this side. While on the backside, yeah, it's an interesting one where the attackers have actually passively held there, but Smith from a long way down in generator takes out Tiga Man. Harry Lobster, last one alive on the flank. Oh, but Smith does lock that down. Takes on the last 2 players. It's going to be the round win for Nemesis, 2-1.
Yep, that's the end of the half. So they'll be switching sides, and we'll see how Yaokuza can play attack this time. It looked like Nemesis is very good on attack, so but their defense is. I mean, from watching how they played yesterday, the defenses were winning a lot of those games, so it'll be interesting to see if Yakuza can really take it to Nemesis this set of rounds. They did get one off of them in the defensive rounds, and sometimes this comes down to who can attack better. So we'll see if Yakuza can step it up into this next series.
Indeed. Although we are back in Banner Kingdom, an interesting map that had a bit of a team kill bloodbath there in the club and in some of the backstage areas there. I'm curious to see how Nemesis are going to opt to defend this one instead of seeing a bit of a kind of a wide overall pass there from Yakuza locking off most entrances there. And it looks like we're seeing a bit of a mirror image there from Nemesis. Although interesting focus on the center here by Yakuza could be very interesting.
Ooh.
Oh,
this is very interesting. So they're deciding, the Yakuza is deciding, hey, we saw them do that door charge earlier on that C-store, but we want to use the wall charge to try to get into this club area. I agree with this only because backstage is such a pain in the butt. This little switchback is so hard to deal with, and you can see there's barbed wire placement almost in the exact same spot as we saw before. I would say that the only difference is this barbed wire placement has been moved back in towards club to stop anybody trying to rotate in to try to get behind the bar. Additionally, you see, I believe this barb was placed here, if I remember correctly. It could have been in the same spot as well. I can't remember exactly. But you can see that this is forcing... So they're leaving this hull to be much more rotatable by attackers, but they're assuming that they're not going to really want to move through that. The one thing I do worry about this wall is normally very wall penetrated. There's a lot of trade fire that comes through that, so them running in towards kitchen is going to be an issue. I also feel like Nemesis is going to try to jam this reception with people where you can see Mace, Josh, and Death sitting for the early pick of damage, and if Yaokuza is not ready for this, they're going to get absolutely slammed.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough, challenging push if they do go for it on this backside of the Banner Kingdom map here. You see them approaching now. 3, actually all 5 going down at the bottom here. Well, Flago's in a good spot to try and counter it. You see, early shots. Mace, first one into the battle here. Get some shots across there. Looks like some good pre-fires. They're coming in from Yaokuza. Going to make it interesting. Oh, Mace and Josh, though. Nice kills on Tiga Man and Voxel early on. Death. Oh, Macius, though, gets the counter through the wall there onto Josh as Death tries to find the counter into Macius. So far, it's been an interesting push and hold here. Good Molotov to block off that left side. It's going to force the Hairy Lobster to go on the right-hand side, which Mace and Roadrunner could wallbang for. You see Mace rotating to probably block off the bomb and block off that site area there. Ooh, an aggressive push in from Macius will get the kill to Death. Good rotate back and forth, but Mace is going to opt to go for some shots, but not quite the kill. No one currently damaged except for Macius. A lot of damage being taken, but lots of pre-fires coming out from the defenders still. Holding very, very passive, not making any early rotates or any little strong plays just yet. Just kind of waiting to see out what we're going to see from the attackers. Floggle, though, is on the rotation. Now, Macius and Hairy Lobster are still in reception, looking to try and find the angles across. Yeah, he's going to try. Oh, he set up the charge outside, ready to go. Basically, they just have to sneak in the kitchen, open it up.
No, he dropped. They're saving it. They're not going to use it here. They've decided not to go with this play, and they're just going to try to push through. I'm surprised they're not just going to go for, like, send 2 in and just have 1 man do a full save.
Maybe, although it looks like
so
they are
going to see how far they can get. Oh, I see. So so he can kick the door in.
Exactly. Smart. And this is going to be an interesting one now. Going for the breach now. This is definitely unexpected by Nemesis. Floggle, first one in. Going to go in deep towards base. Battling the 1v1. Gets the kill onto Mace Smith, though. Taking a lot of fire from Hairy Lobster. But Hairy Lobster still gets the kill and will get the round win for Yaokuza. Tying it up 2-2 with an amazing read and strategy there. Late round. That was fantastic.
That bust in on Mace just absolutely caught him by surprise. That I did not. I thought this was a for sure kill. And wow, they took every possible angle away from the defenders pretty much instantaneously. That was awesome.
That was an amazing read there by the attackers, realizing where they are, knowing that they're playing passive. No, they're not going to try and push and go in crazy. They can just say, okay, well, we know where you're going to be at. We're just going to counter you from your own side, and then just went in with a perfect aggression that is textbook almost on how to attack that map.
Great recovery too. I mean, we watched Nemesis absolutely put a devastating blow against Yaokuza, and they recovered perfectly. Wow, what a good set of rounds. I thought it was over as soon as they got that reception hit. They used a bunch of utility, right? Mollies went out, but like bunch of flashes went out just to get Death, and then everybody else backed up, and then I thought they were just, hey, we're going to save gear. We don't want them to be able to get the gear. Nope, we just put it so that we can rotate up, and we're not going to get shot while we're trying to push through everything, and got everything just set up perfectly. So, yeah, really well executed by Yakuza. Kept cool heads, even though they got a little bit surprised by the early surprise attack in the reception area. And, man, really, really well done.
Yeah, that was perfect. Although we are now entering Spider Vulcan on the flip-flop side at least, so it's going to be interesting to see how Nemesis opt to hold it. If they go more aggressive, since last time didn't work out in their favor going passively, but still they had early picks on. Could be interesting if they push and opt to go for possibly an office breach early on, or even a fridge to shed breach to try and get angles out. Could be interesting to see how that affects the strategy from Yaokuza, but still an interesting hold and read there. Looks like they're going to go for a storefront breach there alongside Shed. Bit of a split push. Actually, no. Excuse me. Storage actually being breached there on the red side there. Should be very interesting on that right side flank compared to the usual Shed probably breach like that.
Yeah, really good calls too, or where the defender bar is going to be. You can see that they've kind of planned out what those necessities will need to be. They're making sure that they're getting power control before they take the teller as well. I think that's going to be very, very important, just because we've seen in the past defenders being able to just flip that switch and stop the shutters from being opened here. So if they can take control of this power room, that means you just have to hold the bathroom door while everybody else rotates up. You can bust teller open, and then you could either have a team rotate out through storefront, or you could have the team just already positioned out here. But I think this is a really, really smart play. And notice where the defenders are. There is nobody ready for this. They're all, it's going to be storefront. It's going to be shed. They're going to do green door. And there's only Roadrunner sitting here in the teller room now. Switching back. I know Smith can rotate in, but they're going to get surprised pretty quickly by the speed of the attackers coming in here, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting round to see how the defenders opt to kind of rotate and if they're flexible enough to counter this one. Totally called off play there, perfectly done there by the rest of Yaokuza. Voxler goes for the shed breach, goes for at least for the sound of it, indicating the plan's going to this farm normally. But here comes the surprise here. Office also being breached as an entryway, but also mostly distraction. We're seeing Nemesis, a little bit of rotation, where something's probably going on here. They're not seeing the breach happening just yet. Here comes the red door, breach down storage, and here comes the aggressive push in here. Smith coming out for the rotation. Will he get any kills? But meanwhile, a lot of shots from Roadrunner, not quite the kill, but some damage being done to Tigaman on that push. So far, no kills just yet. A lot of shots happening down and back and forth here. We're seeing an interesting placement here. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire there. Some damage being done to Harry Lobster, or at least the boxer player from behind. Oh, a lot of barbecuing there of Harry Lobster. Not quite cooked all the way, at least. May still alive with the other shot. Even
he gets the kill.
Oh, perfect play up top in storage. Gets the kill in the flag gun. Mace just takes out Josh on that backside. Perfect opening there of the shutter doors. Mace going aggressive against Tigaman, but looks like it's going to be the attackers wiping the floor. Only death remaining. An amazing play there in Reed by the attackers. Death in a really tough odds here. 1v4. A lot of damage being done to the attackers at least, but it's going to face very, very tough odds here. Multiple flashes being rained on him. Just hiding out in the fridges. Oh, gets the pick on Harry Lobster. Gets another one onto Tigaman. Bringing it back. 2v1. Death has this one almost. Oh, Mace just almost gets the shot into Death. Death very, very low. Oh, perfect Molotov throw, but it's going to be not. Oh, Mace just does stop it dead in his tracks there.
All he had to do is sit on the little triangle here, and he had both directions covered, right? As soon as he went into arcade, he was pinned down. But, man, what a set. I thought when Smith came in, he was able to turn the power back. He turned the power off to try to stop the shutters from going off, but it was already too late. The shutters were up. Mace found himself in this corner over here versus two. He had Macius and I think it might have been Voxel, and he tried to swing out just to get him, put more pressure on him, but was immediately taken out. But man, what a set that was. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that was a crazy back and forth there. Perfect read from the attackers and defenders, but ultimately it was a good clutch there by Death towards the end there, but just couldn't quite get that last kill into Macius, and of course the one on the bomb. Molotov though was almost there enough to actually block that defusal, which would have been very interesting, but just not far enough, it looks like, from arcade at least. Although we're now entering the last one of this set, at least on Factory. This was a pretty interesting hold before on the generator side and mostly Pipeworks. The split push could be effective, although servers to dock would be an interesting counter to that one. Back and forth. So we'll see what they opt to do for the approach by Yaokuza, although Nemesis is setting up for a good breach if they do opt to go that way.
Yeah, Yakuza with one door charge left here, so they don't have as many options as Nemesis did here. So it's either going to be you can keyhole dock, which doesn't feel like a very good play to me. You can open this red door on the far side to try to go for this fan. Both these are kind of tough. Death is such a good sniper that if he's on the mop, it's going to be a difficult push no matter who you are. So I'm interested to see how Yaokuza can push out of this. Is this going to be a 3-3 tie? Is it just the map, or is it going to be that Yaokuza is able to pull out a win here on attack on this map? It is really open, and there are a lot of angles here. So it is kind of interesting to see what the plans will be.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, but also a lot less options because there's also a lot of good spots to hide in, especially on these sides of this generator here. Top and bottom allow for some interesting angles to kind of rat up and kind of wait for the attackers to push through and just take them out from behind. Equally, storage could be an option, although we do see at least a good focus on the storage there by the attackers, drawing a lot of line from servers and storage. And equally, Pipeworks being an effective play there could be actually be a split push, servers and possibly Pipeworks. Although it looks like they are setting up a charge for the generator side, though. More or less an angle to watch out for on the top side. Could be actually Macius hanging out up above there trying to shoot across. But We'll have to just wait and see how it all stacks up. Looks like defenders, though, are going for a bit of a split push, keeping all their options open on a relatively spread out. So we'll see how
Oh,
it'll turn out.
Death with this early peek is he's gonna get somebody.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
gonna get
with the mop.
somebody. He's just waiting off of the mop, off of that one corner. This window up here is such a hard angle that you would never expect. When you come around this corner, your head's gonna be fully exposed. Now they are taking a little bit of time to come out of here. Voxel's gonna be dead.
Oh, he is definitely
night,
having a hard
sweet
time
prince.
against death.
Oh,
Not
missed the
quite the
shot.
kill, though. Oh, man, you gotta hit those if you're gonna run the mop. But they do have a good barbed wire to block off that push. Josh, nice pre-fire on the entryway there, but
Oh,
Death
there it
does
is,
land a
okay.
second one. Finally gets that kill onto that Death player. But Tigman does take out Josh. He's trying to go for kills on the outside there. They are aware of those players. Floggle is hiding actually on the bottom here near Generator, towards that red door as an option at least. We see Macius though going for the shot up above, trying to sneak through here on Pipeworks. We do see, though, servers now being held by the attackers. Death in a really tough spot here, playing to cover. Going to opt to rotate back into storage. As the rest of the attackers clear up the server's areas, Death is in a good spot to counter this position, though, with a nice angle with that mob. Oh, definitely. He's in range for it. He's ready for it. Interesting flash. Erland's going to land in a perfect spot. Death's going to be flashed partially there. Ooh, an aggressive push there. Not quite the kill. Death cuts caught from behind by a Hairy Lobster, and Tiga Man and Hairy Lobster is able to take control. While on the other side, Smith does take out Macius on the rotate up above there. Perfect read and play there. We do see, though,
That is Saber
servers now
down,
being
too.
held. Oh, that's going to be huge on the angles there for access, allowing for attackers to be a little bit more risky. Losing some coverage up above there. We do see the Roadrunner throwing an interesting flare. Bit of a distraction there. You do have power off, so it does make sense to cover that up. Mace is covering that server's entryway alongside Smith covering that entryway as well. Roadrunner playing the only one in storage, but we do have Floggle sneaking through on the red door. Now, this could be very surprising. He could sneak through on the top side here. He's going to opt to walk along the edge. Does make a little bit of sound on the drop. But Floggle's nice pick into Smith on the cross. Mace is going to be aware of this one. But Tigman getting the grenade kill perfectly on the Roadrunner. But Mace gets the trade onto Floggle. It's a 2v1. Mace, last one alive, gets almost the kill onto Tigman. They're going to have to rotate back and forth. Time is running out. They have to go for the bomb defusal. They have to hurry. Mace still alive, still battling. He gets the kill onto Tigaman. Hey, Lobster, he gets the kill, but it's too little too late.
Do they have enough time?
Bomb defusal, there's no way.
They don't.
It's
oh my
not
gosh,
enough.
Mace, like, absolute savage, running around with the knack on factory, is able to delay the attacking team long enough that they are unable to defuse the bomb. Wow, I thought when they picked off Smith and they got the grenade throw, it was going to be an easy walk it, and Mace just made that play happen right at the end. Clutches it out at the end. Wow.
Yeah, that was a fantastic read and performance from both sides, but really was just the amazing play by that last defender there, just playing to the odds, playing though he had the generator option open, played the sides, played it perfectly. A fantastic Molotov though, a fantastic kill at the end, and just playing down the clock. That is how it is played in due process. We are now onto a new set of maps. It looks like we're entering Killdome, USA for the first set of this next set of maps here. So far, 3-3 in this game one. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to take the lead here, although it does look like Yaokuza are starting on attack on Operation Ancient Exile. Interesting map and an interesting position from all sides here. Definitely played quite a bit. It should be interesting to see how they approach jungle. Possibly split push, maybe in jungle and beach, although a split pit push on jungle and pit would be very, very interesting to try and counter that one up, although I could see defenders blocking off in base.
Yeah, we find ourselves all tied up into this third quarter of this game, and we're seeing a surprising play already come out of here. It's probably this green door push in towards base through pit. This is a world tour to get this wall charge up on observation to get in on top of jungle. We'll see how this plays out. This is... we saw this earlier with Rise. The deeper you have to go with one of these charges, the more that this can turn bad real quick. Defenders can start getting, and especially if you're playing something like Nemesis, the pick damage is really going to start adding up. So it'll be surprising to me if they can make it all the way through here with 100% life on every player here as they push in towards this. They still have this wall charge. I think I don't know what they're trying to. They're like, oh well, we could just do red door and get in and off of this jungle too. But this is a really brutal defensive setup that we're hearing from Nemesis as well, with these two barbed wire placements, which is going to force you into these two little like funnels. So they would be limiting out, or even this is like you're gonna have to try to go through the barbed wire first. So we'll let's see what happens here, or what they have ultimately decided for Yaokuza here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting hold-in position here from both teams, and both strategies going to be very, very interesting to counter and cross. Let's see what happens here as we see now it is Yaokuza on attack, going for the beach breach here. Josh waiting, though, in a good spot to counter it. Oh, but Mace just gets the pick early on to Josh, ending it dead in his tracks, though. Mace is going to try and counter it, though, with a good Molotov. They'll get maybe a little bit of damage, but no, the attackers are going to dodge it and be able to escape. That's going to force the defenders back into the jungle. Smith taking a little bit of fire there, but is still alive. A lot of damage done to Mace, though. Good start at least. We do see a good smoke actually on this jungle side push. Smith taking some damage. Roadrunner trying to get the pick across alongside Death, trying to shoot. Taking some damage into Tiga Man. Oh, but Macius taking some shots as well. Looks like battling this out a long distance away. We do see now the breach happening on the pit now. They are indeed doing the world tour here. Going for the push and going for the cross here. We don't see any coverage and hold of pit. Although Death is waiting, has that mop ready to go here. Could get the pick. They go for the power off. Did not get the shot into Harry Lobster. Actually got the kill. Not quite the shot, not the kill. We do see, though, Voxel holding in an interesting angle here to counter that Death push. If he does opt to go for that way, they're going to hold that position, waiting for the time to strike, but Death is holding down observation. They can't quite do their challenge just yet in their plan. Tigman with a good flash could open this up here. We do see the flash. Tigman pushing in aggressive, but Death destroys Tigaman early on. Harry Lobster, though, getting pushed danger close. Smith's going to opt to hold this angle here. Nice play there by Mace. Oh, but a counter from a perfect play from counter on both sides. Flago is in position, going for that breach on observation. Mace just long shot across. Could take out Death, but is not going to get the kill. But Death, nice pick into Macius. Then to Voxel and Flago now last alive for Yaokuza. 2v3 in favor of Nemesis, the defenders. We do see now they're trying to figure out what to do here. They have the charge ready to go for observation, to go for the breach early on. We see Mace pre-firing that entryway. Good grenade to get rid of barbed wire there, if there was any. Flago, oh, taking shots from Mace. It is AP versus Ingmar here. We're seeing an interesting flash as well. Roadrunner takes out Flago. Voxel down below, though, could get the kill on a Roadrunner. He does get that kill. Well, 2 remaining. Voxel versus, oh, he gets the kill on Mace. Oh, then out of time, but Voxel does at least get the final kills of the round. But it's too little too late. Bomb defusal impossible. But they do pick up the mop, which is important, but they don't pick up the clacker in time.
Yeah,
so interesting choice there. But
that was
the
an
lead's on
interesting
Nemesis.
series. Yeah, I mean, Macius had that side locked down, and it was. I thought he was going to be okay, but Death got the flick pick on him. I like that play. They're doing this really interesting thing where they keep dropping the clacker and door charge by a red door, so that they can just kick it open and grab it, so that the play is hidden. So you didn't see them when they first entered in through the green. They never saw the players running by with a wall charge, so they never knew that the wall charge was even a possibility, because Flogel ended up keeping it hidden underneath the map until they walked out to pit and picked it up. So really interesting play there. Did hit the eco for Nemesis, because they did pick up the mop. No players survived, so they're out that power weapon. But we do find ourselves here on reception. Now, if I remember correctly, they do still have a clacker and at least 2 more charges. So that'll be interesting to see how that comes into play with the plan here. So
yeah, this is interesting. There's a lot of options for Yaokuza to flank through here, including the big courtyard here. Could be very, very interesting to see how they push and hold that down. Although I think reception might be red door hall, but they already used one of the wall charges. Could be an interesting breach option. But I think we're going to see a lot of wall bangs coming out from the defenders here. Club, interesting bombs choice here, is perfectly holdable by the defenders here. Could actually be a split push into office here, going for a fast on the bomb, maybe sort of a fast defuse, going for almost an RTA almost in a way. Possible, but looks like we do see an interesting split push coming out on the hall side, coming out from the attackers.
yeah, and if defenders play this right, this rotation to sit here and watch bomb through this window is a very possible scenario and outcome. Because you can give up club as defender as long as you can hold this back kitchen area, right? So, yeah. Or as long as you can like hold this part of kitchen, right? Just get a little bit of hold here. You can rotate back and hold bomb and just not have the bomb room. I've seen plays where people have shot across doors through windows on this exposed bomb multiple times, because if you have to have your back to defuse the bomb, you have no way to see what's behind you. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of defense coming in from this push, the short route. It is looking like it's going to be a 3-2 though, through pushing through hall and just holding this kitchen. You're going to have to dedicate somebody watching this door in particular, as well as pushing through this backstage, but there's heavy defense set up here as well. There is a frag grenade on Voxel, so that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it'll be able to just get one of the charges out there, but we do see a split push now happening. Bit of a change up on plans, looks like. As Floggle has gone down below and opt to go for a bit of a floater spot with Voxel. Tegan, Macius, and Hairlops, though, are going to be the three at the top here, going for the breach. Roadrunner is close, at least the closest one to the attackers there on the top side, while the other side, Death, is going to hold that backstage area waiting for the push on reception. Looks like there is glass being broken there on reception. They go for the breach. There's a little bit of noise there, while Paul's also being breached now by the attackers. Roadrunner in a good spot here with Allegros. Will not get the kill, but we'll get some damage across, at least towards that attackers. Smith going for some shots across. Josh taking getting some shots there to Floggle. Actually gets the kill onto Death, while Voxel shoots across there. Not quite getting the kills just yet. Lots of damage being done there by the attackers. Defenders good counter as well. Let's see, Hairlops getting barbecued there in the backstage as Josh takes that Tiga Man on the push. Just destroying it dead in his tracks. Josh trying to get the shot into Floggle. They're not able to get the kill as Voxel and Smith battling out 1v1 here. We do see Roadrunner coming in to support there on that backside. Josh able to escape. Floggle kind of shots in time. Hairlopster on the flank could get some kills, but Mace is going to counter it. Oh, and Hairlopster wins the counter against Mace. Fantastic read there. We do see the defenders now fanning into the bomb site, looking to hold it down. Macius battling against Roadrunner, not able to get the kill just yet, but Voxel, ooh, gets spotted through the wall and gets killed by Smith. Hairlopster sneaking through, trying to get some shots across here. Josh trying to get the pick across, has picked up the AP as a defender. Interesting choice, but ultimately Macius does win out against Smith. It's Josh and Roadrunner holding it down. Less than 30 seconds remaining. They have to go for the bomb now. They're running out of time. Josh gets the push and kill with the pistol onto a Hairy Lobster. Oh, and Josh, though, gets traded back and forth. 1v1 now. It's the time running out of time. They got to go for it. Macius is going to go for the bomb defuse while Roadrunner knows he has time. Trying to wall bang across back and forth here. Macius, oh, Roadrunner is going to get the perfect read on it here. Gets the bomb defusal most of the way, but Roadrunner waiting time to strike, and he's going to get it. But
that's not enough time, though. Again, they hold them to the point at which they cannot defuse the bomb. Oh, man. Voxel, too, had a frag, and he just did not use it to clear the barbed wire to help with the breach. He saved it, and then people start getting caught out. I did like the call here. There was a really early on in that play, or in that series. Death ends up getting wall killed because Fogel was standing waiting on the other side of the wall, and I believe it was Voxel made the call, or one of the Yaokuza players made the call that there was somebody in that corner, and he wall pen killed him, and that was awesome. He said he was in the corner and just shot straight through the wall and got him.
Nice. It looks like we're about to enter the C-Store for the last one of this set of the new maps, at least. It's an interesting map, it looks like, once it loads in here. Fleeting Circus, and indeed it is fleeting with a huge shed here. Storefront, a bit of an interesting layout, a little bit covered back and forth on the sides in favor of defenders, but Arcade and Freezer, interesting positions there to counter and rotate with. Although Bathroom, interesting red door on the bottom here, could be an interesting flank from that Storefront side if they will go for it, but Office up above, most likely going to be a split push there, and it looks like Storage is being called as the lane they're going to go into and push around the sides, so we'll see what happens here. But defenders are going for a bit of a red-green door push, it looks like. They're looking to hold off that green door entrance of Office.
Yeah, Yaokuza's saying that they still have Charge and Clacker. Nemesis thinking that this is only a green door play, which I also assumed it was. I didn't remember them reclaiming the Clacker, but it is possible that they did get one. I am unsure right now.
We'll
I'll have to see like when they spawn in, because I don't see one on the wall right now for the attackers, but one might be in inventory. I'm unsure.
Maybe. They have at least a charge ready to go there, so they have it as an option, but it's an interesting option if they do go for that bathroom kind of run through there. They're going to face some contact, though, it looks like, from the defenders.
Oh, they
are heavily focused, but okay, that's good.
Yeah, so Nemesis thinks that they're all out of charges, that they don't have anything. Look at this defense. They're going to be all set up here. When this goes off, it's going to be a big surprise, and as long as Yaokuza can act with haste, I mean, you can take Arcade, Freezer, and Bathroom pretty damn quick. So most of them playing, most of them think that it's just going to be this green door push.
Yeah, another misread from Nemesis is going to make it a big challenge on this map. We'll see if Yaokuza are able to take advantage of that one and go for the aggressive push here and strategy. It worked out fairly well last time. We'll see if it works out again. Looks like we're seeing a last bit of a change there by Josh, expecting possibly a storage push, just in case there is an option. Smith, though, they are, again, focused heavily on storage and on Office. They're not ready for the bathroom push here. All 5 on the bottom, ready for the push. They're going to go for the breach. You see Nemesis rotating fairly quickly afterward. Just holding up the angles, waiting for the time to strike. Death, though, in a good spot to counter with the KR. Going to opt to go back, run away, take some damage, but is going to be able to escape. Perfect Molotov throw to box that off, but Voxel does take out Death. Josh able to trade onto Voxel shortly thereafter. Good hold of arcade and bathroom now as they try and shoot out the fridges near the freezer area there. Trying to find an access point, but Josh gets the kill to Tiki Man through the doorway there. Harry Lobster trying to recover it, but too little too late. Nice flash at least. But Redman's going to take down a Harry Lobster, and it's down to just Floggo and Mace's last alive in a 4v2. Floggo trying to go for the play here, going for early flash and fridges, going for the fast play on the outside. The Roadrunner gets the spot across, and Josh actually going for the kill. Oh, but yet Josh will get the kill. Indeed, Mace's double kill though onto Mason Josh. Perfect read on these defenders here, but Smith is in a good spot to counter it as well. It's the last one alive from Macius. He's going to get the kill though from behind. No, Smith just deletes him, and that's Nemesis at match point, 6-3 in game 1. Perfect.
That puts us at 6, so they can only tie if Yaokuza brings it back at all. So we'll see what happens here. Dang, what a series this has been so far. I thought for sure once they pushed in and got that chip damage on Death, it was going to be over, but just really good positioning by Nemesis. Ended up having perfect cross angles. Yaokuza, even though they took that entire half of the map, had no other plays that they could make because every angle was covered.
Exactly. So really, really good tactics and strategy from Nemesis. But we're now back on the Kill Dome map where we had that interesting push and observation. I don't think we're going to see Nemesis repeat the same strategy here. My guess is they're probably going to go jungle, maybe to jungle beach split. Maybe a pit split there alongside jungle and go for a fast play through observation. We saw a little bit of that back and forth there, but they didn't end up going for the dedicated observation push last time. But Nemesis are very, very good on attackers' side, so it should be interesting to see what they opt to go for.
Yeah, I highly doubt that we'll see that same play come up here on this map. It's looking a lot like it's going to be a green door push and possibly a jungle red door to get control of bomb as fast as possible. That really only leaves very limited places for defenders to really sit and be up here. I did find once there is a cheeky spot that you can sit right here on the back side of that little set of boxes. But if you send anybody up into this green, probably might get taken out there. I don't know. The angle might be sharp enough where you could still sit here unless they drop down. Yeah, that was the only other cheeky spot that I could actually find that would be really, really good. You also have this really bad rat spot right here that needs to get checked when you run in. Otherwise, you can just have a shotgunner chilling out there. So, but it is looking like heavily like it'll be either green/jungle.
Interesting. Yeah. It's possible, although we do see defenders, though, countering that position fairly well with some good barbed wires on the jungle. And interesting enough, in the pit area, blocking off the access point from the top if they do go for that breach on that side instead of running straight through into the jungle, which could be very dangerous. So interesting enough.
I think they will be using ops. Yeah, I think they will be using ops to give callouts and stuff. They're also going to kick this red door as an observation. So the red door is going to get kicked. They know that they want to do this jungle push. They're going to double kick the door and then leave the barbed wire there, which is going to be hard for them to have to deal with. So now they don't use the charge, the barbed wire will slow them. But they do have a frag, so...
Exactly, which they do use to break off that barbed wire in the entryway there. Interesting enough, it sounded like they went for a bit of an early breach to try and get some shots across, not get any damage in, but definitely got a lot of information in. Voxel, interesting Molotov throw on the beach. A little bit unprovoked perhaps, but they do go for that breach on the bottom side in pit. Tiki Man holding the angle though. It's gonna be a tough one for Death. Actually trying to shoot across all the way through observation here. Going for a long pick across. Tiki Man allows that play to escape, but could get the at least the counter there against Death here. Tiki Man in a good spot, but actually Voxel will get the counter to Death, but from behind, Tiki Man will get the kill. As Floggo takes out Josh on the push into the jungle. Oh, Smith though gets the train onto Floggo on the inside there. Now it is bomb controlled by the attackers. Defenders trying to recover it. Interesting rotation and hold there from that side as we see the push now being held in. Mace trying to go in down below as Tigman and Mace is battling it out against Roadrunner on the top side there. Mace is still holding observation. Voxel and Mace though battling it out, not able to get the kills respectively. Macius trying to get it. Oh, Macius, nice pick in a Roadrunner. Oh, it's gonna be a tough one trying to dislocate this player out here. So far, Voxel is trying to spot for info. Mace gonna go for the bomb defusal. Oh, takes damage from Tigaman and 2 players at once. Ultimately, defenders bring it back at least. Now 6-4.
Yeah, this was a must-win for Yaokuza. I mean, their Nemesis is on game point, so there is no margin for error now. Really, really well-played defense here from Yaokuza. I liked the adaptation that happened from Nemesis. but Death ended up just, he thought he was only fighting one guy. He never saw Lobster on the low side, I think, as when he came in. So he just assumed it was just a 1v1 pick and Saber should win this. But then
Gotcha.
Lobster pops out and gets him with the low shot, and it was yeah. Lots of really
Devastating.
good combined angles for sure.
Definitely, there's a map that favors it with the good verticality mix that is Kill Dome. Although Intruder 4 is an interesting map. We had a lot of interesting plays there in reception and backstage. We'll see what Nemesis opts to do here, but I think we're going to see, if I had to read it, maybe a breach on Office and push in through reception at the same time to kind of pincer it. But they also had a pretty good luck in guarding that one on multiple flanks and routes in Office, rotating back and forth. So it could be a bit of a split push, could be a fast hold. We'll just wait and see.
Yeah, this double funnel right here, there's just going to be a lot of kills right in here. That's just going to be a guarantee. Just because when you're pushing in through this, and I do like that this is the most standard play, is you have to clear this backside. And I've seen too many people not clear this doorway or hallway or anything, and defenders can rotate up, or defenders are already positioned here and everybody runs this way, or they run through the backstage but they never check anything else. And if you leave this door open with that window, it can be a problem. So I like that both teams have actually gone for this door. It'd be kind of nice to see somebody actually predict that and just stick a little barbed wire right in here, right? And then you could just sit and molly and hold and try to just delay as much as you can off of that. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting set of plays. This courtyard has a bajillion angles to it, so there's a lot of gunfire that can go on through there as well for people trying to get picks if they want them. But yeah, it's looking like the defense is going to be pretty standard here. I'm surprised that there's no barbed wire going on in this backstage area, though. Normally you see some sort of barbed wire get set up on the stairs or at the top, so that way you can either shoot through it, but it doesn't allow access. But they're not really doing that, and this could work out well for Nemesis.
It could indeed, although it looks like they are a little bit slow out of the truck there. Mace looking to figure out what he's looking to do there. Just get his loadout. Last one out of the truck. And now they are making their way over to reception. They are making a lot of sound. This team match to be able to call out that play on reception. The glass not being broken indicates their position. Voxel winning with the Saber on defense. It's going to be an aggressive one, though. Perfect smoke's going to push him back. Floggle will be into an interesting spot here with the KR. Could get some wall bangs here. So far, remaining hidden. Taking some fire, though, but is still in the fight. Voxel a little bit of damage there, but is able to escape. The rest of the attackers, though, going for the green door breach and backstage. Floggle waiting for the time to strike here. Gets spotted by the UAV somehow. I think that's through their courtyard window there. Interesting ball he throws, going to block off and split the team up for now. But Floggle trying to get the wallbang shot and kill. Death taking some fire there. Actually, a lot of plays being done here as they go for a bit of a split push and split spray there as Roadrunner takes out Voxel on the rotation from behind. Not able to get the kill in time, but Josh in a good spot here, going to push on the outside. Makes sure to get the counter, though, onto Josh on the side of position, though, as we see Floggle still in backstage. Gets spotted and ultimately taken out. Death, though, nice shot. Smith, actually, nice kill into Floggle there. Here comes the push into the club now as Death takes out, actually, Roadrunner takes out Tiga Man there on the cross. Hair Lobster trying to battle it out, trying to stay alive here. A perfect smoke sort of hold off for Hair Lobster as Macius takes out Josh on the courtyard position. Hair Lobster takes out Death near the bomb. Smith holding off. Mace trying to find his player across. An interesting grenade throw and flash. Oh, Mace team kills Roadrunner from behind. Expecting it to be an enemy, though. Still, Hair Lobster last alive here, trying to get a shot into Mace here. Smith trying to counter that one with the KR. Not going to get the kill just yet, but we see flanks back and forth here. Roadrunner taking a lot of fire, still in the fight. Somehow, 40 seconds remaining. Time is running out, but they're getting the bomb defusal here most of the way up. Already at 40% now, but at 50, they have to make the play. Has to go for the push, but ultimately Mace puts the pressure on and gets the kill for the win. That is game one, going to Nemesis 7-4.
I have to put a little bit of a shame on Voxel here, only because he was first sitting at reception with the Saber, right? And he tried to get his first shots off the smoke, ended up pushing him back. So he decides, okay, I'm going to go over to the windows. Well, Macius is already kind of over there, kind of watching that. So then he decides, oh, I'm going to go up to the north side, but that's where all the attackers are pushing to. I'm going to push with the Saber into a close range engagement into the attackers. I feel like that might have been a poor choice. I personally, if I was running with the Saber, probably just would have chilled out and waited until things developed a little bit further. Either that, or I would have joined somebody on the back of that bar to try to just lay down fire into those very narrow funnels. I feel like the choice to push up on the far side and just get absolutely dropped with one of the power weapons is kind of a poor decision. So Hopefully, Yaokuza. And by the way, your prediction was right. So good job, Stuff
Mm.
Shark. That was Nemesis'
Wow.
first round for the win. But hopefully we can see Yaokuza make some better choices coming up here. I mean, again, I've liked some of their plays, so I don't want to come down on them too hard about that. I've really liked this placing the wall charge and clacker off on the side. So, I mean, unless you knew it was there, you're kind of protecting it. And then on top of that, you can then push in, start your play without the information that you're actually bringing this you're gonna make this play. So I really like what Yaokuza is doing. It's just, again, Nemesis is doing their thing. They play really well as a cohesive unit. They make a lot of good decisions during their gameplay. So a really hard team to go up against. So it's exciting to see what Yakuza and Nemesis are bringing to the table here.
Exactly. It's been an amazing series. Game one, definitely an interesting one to watch back and forth between Yakuza and ultimately Nemesis. Nemesis will definitely have the player and skill advantage against Yakuza, but Yakuza have that surprising factor. A little bit of unorthodox play is very effective against these established teams, although Nemesis extremely good at countering that with a really good flexibility in approach and in their tactics. So we'll see how game two goes. We'll go into a bit of a break here. You're watching the Due Process League. This is Nemesis versus Yakuza. And we are back with the Due Process League. I'm your action caster for this one, Stuff Shark, alongside my buddy Z. Gek, how you doing?
Not too shabby. Ready for this next set of rounds. Got a little drink here for me, and got some aguas, and ready to go for this next series between Nemesis and Yakuza.
Awesome. This is an interesting set. Game 1 was very, very surprising. We did see Nemesis bring it back, but Yakuza had some interesting tricks up their sleeve. Do you think we're going to see that Game 2 at all?
Again, I've really enjoyed how Yakuza has been trying to make some mental game plays where they're trying to hide certain elements of what they're trying to do. I think that some teams should start picking that up because I think it's really cool. It's not just a, hey, I identified somebody doing this thing, so we know exactly what the play is. They're trying a little bit more subterfuge during the play. It does take a little bit more time. We have seen the timer run out on Yakuza, so I'd like them to see them in particular pick up the pace a little bit. They've had multiple rounds where there is one Yakuza player left. They're diffusing the bomb, but there just is not enough time for them to do what they need to get done to get the win. And so we've seen a couple bomb detonations here, which means that they just need to work at a quicker pace here. And I know they're trying to let things develop, but it's proving to their detriment that that is happening right now. So yeah, Nemesis just needs to keep doing what they're doing. But otherwise, yeah, I'm ready for this next series for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how it's going to ultimately stack up. Indeed, Yakuza are a little bit too slow to the draw there. They're trying to put on the pressure with the clock, but ultimately, Nemesis aren't going to fall for that one. They're a very, very established team. They have a lot of experience, a lot of practice with running down the clock. They know how it is. They know the pressure. They can handle it. Although, Yakuza, they have a little option of the sleeve, though. They've kind of given away that they like to do that. If they counter it by playing a little bit more fast and playing kind of more for the counter, that one could be interesting, but equally, prediction-wise, do you think we're going to see Nemesis bring it back and secure the win here, or is it Yakuza possibly sneaking through and getting another round and bringing it to Game 3?
I mean, Nemesis just in their second games normally step on the gas pedal, so I feel like this is probably going to be a 2-round win for Nemesis. I've really seen them very few times drop their second game in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, I would put more my cash money's in on the Nemesis train right now. But again, Yakuza proving to be a little bit tricksy in some of their plays and have been, putting up a decent fight against Nemesis. So I wouldn't be surprised if they could take this next series. So
All right, all right. Well, it's interesting to see how it's going to happen, how it's going to stack up. Any players stand out to you who's going to be possibly the MVP?
I mean, to me, Death is just absolutely ridiculous in these games and has been so far. So I want to continue just watching him. I want to see Josh kind of. He's been pretty quiet through the series today. I'd love to see him kind of pop out and start doing stuff. Uh, Macius has really been putting in some great rounds as well. So all these guys have been playing really, really well. It's been very, very fun. Voxel, I hope he makes some just better decisions because he has made some clutch plays, but I really want to see him. There's just been that one little slip here or there, and he's gotten himself caught a couple of times. So I'd like to see him clean up his play just a smidge, and I think Yakuza would be a lot better shape. So yeah, I'm excited to see where these players take this next series.
Indeed, it's going to be very, very interesting overall here. I think it's possible for the win for Nemesis. Yakuza, though, they have that surprising X factor. They can really do shake up things, especially with it being the last time to win. This is the end of the road almost. If they do lose this one, they do go into the losers bracket finals here, so they do have another chance if they do drop it. But still, it could go either way. It could be Nemesis actually dropping down to losers bracket final, possibly if Yakuza can bring it back and just bring an amazing performance here in Game 2 and Game 3. But anything's possible, although we are starting with a factory map with Nemesis on attack. Operation Obsidian Typhoon, an interestingly wide map with a lot of angles, a lot of good cross picks, and some interesting railings as well towards the silo side here. Should be very interesting on the attack.
Yeah, definitely a good point you made earlier as well. This is for grand finals, so both of these teams really need to get the win here. This is really a lot of pressure for Yakuza. But bring us to this map. This is one of these new surprising silo, like enclosed silos. Um, we have a really tight cornered area with servers, so lots of medium long range kind of angles here, with one small area where you can actually play and rat around with some shotguns. I wouldn't see that as probably being a play that Yaokuza is probably going to want to do here. Again, Office has no overlooking windows in it, which is surprising to me as well. It's just a single funnel door, so it's this map is a very interesting attack. I think definitely breaking it on silos gives you way more angles to be able to work around and to kind of pie off certain sections of the map at your leisure, kind of as you work your way into that, as well as if you can get through servers off of storage off of the screen door, which does have this overlooking ramp, it does get you into this server area, which gives you a little bit of protected area that you can kind of work from.
Gotcha. This should be an interesting one to hold and push here. We do see Nemesis on the attack now, going and leaving the truck now. Mesa, the last one out. Defenders playing it passively, fairly well spread out around the map, but we do see a stack up on silos at least a little bit there by Floggle and Voxel. Similar names, Macius. Interesting performance is going to opt to go for a bit of a split hold there in the backside here of servers and in the dock position. That relatives kind of zone, if you will. The red door is now being breached on the silo spot there. Interesting pre-fires through the truck there by Smith. Not quite the damaging kill just yet, but Voxel's waiting with a perfect molly throw. Going to go in at a perfect time and read. Gets the position to kind of funnel him in, draws off the time, going to allow for the rotations to happen here. Voxel in a perfect read and position there is going to try and cover both sides at once. Two angles at once. Is he going to get the kill? Oh, a lot of damage being done. Not quite the kill just yet. Roadrunner pushing up aggressively though. Voxel going to rotate back as Floggle gets the kill onto Josh, hunting for the kills, but Roadrunner trades onto Floggle there. Excuse me. We have Voxel though still hiding out down below, looking for some shots through. Oh, but Macius long ways away. Nice breed there into Roadrunner. Good smoke that's going to stop the push from a Hair Lobster, at least prevent him from pre-firing across. Going to allow for that push in now to Doc. Macius is in a good spot there. Nice flash towards Macius, not quite the kill. But Mace now pushing Macius very aggressively. But from behind, Voxel will take out Mace. It's a Harry Lobster now taking out Smith. But Smith trying to stay alive here. Oh, Death getting a nice shot there into Tiga Man. Not quite the kill, but a lot of damage being done for sure. Down to a 2v3 here. Defenders still in the advantage. Looks like Smith's going to opt to go on the long side. Go for a bit of a flank through storage. The Tiga Man is going to read this play happening here. We're going to wait for the push. Possibly happening, but looks like Smith's kind of battling back and forth here. Voxel could get spotted here. He's just kind of hiding out near the side here of Bomb, holding off very, very well. Death also trying to go for information here. Could go for the drop kill actually onto Voxel. Is in range for, but Smith actually picked up the mop, going for the cross pick here. Last two with snipers, very, very risky, but it could be enough for the win here. Ooh. Oh, but Smith, nice pick in a Voxel. It is a 2v2, but from behind, Tiga Man could get the flanking kill here. He needs to. Good flash. Death are going to run across here. Going to go for the shot across. He's going to battle. Oh, they get the kill here. Hair Lobster here. A lot of damage still being done. Both players are trying to hold it off. Oh, Smith not able to get the kill in time.
Nice
perfect. That was a perfect molly. That may just get them the round. Tiga Man gets the kill to Smith. Is he going to get the final kill? No. Death trades at a Tiga Man. Time's already out. They already had the Molotov on the bomb. No way to win this one. Defender's going to take round one here.
Oh.
Death does get the final kill at least, but it's going to be the bomb defusal. Non-successful. So defenders take round one. It's 1-0 with Yaokuza taking.
Now they don't know it, but Death did not have the clacker, so that was lost during that gunfight right there. Because after the bomb goes off, there's no chance for you to recover anything. So with that bomb with them being able to hold for the amount of time that they did, I was a little bit worried when Smith got the mop, because an attacker with a mop is probably the scariest thing you can possibly go up against in this game. It's a one-shot body shot, so I thought that was basically just going to close down the rest of the game, but they were able to pick up Smith as he was falling back, and yeah, really well played by Yaokuza just to stall for as much time as possible. A lot of damage on the eco on each side. Nemesis does still have the saber, so definitely will be helpful on this map in particular. Brings us to Arcane Fisher. Which this map has been into rotation for a little while, so I do know that players have played around it. This observation is absolutely wicked to have to deal with. The standard barb is coming in here for defense to just give you a little reprieve. You can also see that there is in fact a grenade that's going to be placed to try to clear that barbed wire, so that will get cleaned up really quickly. I hope that there's a second set of barbed wire that might get placed in off of that pit entryway, to try to allow for people to, to kind of slow attackers to give better angles. or the defenders better angles, and the attackers kind of trying to swing in off of observation. Yeah, this map is kind of wonky and difficult to hold as a defender. Just because you have to at least devote people either off of runes on the ground, because anybody that pushes beach can eventually get up into lights. This is kind of a long way, but if you have it does mean you have to do your due diligence and protect that backside. And once attackers gain this observation, it is not a long way for them to get into bomb. They can drop off the side here, run this long way, and there's not a lot of space for a defender to really hold. There is a small spot on the backside of bomb at which you can sit, which I will highlight here. You can sit on the backside of this bomb, but that is literally the only cover you have in that room. So it's going to be, positioning here is going to be key for Yaokuza on the defense.
Exactly. We now see Nemesis leaving the truck. It'll be interesting to see what they opt to go for these defenders. And it looks like we're seeing a bit of a stack of an observation. At least one player holding out at the power, which is Floggle, as Tiki Man and Macius are going to hold in the pit. Harry Lobster up in observation. Voxel is going to be the first one into combat here. We do see a bit of an interesting Molotov to block off the push. A lot of damage being done actually to Smith there, nearly dying to that one. And of course, there's a lot of damage done to Roadrunner as well. See Josh taking some damage. They're going to be the one breaching it. They go for the fast breach. Voxel are going to hide out, wait for the time to strike here within the base. Just waiting for the attackers to push up through here. He's not been spotted just yet, but we do see a slow push here. Nice pick from Voxel early on to death. Ultimately a trade happening by Josh. And here comes the train of the Nemesis side going through here. Floggle actually trying to spray across. Did not get the kill, but at least got some damage in to those players on the base side here. We do see Roadrunner and Josh tagging together, working together, clearing this up. Multiple flashes. Tigman in a tough spot. He's going to try and catch the rotation out. Get some shots down there across. It looks like ultimately Roadrunner will take out Tigman on that push into observation as Harry Lobster is going to opt to rotate back into pit. And Floggle going to leave the power play. They're going to opt to go back in pit, hold this off there. They know they're going to go observation. So, interesting shot. Harry Lobster, nice kill to Josh. Well, Mace just get this kill onto Roadrunner though. We'll see. Roadrunner has to be careful here on the angles here. Oh, Mace though gets the aggressive peek there into Harry Lobster as Mace does take out Roadrunner on the push. Now down to just Smith and Mace last alive as Smith now goes for the push backside there, a long ways around. Going to go into observation as the last man standing. Floggle though. Oh, nice pick from Mace.
Oh,
Mace just last alive. Oh, and a trade, but Smith ultimately secures the win last up, and definitely the biggest surprise gets the round win, and it ties it up for Nemesis now 1-1.
Okay, Voxel, I think, redeemed himself on this play because he did so much damage in the opening to give him the team the shot and was able to take out Death. I will also point out that is Saber down now as well. So going into this third round, Death will not have the sniper. Smith cannot get back off of this. So really, really well done to knock out the sniper right off the bat. Voxel doing a really nice just biding time. There was an early snipe even on the window that he was standing in, but he was no longer there, and then just worked his way back to that window and caught somebody running off on the beach, and then did even more damage as people dropped down on him. So really, really well played from Voxel. I really wanted to highlight that as I really like that as the opening. I thought that would give Yaokuza a little bit of an edge in that round, but it did prove, again, there is nowhere to stand in that pit as a defender if you let them take observation. I really do feel like you have to fight for that ops because it forces it's a tighter choke. You know, you can hide kind of behind the walls and dance around those a little bit more. So really well played from Nemesis to be able to get in on that and execute that play.
Yeah, that was a fantastic read there. Although we're now on half Typhoon. Interesting enough, it's going to be a full Typhoon, I guess, on Club, because we're going to see a lot of plays, a lot of kills happening out on, I think, the areas around that, at least Hall and Locker is going to be a huge kill zone there, potentially. Although an interesting strategy, going to opt to go for a breach into the hallway here, fast into bomb, possibly from backstage. So this could be a very, very fast bomb breach here from the attackers. Although defenders are actually expecting the green door, at least the free push there for Perception, being a play here. Interesting enough. Interesting auto stack as well for the top side here. Could be very, very devastating on that push and on the block on the rotation, but still, it's going to be interesting to see what the defenders opt to do.
I'm not going to lie, these drawings are eerily similar between each other. I think both of them know the play that the other one wants to do. We'll see who can do it better. I will say that equal play from Nemesis in the last round, they didn't use any explosives, so that it will afford them the ability to do this door wall play, which, I mean, that is a real fast way to get on the bomb, is just shortcut half the map. So should be an interesting series here. It would be even more interesting to see a team push in off of the screen, but it is looking like this is all getting locked down just because it is so thin. These reception windows are so small, not a lot of room for attackers to kind of like. Normally, you see the reception; it's much larger than this. So the fact that they can kind of barb these areas off is going to be interesting. So we'll see how these two teams execute.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Fast breach early on the backstage. Floggle with an early Molotov will stop that push for the moment here. But Voxel in a tough spot here, getting to be free fired on that entranceway there. We're running getting some shots across. Oh, Voxel taking a little bit there. Floggle did take some damage on that early breach, but oh, nice shot from Floggle. Will get the kill onto Josh. Possibly more as Roadrunner just destroys Voxel, trying to just destroy the plan there, but ultimately it was Nemesis getting the gun up in time. Fast breach into hallway now. Good counter. The problem is Mace taking a lot of damage, runs through the fire and flames. Will he get the kill onto Mace though? Looks like Roadrunner takes out Floggle as Mace is able to trade on the Mace. Roadrunner, a nice kill as well onto Hail Officer, but from behind, Smith with the auto shot. He just leaves it to only Macius last alive, but Macius trades onto Smith. It's a 2v1. Macius bringing it back with the KR. Bomb partially defeated there. A lot of time still on the clock, but ultimately Nemesis working together to take out Macius, taking a lot of fire here. A lot of shots through the wall here. It's all through the wall bangs here. This is Kill House. That is where you do the wall bangs indeed. We see Macius on the flank here. Roadrunner going to read the call. Perfectly plays it, gets the kill, and secures the round win. And the lead back for Nemesis now, 2-1.
Yeah, Macius, that barbed wire placement, they had it set up, but the attackers pushed the backstage instead, so they ended up getting bomb site anyway. And there wasn't a whole lot of that Macius could do there at the end. I thought Voxel was just gonna get a bajillion kills there. I when he swung in, I could have sworn nobody saw him when he entered, but Smith immediately dropped him, so that was really fortuitous for them.
Indeed, that was a really good read there from the attackers. Defenders tried to bring it back ultimately, but they're kind of caught off guard, had nowhere to go, and just a fantastic read by the attackers. Walking down the lanes that they try and push. Perfectly played there by the attackers and got them the win.
Yeah, it was surprising that both teams knew exactly what the other team's play was going to be, and just Nemesis was able to properly execute that map play with precision, right? And it makes it really hard to defenders have a really hard time retaking bomb rooms. So once that was taken, Macius was just in a really tough spot because you can't push through your own barbed wires, so it's difficult for them to come back from that.
Exactly. Although they're now entering Obsidian Typhoon on the opposite sides now for the teams. Now Yakuza on attack here. Looks like they're going to opt to go for the red door in office instead of seeing a possible silos dock split breach. Interestingly enough, I wonder looks like actually Nemesis expecting the green door breach in storage, looking to play eco for the first round and then expecting 2 more possibly in the future. But this is an interesting choice here coming out from the defenders. Although attackers could be a bit of a surprise here. We're expecting at least a mop in office and looking to mop it up at least on the round here.
Seeing that these teams are now each other's heads, because you saw that Macius had pointed out that there was going to be some sort of sniper here, and there is an X devoted literally to the spot that was pointed out. With this long angle, you know that there's going to be some sort of sniper in that area. This is kind of one of these maps where there's these massively long angles that just everywhere, right? Everywhere. The silos is going to be a really strong spot, right? You can either decide as defenders to try to hold it or not, right? A barbed wire placement here and here could actually block that off really nicely as well, you know, on the backside of these silos, so that when people push in, you can get your shots off on them as well. But it's looking like they're going to pretty much just leave silos up, not a lot of defense on it, and then they're just going to try to guard from the other positions when the store breach comes in. I'm kind of surprised that no defenses got set up along these silos for Nemesis, though. They're just going to rely on Mace, Roadrunner, and Death to kind of just deal with that problem when it comes up.
Gotcha. It's going to be an interesting one to see how they hold and if they're going to be successful. Looks like they're going to go for the split push actually down below in silos after all, so they're not going to go for that red door breach in office. We do see Voxel, Macius, and Halos on the top side, actually setting up 3 in the top, 2 on the bottom, it looks like, of Floggle and, of course, Tiki Man sneaking through, trying to hide in there. So far, Death is in range, at least, to this bottom side push. But the top side push, Josh is in range with the auto shot. He could be very devastating. We've seen an early breach now, some early pre-fires as well in storage. Looks like Hailopster will be the one on the breach, but Voxel is the one aiming. The split push on the sides here. Macius holding the angle, though, waiting for someone to push from the office side. Josh could go for the pusher, but Macius would take him out. Oh, but Macius looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Josh able to escape and get some damage towards the attacker there. Hail also taking a lot of damage, but still in the fight. While on the backside here, Floggle and Tigaman just waiting for the time to strike. As long as Nemesis also rotating as Voxel. Bit of a trade back and forth. They both take each other out on that side and cross there. Hail Lobster able to escape. Looks like they're just kind of waiting to draw down the clock here. Mace trying to shoot across in the silos position here. Looking for the time to strike. Hail Lobster going for the push. Meanwhile, again, Smith on the top side. Red door now being breached in silos. Bit of a split push here back and forth here. Hail Lobster trying to battle out in this 1v2 on the top side. While the bottom side being held by just Mace and a 1v3. It's all the attackers here. Heavy stack on silos. Oh, but Mace just nice pick into Mace there. Indeed, eating Mace there. Nice, that's going to be perfect. Oh, but Floggo counters it with a nice kill on the Roadrunner. Tigaman, though, is going to work together with Floggo. Oh, but Smith caught off guard there. Taken up by Tigaman. Oh, but Tigaman, nice counter from Death, actually taking out Tigaman on the push. Floggo, though, is going to try and take out Death. Macius versus Mop, and ultimately, it's going to be Macius taking the win against Death. And it's going to be a tie. Actually, it's, yeah, tie. 2-1.
Yeah.
2-2, excuse me.
2-2. Yeah. Yeah, what a series there. I thought Death was going to have more picks there. He had really clean lines of sight. Did end up picking up one. Voxel ended up trading with Josh. Was surprising, especially to start that round. Just, it felt a little odd about what was happening, right? The Silo team ended up doing a ton of work, pushing in. Again, no defense set up there, so it allowed them to just kind of freely start pieing off areas as they went in. They eventually, like, office control got taken as well. So it's like, this was really done by Yaokuza. They just basically herded the defenders into narrower and narrower sections of combat and then just locked it down. As we saw, Death had 3 people surrounding him and could only really peek any one direction. He even had one of the Yakuza members, Macius, standing above him. So ended up eliminating all areas of gameplay for the defenders on that map, which with such long sight angles, it can be really hard as a defender on wide open maps like that.
Exactly. It is interesting enough. We're back on Arcane Kingfisher, though, on this new map of Killdome. And it looks to be like a push on the ruins instead of going for the beach breach here. Maybe a split actually push on the beach side here. But it should be very interesting to see how they approach this one as the attacking side of now Yaokuza. Defenders, though, looking to hold off observation. That was a very big successful point for them, at least on the last one, on their attacking side. So it makes sense for them to actually want to hold that. Although Pit could be interesting to hold as well for the defenders.
Yeah, I will say this, that I feel like on this map, power is not very useful. And I only point that out for 2 things. If you turn off power, you remove all the vision that comes off of observation. And as an attacker, that's actually very useful for you, especially on this map. So observation is really important for you. B, the bomb is in pit. And the fact that you turn the power off means very little when the defenders can see who is running around inside of the pit. So, power is not as strong of a play on this map as it would be in a lot of other instances, and I feel like that's one of those things where it's getting in on this runes is going to be fine. Pushing in through this narrow pit angle here as an attacker is not great. I will say that again. This comes into the same issue you have as a defender: is there is no cover here. There are these buildings that exist on the west side of this entry, but other than that, anybody standing in this southern end has clean sight lines on that doorway. So if you're coming in as an attacker, where does that leave you? Okay, well, we have to go up through observation then. And then power is, again, kind of useless if you're turning off the power for ops, unless you're just trying to take it and then turn power on. So we'll see what ends up happening here for Team Yaokuza.
Indeed, it should be a very interesting one on the push here. We do see the plan now being formed up and being filled out. At least we see Macius attacking up there with Hail Lobster and Tigaman. Now, they did pick up the mop at the end of the round there, so he's going for the long pick across here into base. Nobody over there, though, just yet. We do see the push now happening on the beach side there, waiting for the time to strike. Just kind of waiting, ultimately just kind of drawing out the time a little bit there, as Voxel and Floggle equally are also drawing it out in ruins, waiting for the time to strike. As we do see defenders, though, up in the stack heavily into observation, ruins not being pushed. Roadrunner just kind of spotting information out, looking to see Voxel and Floggle up there. While the other side, while they're distracted, Mace and Josh, though, do spot out those players of the defensive side. Pushing to the side here, Josh battling against Tigaman. Josh takes some fire, but Tigaman ultimately does take out Josh on that push and hold of observation. We do see Voxel and Floggle, though, going for the power. They're in position. They're going to go for the play here. They're ultimately drawing down the time here. Good grenade to get rid of barbed wire as Mace now rotates up to block this up here. We do see Voxel actually rotating alongside Floggle, going for the backside pit push here. Death is actually waiting for this push. could get the kill here, while the rest of the team is going to opt to stock up observation. Interesting push and hold there by these sides. Looks like they go for a good Molotov to block off the push. We see Smith going for the drop. Roner waiting. Mace trying to spray across here, not able to get the kill, but Smith waiting. Oh, but Harry Lobster team kills Tika Man. Takes out Death, but ooh, a pit. Mace just falling into the pit there. Wrong position, wrong time. Unfortunately, it's going to be a tough one. Roadrunner gets killed. Matrix though brings it back. Floggle though takes out Smith. Down to Roadrunner last live in a 1v2 in the observation, trying to battle it out. Oh, he has a molly too. This is perfect throw. He could get it onto the bomb site here, but Floggle's holding it off there. Voxel has to block this push. Trying to throw the Molotov last second. He gets it. Oh, is it going to be able to block them? No. Oh,
Yeah,
it is. It's going to get
got him.
That's perfect.
Oh, but Voxel takes him out. Oh my.
It does. But the time, is there enough time to go for the defuse? It looks like there is easily enough time. That will be the lead back in Yakuza's side now, 3-2.
What a valiant effort from Roadrunner to get that molly on there. Almost kills Flogel, and Voxel had just a sliver of health left. So trying to make it work with what he had. Oh man, I like that play only because the attackers did pressure ops really heavily, which forced defenders to not look at the backside as much, and that allowed Voxel and Flogel to actually get the angles that they needed to without just getting murdered on that one side. And I don't know if you noticed this, but all the defenders got hemmed into one tiny area where then they had to defend on multiple angles from the attackers here. It was very, very herded in mentality, right? So
Exactly.
the attackers brought them into one small little area and were able to eliminate them pretty quickly. So
That was a fantastic read, and overall just good game control by Yaokuza, kind of forcing Nemesis to play in their way, and ultimately did secure the win. Now on Operation Half Typhoon, an interesting position of grenades and equally of a charge and backstage could be very, very effective on a fast push. We saw that kind of happen last time, although we did see actually a push on the entryway here in Hall, being a little bit of a surprise factor at least, although expected, was still done very effectively. Although Yaokuza, I could see it being effective, but it could be an interesting one to actually push in, possibly in charge through here. They're gonna have to go for the red door breach, which makes sense, but still, anything can happen.
yeah, and I will say that this is kind of where a little bit of these mind games come in, is you think that they still have a wall charge, so they're going to use it on a wall, but we're seeing Yaokuza decide, hey, we can still use it on doors too, and we like this door entry better, so why don't we just use it there instead? So you see that Nemesis thinks that they might be doing some sort of reception push and then coming in through the wall to take over Hall, but they're just going to try to take backstage, get a grenade on top of that barbed wire, and take this actual stage area itself on Club, because there is additionally this protective sandbag here so that they can at least get a little bit of like cover as they come in on this, which means you only really have to worry about the guy behind Club. And where is these flash grenades placed? Right where you'd have defenders probably sitting right here. So this room is going to get cleared very quickly once this frag goes out. So unless there's mollies getting thrown all over this thing, which we do see too, so there will be some delay in that. Definitely could be really, really good for Yaokuza. If the molly placement is perfect, this could shut this down.
Indeed, we do see the early breach on the backstage here. Fast push in from Yaokuza. Josh trying to get spray across, get some damage into Tiga Man, but so far that will be it. An interesting flare as well in the center of the map here. Not if that's sure that's any sound uses there. Good grenade for the backstage here. Good Molotov to block off that push though. Is going to force the time down a little bit for the Yaokuza side, allowing for more shots to green across from defenders. Josh trying to spray across here in towards Floggle and towards any players over. Floggle does take out Smith there in the hallway with a nice wall bang. You see now the fast push coming out from the attackers. Josh gets 3 kills on this position. A Club here. Could be Voxel trying to counter it, going for the fast play here. Josh gets a 4th kill. Floggle though trades, taking out Josh finally, but from behind, Death secures the round and ties it up once again for Nemesis. 3-3. There is Josh is here, and it is his club.
Yeah, Josh showed up to the game finally. I'm excited about that. I will say that there was supposed to be a second flash that went out that did not go out. So Roadrunner did get flashed. Josh did not. And that was the problem there, is the flash that was supposed to head to the right side of that room did not get thrown. And yeah, we saw the ramifications for that not happening. So, wow, Josh at the 4-piece on that round has got to be a little bit happy about that. Really, I mean, that was going to go the way that Yakuza wanted it until they all lined up for him and he just shot them all. Oh boy. I mean, good early pickoff too. Again, it looked good for Yakuza. Smith gets picked off through a wall bang by Flogel. Amazing, right? You think it's gonna swing in their direction. The bars got placed, perfectly removed by grenade. Okay, attackers just need to rush now. And no one flash went out. So that was the one mistake that I could see is that room should have been doused with flashes so that you can get in there without even taking any damage. And then you take every angle away from the defenders. Death then has to push into a room that's full of attackers now taking the defensive positions. And, you know, it would have been a much different story. But Josh with the 4K there just, you know, put a period on that round.
Exactly. And then we're now entering Neptune Orion, a new kill house map. One with an interesting skyline and storefront, although a bomb in, it looks like bathroom, a long ways away. And it is in favor of at least defenders having some good angles and sights across through these positions here. So there is some room to work with it, but it's going to be an interesting one to try and go for. Shed also an interesting angle to possibly push through, going for a side flank through here or through Fraser as an option point. So anything can happen, but I think defenders, we do actually see the attackers though opting to go for the arcade push on the side instead of going for the skylight there. So it should be interesting to see how the defenders are going to counter this one. There is at least a barb here, so we do expect some countering and some fighting here, but it's going to be a fairly standard hold across the map, for at least from the defenders.
Yeah, this is such a tiny map. This should be mostly shotguns, knacks, maybe a KR or two, possibly some Grubers, but yeah, it's mostly shotguns. So people are gonna want to get up close and personal in these maps. They're gonna want to jam the doors. Flash placement is going to be absolutely critical here for Yaokuza to push in with this. So we are seeing that the storefront is pretty much bare, and all the defenders are basically in the last 3 rooms of the map. So
it's going to be indeed. It's going to be an interesting hold here of office, teller, and storage. One player hiding in the bathroom, which is indeed Josh with the auto shotty. From the top side, we do see boxes sneaking up through storefront. The red door has been breached. Rowan waiting on a good spot alongside Mace with 2 Molotovs, looking to get very spicy in the arcade here. Good throw early on. You can actually land outside and block off that entryway. That's a perfect throw. While on the top side of the other side, at least in storefront, we do see Tiki Man and Voxel waiting for the time to strike here, waiting for the shot to go in for the drop. Voxel will be the first one in alongside Tiki Man. Shortly thereafter, it looks like. At least playing top and bottom support, that does make sense. Tiki Man does indeed drop. They're up to clear off this area here in the bottom area. So that is now Fridges and storefront locked down for the attackers. As a fast push in from Voxel, and the rest of Harry Lobster is going to go in through. Interestingly enough, they're going to opt to go passive and hold off the angles here. Rowan is
they don't have a frag to get in. This is a huge problem.
That is indeed going to be really bad. And Mace, actually Mace just get the kill into Mace, but Josh from behind. A huge teamwork kill here as Mace and Flogel take out these players. Smith, though, gets the kill, and Harry Lobster flanking from behind. No grenade here with the barbed wire thing. Had to push through the fire and flames, at least the blockage of those barbed wire. But Voxel does take out Smith on the push. Death last alive, and despite all odds, it's going to be the attackers possibly taking the round here, but unless Death has something to say about it, has a shotgun in the corner, getting flashed on all sides, going to be taken out. Oh, he's actually hiding somehow for the moment there, but Voxel does indeed secure the round win in for Yaokuza, bringing back the lead in their favor, 4-3, after what will look to be an impossible round there to win with a lot of good effective barbed wire there. So, amazing performance.
My apologies there too. I actually overtalked. Well, I thought there would be a slight lull, and then they picked Voxel, and then threw 2 flashes and picked. Ignatius picks up 2 in the office as well. So my apologies there, but yeah, it was something I noticed. Like they didn't have a frag to get in, so they could really rush it, but it was just a perfect pick from Voxel. So really well done.
Yeah, that was an amazing teamwork there, alongside Flogel as well, actually in office. I think both of them together with Macius were just clearing out these players. Even though, you know, Macius was getting stuck in the flag there, Flogel was able to wallbang through into Josh and just ultimately got them the round and got them that office control, which got them the round win in. They held out of control, they were able to push through, and it's where Smith died, and we're just able to take the round win in from that position. So amazing teamwork coming up from Yaokuza's side against Nemesis. Anything can happen, and so far it's going to be an interesting one. Game 2, wow, I mean, it's hard, early to call, but I almost think Nemesis probably going to lose this game 2.
Yeah,
unless they got
I was
something
gonna say
magical.
that. Yeah, for sure. Well, and also I'm much better use of their flashbangs there. They didn't have any frags to be able to make their way through the barb, and a liberal application of flashbang really cut down Nemesis's ability to do anything on that round. Every player was affected by a flashbang, I think, that round. So really,
Definitely.
Really well
It was indeed. And we're now entering Saturn Atlas, the 3rd map in this set. an interesting map at least. A very, very wide, a lot of angles to rat from, and equally interesting angles to peek and push from. Looks like we're seeing a dock push being planned early on by the attackers here, going for the split push out and around here. That does give them control of the bomb site, but interestingly enough, could see a split push in storage, although it looks like the defenders are planning for that one, expecting possibly that push in that side, although it actually looks like they're expecting the fan play possibly being played here on the side to counter it. Although we do see it looks like there are some attackers looking to counter that one, so we'll see what else stacks up.
Yeah, coming back to this this larger factory, a lot of open angles again. I do like this docks play because there is actually some cover here for you to hide behind off of these the little machines on the conveyor belt here. So that's great. That gives the attackers at least somewhere that they can hide from. In addition, I'd also say that trying to push in on this office is good. It gives you a lot of overlook on either side. If you're pushing in through this dock, taking control of this office will also be kind of important as well. So.
Interestingly enough, yeah. I almost wonder if they're doing a bit of a split push, but like we see before with Yaokuza, where they put their explosives on the outside here, and then go through the map, try and push through here, and then actually open up this door, pick it up, and then use it somewhere else in the map, possibly.
That's going a little bit long. If you're doing that, you're already getting access to bomb. Maybe if you were going to do it like over here to blow in through toxic, that would be the most interesting use, where you would push this green, open this up, and then push the wall. But even then, you're opening yourself up. There's long snipe angles here. We see Death taking a good sniper position here. He's up on this railing in the back. He's able to parkour up on top of that, so now he's up on that that pipeworks area on the cross too. So, and we also see Mace holding this additional long angle off of this pipeworks. So it's gonna be, I think there's gonna be this crossfire coming in, as well as if Roadrunner gets involved. You're gonna have three angles kind of that you're gonna have to deal with, which is Mace, Roadrunner, and Death.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them to win if they do go for this plan here. It looks like they are going to actually go for the breach early on into Dock fast. Dude has some good flashbangs to clear it up. There comes the early breach on. We do see the flash sniping happening. Death is kind of stuck in a tough spot here, but ultimately Voxel will get the kill into Death, opening up one of the angles there. But Roadrunner looking to cross and counter it, takes some shots, able to escape, but is going to be actually Voxel get a second kill onto Josh, as Smith will finally try taking out Voxel, but on the other side, Mace getting the shot and kill towards Tiki Man. Not quite the damage just yet, but Smith waiting for the time to strike. As a Harry Lobster is now holding off the position here. Looks like Smith able to, oh, nice pick from Mace. They trade back and forth. Roadrunner, though, is going to be able to escape, and is going to be down to just Roadrunner and Smith last alive. In a 2v3, the advantage still in favor of the attackers. As Flago with a full bit of health. Actually, all the attackers with a full bit of health. Roadrunner very, very low on health, but Smith is still hiding, has not been spotted yet in the toxic area. Could come out for some surprise kills here at the last bit. Bomb defusal starting now. Smith's going to have to make a move here. But the attackers are totally flanked from behind. They're not ready for Smith. Smith will get the kill. Actually, no, Macius on the outside. Perfect support takes out Smith. That's going to be just Roadrunner last alive in a 1v3 here. Macius now knows his position. Oh, Roadrunner still gets the kill onto the bomb. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Flago going to have to push this off his position here. They're going to have to go for the kill, but Macius is in position to counter it. Roadrunner could get the kill on the bomb. Oh, but Macius blocks it off. Gets the kill into Hair Lobster at least. So it's going to be it for the round here. Macius, perfect support player there, and it's going to be the round win in for Yaokuza now 5-3.
Perfect cover from Macius. He watched for Smith on this back rotation. Very well done. And I like the fact that Flogel ended up saying, hey, I'm going to defuse the bomb. You need to cover me from the guy in the office because he has to peek me. So perfectly well played there. That was pretty darn textbook. Voxel was just going absolutely ape right off the start there too. Jumping up on top of Death. Really well placed flash that he threw, that was thrown through the window right on top of Death. He was defenseless. Voxel was very aggressive. Death had no additional cover from the person charging him. Immediate takeout, and then gets the long range kill from across the map with the AP as well. So really, really well played.
Yeah, it was a fantastic read there from the attackers. Defenders tried their best, but ultimately they were just kind of caught off guard there by the overwhelming force of the attackers, and Voxel specifically, just kind of wiping the floor with them. Although we're now on Silver Artemis, a new killhouse map. Although, interestingly enough, an interesting pick in pit there with an interesting center bomb could be interesting for the castle push, but looks like jungle will be the main center of focus with that bomb in an interesting spot, able to be held by a lot of positions. Defenders, though, opting to go for the ruins push could be interesting, but equally, green door of pit could be interesting flank position as well.
Yeah, we're seeing We're seeing Yaokuza looking like they want to push in towards this jungle, but that is going to be difficult because you will get funneled in to this barbed wire, and there can be a lot of mollies thrown at this. This map is a really tough nut to crack because if you try to push in through runes, long snipe angles, right, that's difficult to push. If you try to push for a pit, it's this really long walkway. Somebody can be playing in castle to get chip damage on you, and you still have to be able to get through this door, right? Which the button is here, but it's overlooked by this window. The last option would be is going in through these runes, which does give you an overlooking window, but it gives you very little as attackers to work with. And Josh will push this, as well as there will be this barbed wire sitting out here, which can slow you down. And I would be surprised. Well, it'll be interesting to see how Yaokuza can actually fight against this. And I think Smit is doing. No, he's just chucking a flare on the top of the window there.
Interesting. Could be a good counter. Could be a little bit unexpected, perhaps, if they do go for power. But we do now see the truck being lifted by Yaokuza. All four, almost all five. The Nemesis did pick up the mop, though, for this one. You see the rest of them running APs. And one knack, actually, from Tiga Man as a bit of a counter strategy here. The red door of the jungle about to be pushed here. Death waiting with that KR. Josh Smith also playing a bit of a blue spot there on the flank. Here comes the push now. Aggressive plays from Floggo. Takes out Smith. Voxel takes out Mace, though, the push. And Floggo going in big on Castle. Takes out Josh. And he does get the kill to Josh. While Tiga Man battles against Death. Ultimately, Death does get that kill onto Tiga Man pushing. Going to hold off the power just yet on jungle. Phillips is looking to counter it, though, alongside Voxel trying to clear up the upper spot there. They're going to push in through observation. Oh, but Floggo from behind takes out Roadrunner. Down to Death, last alive, but Floggo gets the final kill. 3 kills for Floggo this round. It's going to be the round for Yaokuza. Now match point, 6-3.
That's a Floggo ace.
Oh, wow.
That's a Floggo ace. That man pressed W and did not stop until everybody had died. I just want to point to you, it took him about 3 seconds for him to go. After killing Smit down here to running all the way through Castle, the man did a marathon run through the entire map and killed everybody along the way. It was ridiculous. Tiga Man kind of baited himself out into the center, but kind of pulled defenders' attention as Fogel just went through and did a world tour. So yeah, really well played by Yaokuza. Smit tried to get some barbed wire down. I think that's why he ended up getting caught running up, but the attackers were already there. Flash is so well used. That was a really good round from Yaokuza. The speed, the aggression, really well played. Every defender did not realize that there was an attacker already on top of him until they were dead.
Exactly. It was a fantastic read, although it was actually a 4K for Floggo.
Oh, was it a 4?
Yeah, Voxel got a kill in on observation. So still 4K is still impressive on an amazing running spree there. It's kind of running and gunning almost like he's playing Doom in a way. But now their Doom is in their side at least with Neptune, Orion, the next map up on C-Store. We saw a bit of an interesting split push there on Storefront and Arcade kind of being a big old cluster with a lot of frags and a lot of Molotov things on there. We'll see what happens on this next approach here as Nemesis now on attack. This is definitely possibly their side to win, although it is match point now for Yaokuza, so they just have to win this one and then win another round to go into the finals here. Although Yaokuza looking fairly strong here against Nemesis.
Yeah, coming into this, you have to use a ton of barb in here just because the flashbangs are going to be so effective that you need to cut the channels off for the attackers to really do anything. So, you know, I think a barb off of this arcade door, because if they do push this with an explosive, you have this barbed. I'd barb the far side here as well. Either use 1 or 2 to just try to hold this angle so that you can fall back into this bathroom. Yeah, there's so little real estate for defenders to work with that if a flash gets placed on you, you're pretty much done. So you have to stop that from happening as much as you can.
Exactly. So it's going to require a lot of good teamwork there from the Nemesis side to work together to do that, and equally Yaokuza to try and work together to stop that push from happening. Fast on. We do see a bit of an interesting push and hold there from the defenders. Only 4 looks like in the round. Actually, no, we have I only see 3 in the round here, unless my eyes are deceiving me here. Voxel, Matrix, and Tiga Man are the only ones left. There's Floggle finally getting in there. All 5 are now in there, and alongside the truck now being pushed by the attackers now. They're going for the top side push. Indeed, going for the storefront breach here. Let's see what happens. Mace and Death tagging up alongside Smith and Roadrunner. Josh, last one out, is finally out in there. They go for the storefront breach. Tiga Man hiding in a good spot here. Looking to counter, just waiting for the time to strike. Just like some early shots into fridges. They're clearing up the entryway there, allowing for access and pushing in through. Macius though is on the read. Oh, but Tigaman caught off guard. Death ultimately going to get the flanking kill there onto Tigaman. Trying to wrap, ultimately not going to be able to rat out in time. Arcade though being pushed and held in by the attackers here. Rona is actually snuck in through tellers, trying to go for an office push. There's only one grenade on Mace, so it should be interesting to see how this is going to hold and how it's going to go here. Interesting flash in office. They go for the breach. Unfortunately, Voxel did not get flash in that one. They do take control of office, but the rest of the defenders in an interesting spot of the cross here. Voxel, or actually Floggle, able to take out Roadrunner on the push, but ultimately Death will take out a Hair Lobster. Voxel to trade as Smith does take out Voxel on the push here, down to a 2v3 in favor of the attackers still. Mace is still holding on the bomb site. Perfect. Oh, Molotov. Oh, no. He whipped it. And Mace, perfect Kobe grenade right into Floggle there. Will secure the round for Nemesis, keeping it alive for their chances for the win. Oh, very unfortunate throw there from Macius, as Mace, just perfect grenade throw and perfect timing, takes out Floggle. You can't ask for more from the attackers here.
Yeah, that's tough because I know Macius was really what he really wanted to do is just sit in this room and then just wall pen with the knack onto bomb. Well, hopefully Lobster would be able to hold this angle, but yeah, there's just... This map is so tiny that it is hard for defenders to do really anything versus attackers. I would have liked to seen a little bit more defense on Office, maybe just off of the backside and just try to get some gunfire down off of that door early on. They know that you saw that they tried to do that angle pick, which Voxel got earlier. There wasn't anybody there, so they weren't playing that position. So maybe you could kind of circumvent that when they try to kick the door in on that green door. It's just really hard. The red door placement off of that office is just really hard because you'd want to put the barbed wire so it's going out the door there, so you could try to get people stuck in it, but because that red door's there, it can clear the barbed wire in the future. So you can't, you have to play super defensive on that map, and it is very difficult for the defenders to slow that attacker push.
Indeed, although we're now on the new map, Operation Saturn Atlas. Well, partially new, at least. They have swapped sides. Should be interesting to see how Nemesis opt to push this one. They do have to win 2 rounds in a row to at least bring up a tie to hope to win game 3, at least 6 rounds up for the win. Although Yaokuza just have to win 1 more. They have 2 more rounds in total to win this one if they're going to take game 2. But so far, Nemesis are bringing it back a little too late perhaps for the win. But still, anything can happen.
Yeah, we'll see if they get it to a tie. We'll go to a game 3, and that gives Yaokuza another shot. But can they end it? Can they just put an end to it right here? We'll see. It's again, this is really going to come down to positioning. We saw how well Yaokuza executed on this map last time by pushing the dock. It'll be interesting to see what Yaokuza does to kind of counteract what Nemesis's play ultimately is. It does look like they are worried about some sniper being up along this pipeworks, which we've seen people being able to jump and get up there and use that as well. But it's not really clear about what exactly their plan is going to be yet. It's got to be green door or red door or docks, right? Those are only they're gonna go fan for the most part.
Okay, interesting. We'll see how that fan works out. I can see it being fantastic countering out against Macius though, but Voxel's in a good spot to counter it. Equally though, both teams not really making a lot of indication of their plans, so it should be interesting to see where the opposites stack up. But also going to be a heavy gun battle here on both sides, but ultimately it's going to be an interesting one to see how it'll all shake out and who's going to come out on top here. We do see now Nemesis leaving the truck. Smith finally looking to make a decision here. Opts for the smoke instead of the actually a flash instead of the smoke here on the cross. They're making a lot of noise to the bottom here. Hail Lobster is going to hear that call being made. Looks like Voxel is waiting for the push now with a perfect Molotov throw. Smith, though, is in position here to actually blow up the dock, similar to what we saw last time. Although Mace and Josh are tag teaming up in the fan here. You see Smith, though, sneaking on the side of the truck here, waiting for the time to strike. Doesn't hear any players in the truck's position, though. We do see Voxel and Harry Lobster, though, on the outside. Interesting barbed wire and pipeworks early on, expecting a possible fan play here. They go for the breach early on. So far, Mace is holding the angle alongside Death. Oh, they battle it, but ultimately would be Death taking the shot there. Mace is still alive in the fight. But Josh does take out Voxel on the push in towards pipeworks. Josh going big in this battle here. And Josh get it from behind. Harry Lobster does take out Josh, but Mace able to trade on that push. Now the second player alive. Are they going to go for the push and hold here on the side? Tigaman trying to lock this out. Did not spot out the player of Mace, but Roadrunner is going to sneak through here. Big flash in towards the office side of Doc. Ultimately, Macius, nice pick and submit. Death able to take out Floggle on the push as Macius still holding on, trying to guard that bomb as Tigaman goes for the drop, tries to battle against Roadrunner. could get the kill here, but ultimately he's going to suppress that player in that bomb site position. Mace trying to find the shot across alongside Macius, but there is Death holding the cover and holding a good support position. Tiki Man takes out Roadrunner on the push. A little bit aggressive there, but Death takes out Macius. Down to just Tiki Man, but Death gets another kill. Ultimately they trade, but Mace is still alive, still in the bomb, and it will still be around for Nemesis. Now 5-6 coming into the last round here.
Man, Voxel just, I feel bad because he got just absolutely caught out. Once the attackers just poured in on Pipeworks once the explosives went off, and he just could not do anything. I will say, Lobster got kind of lucky. He got really hard flashed and was just stuck running in the corner up there, but never got taken down and was able to turn and take out Josh before he went down. So, I mean, lucky for him, he was able to recover really quick and additionally take out one of the attackers there. So, really well played from Nemesis. Really clean execution. Death just had every angle locked down. I was going to say, Flogel swinging out and trying to take somebody out on that backside, but, Death had that well covered.
Exactly. And now we're entering the final map for this match here. Silver Artemis, Kill Dome map for the final one. Should be interesting to see who's going to take this one. Nemesis now back on the attack side compared to defensive before on this map. We saw Flogel do the crazy world tour here, running straight through, running around town, just destroying everyone on this path here. I don't think we're going to see the same thing for Nemesis. I think we're going to see maybe Josh doing something similar, possibly through Pit. Bit of a counter to that one, maybe through the side here, running through, possibly. But I think we're going to see Nemesis ultimately working together. My guess is probably a Ruins split push. We do see a grenade being called out here on the center side here in Ruins, was in the bottom side. So my guess is possibly a Ruins Pit split push, but equally, teams are kind of keeping their plans close. So we do see the lines being drawn, though. Looks like it's going to be a Pit push.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Nemesis actually wants to play from. They're showing that they've shown a couple of different things. So are they going to push runes? Maybe. It does seem like they want to push this green to get in through castle as well. I mean, they did use 2 charges on that last round, so that was wall and door. So we'll see what they decide on if they still even have a door charge. I'm grasping in my memory now because everything's just been so crazy.
I think they've had the clackers. So far they had 1 charge on the previous map and another one on that C-store. I think they might have actually went for free going the first one. So they might be actually a charge still on their side. And a clacker as well. Yeah,
I mean, if they do get castle ops control, that is pretty darn strong for the attackers. I hope that Yaokuza realizes that this backside there's not a lot of defense here,
Yeah.
And
it's going to be
while you can kind of fight through observation, right? It's going to be I'm interested to see what Nemesis does here.
Yeah, so they go for an early breach on the top side of jungle, but are going to opt to hold the angle. Voxel just waiting passively. They do throw in at least 1 Molotov, possibly 2 to block off any possible pushes, though. Josh into position, waiting for the time to strike and making a lot of noise. Will eventually go for some shots here. Oh, but actually, Haylops are going for some lucky information picks. They've got a nice barbed wire position here. It's going to force them into a tough spot here, trying to battle out. Roman will be able to escape. A nice Molotov will push it off. Tigman does take that at least, as Roman takes out Macius on the side of jungle there. Roman trying to hide off. Ultimately, Haylops are going for the tracing kill, but ultimately, Josh and Roadrunner just wiping the floor with these defenders here. Voxel and Flogel last alive here in a 2v4. Ooh, lots of damage being done at least towards these defenders here and towards these attackers. Ultimately, Voxel gets the kill. Oh, but a trade from Smith brings it to Flogel last alive, and Josh does get that final kill of the round. That is the comeback for Nemesis at tie 6-6.
It's so hard to stop Nemesis, man. They get a little bit of momentum and then just keep coming at you. I thought Lobster was gonna get the kill on Smith right away, or that was down in the jungle, but he couldn't pin him down and then got taken out, and then simultaneously the person in the castle got sniped out as well, and it all fell apart after that because all the angles then were only on one side, and the attackers they could swing out, they could run underneath that bridge. There just was not a lot left for the defense to be able for Yaokuza to hold.
Exactly. That was just an amazing read there from ultimately Nemesis, bringing it back to at least a tie to bringing it to a possibly 6 rounds for the win in Game 3. But Game 3 going to Nemesis versus Yakuza. Bit of a surprise for maybe some, because a lot of people definitely thought Nemesis had this one in the bag. Maybe thought it was going to be a fast Game 1, Game 2, but still, it's been an amazing comeback. So I'm curious to see how this next game is going to go out. Do you think Game 3 we're going to see Yakuza bring it back in for the win, or do you think Nemesis are going to be able to lock it down
I
and
mean,
ultimately
Nemesis
secure
only,
Game 1?
Nemesis only has to get to 6. I mean, I wasn't even thinking that Yakuza would get the tie here, so kudos to them. They picked that up, and that's great. So, I mean, that's a little bit of momentum for you. It's a lot of pressure for Yakuza to have to win the 7-rounder, though. So, I mean, I still have to give the edge to Nemesis, but it is looking like we could have Yakuza. We could have an overtime game. That would be Nemesis's first full overtime game. They have been taken to a Game 3 before, but never to an overtime. So I'm interested to see if Yakuza can actually, get into the long haul. Right? We were going to a Game 3.
Indeed, it's going to be Game 3 in a few minutes here. We're going to take a bit of a break. Make sure you get your water, get all your hydration in there. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back to the Due Process League. I'm your action caster, one Stuff Shark, alongside my co-caster here, Zach Zegek. How you doing today?
Good so far. I mean, we're going to game 3, and I always like me some more due process. So I'm excited that we're getting back into this third set of this series. So it'll be interesting to see. We saw Nemesis take the first game, um, and now we've seen Yakuza go 6-6. So is it that Nemesis is starting to maybe lose some momentum here, and we start seeing Yakuza swing it back? I'm not quite sure I can make that prediction, only because we did see Nemesis kind of swing after Yakuza took a commanding lead to get to 6. Nemesis from a deficit of 4 take back 3 rounds to tie it up. So it'll be. I think it's really going to come down to what side each team is playing on, attack slash defenses. How this is gonna turn out for Nemesis or Yakuza.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's going to be heavily map based on who's going to ultimately take game 3. It is 6 rounds to win for Nemesis to take it, equally 7 rounds for Yakuza. Looks like we are now in the map Daedalus Arrow. An interesting map and selection here. We'll see how it stacks up, but my hope is on Yakuza can bring it in for an overtime position, but Nemesis definitely have the favor in their sides.
Yeah, switching over and looking at this map, it is a biggin. This jungle is
Wow.
very large, a large water section in the center. Observation is a much smaller, more zigzaggy kind of room. It does have this very interesting sightline that Matius is kindly drawing for me. And pit slash castle are interwoven between each other. This is a very unique looking map. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. Just the fact that we have not seen pit join into castle that often. Um, Strangely enough, as well, this drawbridge will open up into the pit, so that is where you'll get your bridge to be able to enter into that area of the map. But then you do have to do this long zigzaggy line to go all the way around to here. So, yeah, there's a lot of pickoff points here. And it is looking like the defense for Nemesis is going to be possibly set up for what Yaokuza wants to do, which is breach this castle door. We did see, I think it was yesterday, a team not have a grenade for this barbed wire on this corner, and it proved to be an absolute detriment. Uh, it does look like they are going to bring one for the side of Yakuza, but use it on this corner. Get in onto observation, because if you get bogged down here, it's going to be very dangerous for you.
Indeed, and it's going to be a big challenge for the Yakuza side on attack against this Nemesis defensive. We do see an early power play being made by Josh there, baiting a little bit there, but turning it back on a little bit after the start there. So interesting display there. Maybe possibly going for maybe trying to get them to push up and take their NVGs, but they did not. Looks like they've opted to do. We do see them now approaching the castle position here, ready for the breach here on round 3 here. Ooh, Death going for an early shot across towards these attackers here. Not quite the damage and kill just yet, but Voxel sneaking through there. Oh, but Matius, nice early pick onto Roadrunner, trying to hold the angle there. But Smith from behind will get the kill onto Schloey and Tiga Man. Smith destroying the sides here. Voxel finally able to trade. A lot of damage being done, a lot of barbecuing of the players in sides here. Death is still holding up alongside Mace in observation, though, holding up that push for now. Attackers are kind of tough. They're not in a tough spot here. Josh, though, is making the rotation out in toward the side here of Pit. As Voxel gets a nice kill, topping the push. It's down to Death, trying to hold us observation angle here on the bomb. Just kind of caught in the crossfire, trying to go for the kills, possibly into Harry Lobster. Oh, a lot of damage being done to Harry Lobster by Josh, and it will be the kill, actually, finally. Fox, though, does take out at least Death on the position here. Josh trying to go for the wraparound to try and go out the bomb defusal, at least stop it in the side of the defenders. But still, Matius and Voxel holding the angles here. Matius with a perfect shot and angle here. Should be an easy kill onto Josh. Will it be? No! Actually, it will finally be the kill there for Matius in their side, but it will be Yakuza taking round 1.
Wow, I thought Smith ratting in that corner was, he did so much damage. I thought from that point it was over. Voxel then just sprints up into observation. One flash, Mace never sees him. He swings in, picks up 2. Wow, really well played from Voxel. We wanted to, or I personally wanted to see him start producing more and making better decisions. That was the right one. Really set Yakuza up for success in this first round on attack. Fantastic to see.
Mhm. Has been a fantastic early start there from the Yaokuza side. Ultimately, Nemesis got caught in the crossfire. They're not able to really push around, although that was a very weird map. We're now moving on to Kill Store. This is C Store, Operation Allied Twilight, and an interesting map selection here, an interesting position of the bomb in office at an interesting angle equally. Mostly in favor towards the map, but still defenders have a lot of cover here. This is gonna be a tough one for the attackers to win.
I mean, I'm okay with us starting to call these maps kill stores. I mean, we already have kill
It has been a
dome
lot of
and
kills
kill
too.
house. Why don't we just have kill store?
You know,
I'm
maybe
okay with
that's
all of this. I do like this. This is always one of those hard things. Is a lot of teams save wall charge for a storefront play. It makes it a lot harder when you can just get in there for free with the windows. So this is kind of one of those things where it allows teams to be a little bit more flexible with their plan and how they want to actually execute into this. We did see an interesting, again, this is a map we did see yesterday for some of the teams where they left the storefront open. They're going to get this storefront for free anyway, so we'll just fight them on those terms. But what that does is these shutters here would be open then. And what that does is it allows you to take shots in through this door and rotate in between tellers with these being up. And so it allowed teams to be able to fight strangely through this no man's land that you technically can run through. You can't stand there as a defender. If if a defender was in there, he could get shot by the UAV if he's spotted, but I mean, it was just an interesting set of plays that allow you to transverse from one side of the map to the other, and you see both teams kind of pointing that out as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that could actually be a strategy to actually hold that angle down as an attacker, or equally as a defender on both sides, looking to lock it down. Although I could expect to see at least one attacker up above trying to aim down on these angles through here and here, possibly. But it should be interesting to see what they opt to do. It looks like attackers are still trying to figure out what they're doing. Indeed, they are now leaving the truck slowly but surely. Macy's the last one out, looks like. Hairless are finally the last one. There we go. Trying to get the utility figured out. We do have lots of flashes, lots of grenades there being used. And we see them now approaching the bomb site, approaching the Operation Allied Twilight map here. We do see now Smith down below. Going to rotate back into arcade, though, from the teller position. Going to opt to ride and hide back. Going to go for actually, though, looks like the power play, possibly. Good smoke it early on. They're going to go for the entire drop there. No one dying just yet. No, not a shots happening just yet. Lots of control there being held, at least by the storefront position here. We see Smith waiting for the time to strike here. Could get some easy kills from behind on these attackers who are just waiting, drawing down the clock some. Looks like shutters have been pressed. They're going to go for the bathroom push here, and possibly the push in through this no man's land position. Mace, though, holding the angles very, very well. Roadrunner, just a nice spot trying to rat up. You see Josh holding as well as Smith. No one making any early plays. Oh, Smith gets caught out by Macius. Able to clear out arcade. Going to force some movement now, force some action. We do see, though, Voxel trying to get the shot here, trying to go through this position. As Shlowy is going to sneak through, go for tellers, possibly go around the side here. We do see that barbed wire just kind of blocking for a little bit there. Tigaman, that does take out Roadrunner. Oh, that push early on Death, still waiting for the push into office. Oh, but ultimately Voxel just runs and guns, just takes him out. Josh, though, takes out Tigaman. Shlowy trades onto Mace, as looks like Mace does get that kill to Josh. Smith, though, is still alive in the fight. It is 3v1 in favor of the attackers still. Ultimately, not last defender of Smith. Oh, he gets the kill on the Shlowy, but Voxel is getting taken out by Smith.
Oh.
Macius! Oh, they almost clutched by Smith. Did what he could, but still not enough to get the win. It's going to be Yaokuza taking the second round now 2-0 in the set.
Smith again with that knack. This should be this guy's main gun because he picks up another 3-piece off of the last two. But man, really well played, very patient play here from Yaokuza to try to unravel the Nemesis defense there. Roadrunner getting picked up in the bathroom. He was waiting so patiently, but then just got found out and immediately put down. And that was the go button for Yaokuza. You saw the flashes come out then immediately after, pushing in right on top of the Nemesis defenders, picking up Mace as well as they pushed in and just took bomb site immediately. And then Smith with the back flank just started mowing through people. They just started challenging them one at a time with a knack, and that is a bad idea. You need to group up and kill that guy. That high caliber bullet that is in the knack is just absolutely devastating. You saw it ripping through attackers into that map, but luckily Mace is able to pick him off at the end and to get the defuse. So that brings us over to this Broken Freedom map on our kill house.
Mm-hmm.
Here
the
we
final
are.
actual kill house this time.
But we find ourselves with really large open reception window here. That is a nice free door entry for attackers to come in if they do feel like they need to eco. Again, dangerous window off of here, off this backside of club, and the red door does allow for some cheeky, play off of the door. You can play off the window, try to get some picks. Again, and you do have a second window over here off of office, so if you really wanted to be a jerk and get some early damage off of this rear red door, as soon as you hear the reception glass break, you can always hightail it back through as if you have somebody watching this window. So also allows for a cheeky wraparound peek if somebody breaks in through there as well. So we'll see what the defense is here for Nemesis. It looks like they're drawing more on this map than Yaokuza is right now. We are in a pause.
Yes.
So
So it looks like last round there was a bit of a interesting situation there. It looks like somebody actually spawned inside a table there. I'm guessing in possibly office in the top side position there. So I guess they're figuring out the rules, making sure it all was legit and is all good. So in the meantime, they are planning a little bit of strategy early on by at least Nemesis, but currently Yakuza are kind of wondering where to go next. So that is planning on figuring that out. But in the meantime, and it is a heavy drawing at least by Nemesis figuring out the plan, predicting the approaches that could be happening here on Operation Broken Freedom indeed. And I think it's going to be Yakuza, if I had to guess here, going for that looks like a breach on the kitchen, a green door breach, possibly going for maybe even to club and possibly lockers are behind. Could be interesting to see how they approach it, but I think we're going to see a fast breach here on kitchen. Actually, a double breach. Interesting. Very interesting. We'll see how it stacks up, though. The Nemesis, they have had a pretty good luck so far this game. They haven't got the wins in yet per se, but they have gotten a lot of good kills in. So for it to be game 3, this is definitely going to be a close one for Yakuza for the win. If they do go for it, it will be overtime though. If they do take 7 rounds, 6 rounds for Nemesis to win.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of stack up and explosives being laid out here for Yaokuza in through this kitchen/lockers area, which is being kind of predicted. Nemesis is kind of laying out the multiple paths that could have been that could be used here. So they're also pointing out the windows that I showed earlier for club and whatnot. So yeah, a lot of what we talked about is being laid out by the attackers and defenders here. So it is looking like it will be that north play for Yaokuza. Definitely have everything that they would need. I'm interested to see. They're using this wall charge to be able to break into, so once they bust into lockers, they want to clear out the backstage, I guess, immediately with the explosives. This is going to be a really funneled play. It's going to be very difficult to pull off. If there's any defenders just sitting here spraying this door, it's going to be really hard to swing around, get this on the wall, then fall back and then detonate this wall charge area kind of deal. I feel like the barbed wire that's going to be here could cause an issue. They're probably going to have to use that frag grenade early no matter what so that they can actually get into it. Unless they're doing something crazy, like they're going to push reception and then come in and then use the door charge, because they do have the door charge here, and then they're showing the wall charge here, and then the grenade here, which could be this 1, 2, 3 kind of play. That would be kind of weird and interesting. I mean, using charges on green doors is a possibility. It does look like that is going to be the play. So reception push. Oh, they're even taking double grenades.
Wow.
Goodness, this is third
all
round
in.
too. So this is all in. This is all in scenario sort of play.
Does make sense.
Going for the win. Yes.
Yeah.
I believe is what
definitely.
That's called.
They are indeed just dropping it all. And interestingly enough, I'm surprised they don't go for possibly a club push there into the lockers and going in through here. By going for this funnel position here, it's an easy position to throw a Molotov and block off that push. I can almost see it happening in the future where they just try and run through here. They put up their charges. They're going into the breach. So a defender here just throws a perfect Molotov here, blocks off this area here. They try and run through here, but just are not able to get off in time and be able to actually use that effective timing in their advantage with that aggression and just kind of force them to be, draw at that time. Because if they lose that momentum from the attacking side, defenders have an easy shot at countering it and usually getting the win. They have the good gun skills. They have the good aiming skills as well. It's definitely Nemesis' playbook to try and block off that push if they do go for it. And it looks like the defenders have a little bit of an idea of that possibly happening with a good barbed wire on the top and not bottom. But equally, there could be an interesting split push as well in the bottom here from Office. Lurking through and going through the backsides here, catching up players could be very effective as well.
Yeah, I'm so worried. Just the complexity of this plan, and the fact that it's on Kill House is the part that's concerning to me. Is
Yeah.
that they're gonna get bogged down in kitchen, and Nemesis is gonna wallbang the absolute, you know, ever living hell out of that room, and there's going to be so much chip damage going down on this kitchen. You know that's what's going to happen because they can just funnel up into club, right? And if even if
Yeah.
they dedicate 1 or 2 people, I mean 2 people lining up and just spraying into kitchen, there's not a lot of room for attackers to maneuver, and you know where they want to go. They want to get to this door. So really you just take these 2 positions here and you angle yourselves on this door, and somebody, whoever walks up there, is going to die, right? Not to mention you still will have some defender probably standing back here giving the call out if they're on the door or not. So it can be very dangerous for them for that.
I think it's going to be a very impossible, nearly impossible for the win here if they do go for that approach. I'm almost curious to see if they're going to go through reception and possibly actually counter, totally throw this plane out of the window and actually go for the opposite side push here on the bottom and then go into here. Seeing basically, okay, do I have a clear enough position here to flank through here, or do I have that option to actually go through the bottom here? I almost wonder if this is almost like a sort of a bait almost to kind of figure out maybe they're trying to fall for this, maybe we're thinking this ahead, and then go through the side here. It looks like defenders though are expecting a possible breach in this side though with the line being drawn here. So it looks like the plan has already been called out partially. Although equally, could be interesting to see where they opt to go here.
Definitely.
So it is kind of interesting pause scenario here where we had a lot of time to figure out what's going on. Teams had a little bit of a break here. Do you think that's going to affect the pace of Yaokuza to win game 3? Or do you think Nemesis
I
have
mean,
now figured out some time to kind of re-coordinate and hopefully bring it back into possibly the win?
yeah, this is going to be a really hard scenario for Yakuza. I think this is actually a better thing for Nemesis because Yakuza had momentum going into that, right? And so now all of a sudden your momentum has been stopped. Maybe you're starting to overthink this plan, right? This can cause a lot of problems where Nemesis just has to go, okay, well, we're just going to stick our defenses in here. You don't really need to talk about it much after that. So you can see that as we've sat, this map has gotten more and more laden with things from the attackers, and
Yeah.
that can be a problem because you're only supposed to have a minute to look at this map and make a plan, and now you could be over analyzing of your plan currently, right? So
Yeah.
this could be happening as as they've continued to wait in this pause.
Exactly. Actually, could be a very, very good problem, actually, if they're clearing out or expecting things a little bit too much. It looks like they are indeed kind of cautioning off this bottom half of the map, basically cutting it out from the map, thinking it's not even there. The problem is, it looks like defenders are expecting that, though. They're sending at least one person here, possibly more here on the club. So it's going to be a big challenge as long as that player who is going to be in office clears that out, clears up this area here, and then just goes back in to rotate. Could be fine, but equally, I think a lot of the wall bangs, as I said before, are going to be devastating on this map. This is Kill House, which for those of you who don't know, Kill House is a very, very wallbang friendly map. These walls are very, very thin, which means they're easily penetrable by a lot of weapons, including the NAC, Gruber, AP. All of it's going to be just devastating on this map and with this set here. Although a lot of utility could be very effective. We see a lot of flashes on this locker side. Could be interesting to see how that plays out, and if they opt to throw it early on, or if they can even get it out there. So should be very, very interesting long-wise on what happens here. So position-wise,
Absolutely.
do you think we're going to
I
see...
was just looking to see if Pion was around to see if we were getting a ruling or anything like that, but I did not see him
Gotcha.
around. So,
Yep.
don't have any word from our
Referee.
referee yet about what's going on, but hopefully we'll get more info about that.
Hopefully soon here. There's a lot of things to figure out, of course, with matches like this, with the complexity of things happening and things going on. So it does take time to figure that stuff out. So hopefully we get an update soon. But in the meantime, I think I'm curious to see MVP-wise, if you had to give it for this certain game here, is there any name that so far has stuck out other than maybe like Josh or Death that's kind of been a surprise for you?
I
For the
mean,
players?
Smith has been really putting in a lot of work. And it might not be fully represented in like absolutely outstanding plays where you're just like, holy crap, he clutched the entire game, but it's just he's shut down really good rotations that would probably have otherwise killed his team. He's gotten 2 to 3 Ks, picking off people with like certain rat spots and stuff. So Smith has been playing really, really, really well. So
Gotcha.
um,
Interestingly, I kind of agree. Smith has been a very, very good one there on his performance on that side. Unfortunately, we're going to go to a quick pause here while we figure out what's going on with the rules and with these teams. We'll be back in just a few with the continuation of Game 3. So far, it's 2-0 in favor of Yaokuza. We'll be right back in just a few. All right, welcome back. So we are now here with the administrator's decision. We have opted to actually go for a continuation of the game. Nemesis can, of course, appeal this after the game, of course, with the pause. We had a player actually get stuck partially in the round there. So we're going to opt to continue now with the game here of Operation Broken Freedom. This is the third round here happening now. After a long pause, it could be very interesting to see what the strategies and tactics have now changed and where they're now at. Although with this time, definitely no more planning happening. Should be interesting to see how this all stacks up.
Yes, the doodles have been drawn, and we will see how the teams execute.
They're now gearing up, hopefully, to get ready to go here. We'll see what they do go for weapon selection-wise. Looks like it's a interesting selection of mostly APs. Makes sense for this Kill House map. Although there is at least one KR on Mace. It should be very interesting on the stack here. Seeing a lot of Grubas as well off on both sides. Although an auto shotty from Smith could be very devastating. Interesting sections of Mop and Legros on Kill House. A little bit big of a map weapon there, but still could be very, very effective. And yeah, mostly KRs. Interesting selection, but mostly wide weapons actually. Kind of the longer ones than you'd expect for normally a Kill House map.
Yeah, because we've had such a long delay here too, there is a chance that players forget to pick up gear as well. And that could be a huge detriment, but it does look like most of the barbed wire has been placed now because they were claimed. As one of the features that, you might drag all these icons into the map, but if you're not claiming them, it's easy to kind of forget, especially if you've been in a delay for this long. So we'll see if Yaokuza is on top of things here.
All right, well, we do now have Yaokuza leaving the truck, going for their push now. All five of them stacking up toward the reception side. There is Mace watching and waiting with that KR for the right time to strike here. Has a Molotov as well to throw on the outside. A good smoke. We're going to draw out some fire at least. They're going to push. They run right into the side here, but hopefully Voxel gets the one flanking killer on the Mace. Josh able to trade onto Voxel. Josh, though, gets taken up by Shlowy, on that push and spray through there. Fantastic push and read there. As a Hay Lobster kind of sneak through here, looking for some shots across. Looks like Smith going for some very, very long pistol shots across there towards reception. Not quite the damage done to those defenders just yet. Hair Lobster taking a little bit there. They go for that green door breaching kitchen. Still, the plan is sort of to hold a reception, go for kitchen. It looks like they're just taking a long time to get there. Macius still has the Saber. A long ways away for the Saber to be effective, but still, interesting enough. Hair Lobster going for the pre-fire across there. Roadrunner taking some fire, but is still alive. No damage being done just yet. They go for the red door breach to allow for access on the outside. And it's going to be a bit of a slow pause here as we figure out what Death and the rest of the team is going to be doing there on defense. Attackers trying to go for the plan. They have a perfect barbed wire position, though. It's going to definitely counter that strategy. Dead to rights. They go for the grid door breach. Oh, perfect Molotov there. Tiga Man going to get barbecued. Sets it off, but too little too late. Tiga Man's going to drop. Macius trying to battle out against Macius. Will he get the kill is the question. Death, though, holding the angle perfectly. Definitely a surprise coming in now from the defensive side, but another Molotov thrown once again. Going to force Hair Lobster and Macius to wait in the kitchen here. Just kind of drawing down the clock. This is what they want. This is what the defenders definitely want in their sides. Attackers trying to figure out something to do. Shlowy holding out the rear. He's going to go push up and above here. Comes the fast push now coming from the attackers. Death from behind. Gets a surprise kill here. Hair Lobster battling out against Death. Danger close. Ultimate Death does not land the shiny kill, but Hair Lobster does land his. Roadrunner from behind us trying to take out a Hair Lobster. It's down to just, actually was just Roadrunner there taken out, but ultimately Hair Lobster is going to get the kills. And the last ones for the round win there by the attackers with an amazing push on all sides there.
Tiga Man with the suicide door open, or wall charge opening while he's being flambéed decides, hey, I just need to pull the trigger and blow this up. Uses his corpse to be able to make at least an entry for his team. Once all the defensive mollies had gone out, that allowed the attackers to then pour in through club. And yeah, they ended up getting bomb control way faster than I thought they were going to be able to. So yeah, well played on Yaokuza. You know, the abundance of planning. They did get jammed early on by Josh and Mace, and that worked kind of well. I think it slowed down the attack pretty heavily because Voxel was carrying a lot of gear on him, and they had to start figuring out the reason why that place slowed down so much right there was due to the fact that they needed to figure out where the gear needed to go. So luckily they were able to solve that, and the play from Yaokuza was pretty good there, even after that long pause. So hopefully they can kind of come in on this next set of rounds. We are seeing this Yaokuza now switch to defense after that first quarter. And so we will be seeing Nemesis on the attack here. So it brings us back to this really wonky kill dome, which this jungle is just massive, absolutely massive.
Like
we did see a team earlier too. Yeah, we did see a team earlier too try to take this red door. It is not a good idea. There's just too much crossfire, and just due to this bridge as well being over, like, too many angles of high, low, off of the grass over here, off of this jungle. There's just too much to check. I would always give a big old no on this red door entry, which only leaves you either this green entry or this castle entry. Which again, long angle here to be able to get into castle, right? A defender can be sitting back here and then rotate out. You can also have additional defenders posted up on the parapet area of the castle as well, which can lead to a lot of difficulty. So I'm interested to see how Nemesis really does want to attack this map. It does look like they are going to go this way. They did mark out that they wanted to have this grenade, and they are worried about the Smit rat spot that we had seen earlier.
Yeah, and they actually went for an early breach on the green door. It looks like they set up some kind of charge there. They did set up perfectly barbed wire there in that spot. So it will be an interesting one to see what they opt to do there. It looks like the team is going to opt to go for that green store push. Josh, Mace, and Smith now slowly getting out there alongside Roadrunner and Death now pushing out into the map here. The green door already breached early on. Voxel holding the pit angle. Should be very, very destructive for this push and hold here. Let's see what happens. Shlowy, though, is an observation waiting for the push here by any players, but Mace actually down below looking for information on the rotates possibly happening here. Rowan against some pre-fires across towards the jungle. Not quite any damage just yet. Nobody actually in jungle except for Macius and Tiga Man. And the top side here, hiding in a really good spot here to counter it. Macius with a nice long mop shot, waiting for a perfect position here, waiting for the time to strike. While the other one's being breached out, it's going to distract them perfectly. Oh, that's a perfect read here. Double breach. It's going to be very effective. You see that being pushed on multiple sides here. Let's see what happens. Mace taking a lot of fire there from Tiga Man. Not quite the kill just yet. But Death, nice pick into Macius early on. Zoe, though, is going to be able to get the trade onto Mace, at least on the push. Roadrunner and Teagman, they're battling out. Teagman going to caught on the crossfire here. Roadrunner, though, dies to actually the Molotov from that player down below. Unfortunately, Josh able to just lock things down. Voxel trying to stop this one, but it's going to be a nice shot there from Josh to block it up. But Voxel gets a nice double kill actually into death. And Josh down to just Shlowy, last alive here. Actually, Smith, excuse me, last alive here. 2v1 between Harry Lobster and Voxel. It's going to be a big challenge to see if he can win this one. Harry Lobster holding the angle perfectly, countering Smith's spot here, but equally Voxel's on the rotation. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire. Here comes the push from Smith to get the kill. He will get it. It's a 1v1. Can Smith come in clutch? Perfect Molotov throw. Going to draw down the clock to not a lot of time, but Smith still has the opportunity. He can still do it, but it's going to be a very big challenge here. Voxel trying to aim across, waiting for the time to strike here. Smith's in a good spot. Ooh, a perfect play from Smith. Actually, a play from Voxel, excuse me.
Voxel
gets the round win in once again. That is going to be the round for Yaokuza, now 4-0.
I mean, Voxel had such a good flank off of Pit, right? The attacking team moved in. Voxel snuck up on Death, picks him off, then gets Josh from across the jungle as well and is able to back out. I thought Smith had that hands down. He had the window to actually see in, and Voxel just started pre-firing and swung in on him because he figured he was going to be there watching. Wow, what a good play from Voxel. I was really impressed by Nemesis' attack there. That pincer move was really, really well done. I thought Macius was absolutely going to drop somebody with that long pick angle with the mop. I swear he was going to pick somebody off, and he ended up getting killed. Basically, he was the first casualty. So that was mopped down right away. Hard part is I don't think they recovered that item either. So that is a loss of the mop here coming into this Allied Twilight. I like this C-store quite a bit, just how it's laid out. Arcade has this really neat rotational aspect to it through storage up and through this bathroom area. I also really like that you do have this storefront push, so you have to you can either push tellers, which gives you access in through the back here, or you can also kind of push in through this freezer and start working your way towards this office. So I think there's a lot of room for interesting plays here.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility from both sides. Ultimately, defenders are looking to hold it fairly passively, holding most of your simple angles here on office, bathroom, and arcade, although equally could be some interesting positions in terms of the players. It looks like the attackers, though, are keeping their cards close. No lines being drawn except for a couple early on in Teller, so it could just be a simple wallbang breach there in storage and possibly a skylight breach early on into possibly Teller and the rest of the map there. On weapons-wise, I'm curious to see how they're going to stack up and who's going to ultimately take this one. I think, though, Yaokuza have this one in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, they're already up 4-0 right now, which is kind of surprising that Yaokuza is coming out of the gate with that. I know we had the pause. Maybe that had a little bit of a hit to the mentals there, but yeah, I'm interested to see if Nemesis starts climbing. We've seen him swing 4 rounds pretty easily before, but this is attack, and Nemesis is normally best on this position. Their attacks are normally very, very good, so we'll see if they can start bringing back some wins here.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. Let's see what happens here with the stacking approach. Early fast-on breach by the attackers here. Roman are going to be battling out against Matrix here. Danger close. Looks like the rest of them, though. Very, very close battle in Teller here. They do turn off power early on, which is an interesting approach here. You see Josh going for an early flash and Freitas looking to clear this up. Digimon is waiting in office with the bomb. It's going to be a tough one for him to hold, but still possible by all means. Lobster and the rest of the defenders, though, playing very passive. Matrix going for the offensive push. You get the kill on the base. Oh, but Smith takes out Matrix on the flank. Voxel trying to recover it, but Smith is going to be able to escape. We're going to taking a lot of damage, but the rest of them are still alive at least. You see on the backside, though, Josh and Teamman battling out against Death. Slowly trying to get some shots across towards Josh. Not quite the damage just yet, but a lot of damage being done to the defenders still. Harry Lobster on the rotation as well. Oh, but Death from the other side there. Nice kill in the box on the rotation. Perfect read and play there. Now Shlowy is aware of that window. Oh, a lot of damage being done to Harry Lobster. Shlowy took some damage too on that one, but it's going to be a tough one for Shlowy to hold this one and hold the win. Josh now being pushed on multiple angles here, and now it's down to just the defenders in a really tough spot here. Ooh, Harry Lobster getting an aggressive flash there. An interesting trade back and forth. Roadrunner's didn't come out on top, though. Harry Lobster stops the push, but Josh will get that final kill. Yeah, that was just a fantastic performance there by the attackers, locking down the round and just ultimately reading the defenders like a book. Force them into the positions there, force them in for the win. That's going to be the first round for Nemesis now, 1-4.
we see again how important this teller transfer is. Once Death opened this up, Voxel is just it caught him by surprise. He's expecting people to come in through this way, and actually gets caught by Death just right there. Just really, really well played by Death. He ends up chipping Harry Lobster too. So just a lot of damage coming down from attackers. Just chipped away at the defenders again. Removed angles for them to be able to hide until they herded them into a corner, and then we were able to just take them out. So really, really well played by Nemesis to put their first win on the board. And again, we've seen them make swings like this before. So this could go the distance as well here coming into this game.
Yeah, so going to be a big challenge here for these sides. Nemesis, though, are on the attack, which is indeed their favored. It looks like they're going to go for a split push, similar to what we saw before there on the kitchen side here. Defenders keeping their plans close for now, but setting up for a fairly standard defense. Could be interesting to see Yaokuza on defense. I think this is a little bit of their stronger side compared to Nemesis, but equally, they did lose the first round here after a long 3-round streak there early on in the set. So this is now the last one of the set, I believe. Actually, one more after this. Excuse me.
Yes.
Was this the last one of the set?
Yes.
I think so, right? Okay, so this is all or nothing. It is indeed heavy stack up, and I think a heavy weapon approach here we'll see in a heavy utility, definitely by the attackers. Defenders have some utility still left. I think it's at least one charge, and actually 2 charges remain. They're going to go for actually the club push instead of going for the push into lockers here. Makes a little bit more sense. They have a little more room to move around and fluctuate through the round here versus just this one hallway here. So it makes sense for them to go for that side instead of going for the locker side flank, but still very interesting to see what they approach and how they're going to do it.
I like this position by Nemesis. Yes, you have to do a jump to get up onto this stage, but if anybody's standing back here to wall pen, this will clear this out, right? This getting cleared out, I don't feel is as important, but this getting cleared out, I do. Because again, flashes on the backside of this will easily take care of that. So I feel like this play is actually going to be even more effective than what Yaokuza had done previously. This is kind of one of those difficulties is like, as defenders, you can put a barbed wire here, but then your rotation is kind of cut off as well. Voxel playing a little bit of a dangerous game here because he does throw down this barb just a smidge. I think if he would have put it just a little bit more forward too, he could have played off of this window just a little bit easier, but I think he's also trying to have his cake and eat it too to be able to play off the window and be able to molly people off of it. So that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if that actually comes into play here.
Indeed, we do have the team now leaving the truck and are now in reception, looking to receive, hopefully the round win in here in their favor, as the rest of the defenders are now tacked up mostly near club and lockers, waiting for the time to play. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire in the kitchen, but there's still one more on the other side of that green door that they have to get through, and they're going to have to push through. There's actually no more grenades. Actually, there is one, I think, on Smith. Looks like that's a clacker, actually. Charge, excuse me, not a clacker. There is a charge on the outside here being left out. Looks like that is Smith to pick that up and go for the double breach here. On indeed, the club. Shlowy is in position there. Not going to be taken up by the charge at least. But, ooh, some great information early on. Shlowy's going to have to rotate back, though. Perfect throw from Malicious. Malicious, excuse me. Nice pick into Smith. Yes, indeed. We do see a good Molotov and breach of the position there. Blocks it, though. Interesting shot and hold here. Going to actually push aggressively on the side here. Here comes the stop. Death, though, and Josh is wiping the floor of these defenders on these sides of the position. Harry Lobster chilled around, trying to battle it out here. Mace, let's take out Shlowy at least. But interestingly enough, Harry Lobster holding back the bomb defusal. Oh, Vox, nice pick into Death. But on the side, Josh trying to get this kill here. But Vox are coming up big. Josh gets the trade. It's 1v1. Josh versus Harry Lobster. Who's going to take it? Ultimately, they both die, and defenders come out on top. No one to defuse the bomb. That's the round win for Yaokuza, 5-1.
Bloodbath.
Wow. Just an absolute, indeed a bloodbath on the locker side here. The bomb is just a total place of destruction for both teams.
Yeah, I expect there to be more people that would funnel in through the wall charge position, but the whole team just pushed into bomb room all simultaneously and cut down absolutely everybody in their path, and it just came down to Voxel getting just the best angle off of that bomb, and then Lobster just kind of dancing back and forth with this auto shotgun, just being more of a nuisance than anything, and really letting Voxel kind of work behind him as he kind of distract attackers. That was entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, that was a fantastic read there by both teams. Unfortunately, it was just a really, really good execution there in the last little bit there. A crazy trade at the end, definitely unexpected. Although we are now entering Operation Wolf Empire, a Interesting factory map with a lot of long angles here, kind of similar to what we saw possibly on that dome map before. Although it should be interesting to see how the defenders are going to hold this one. Although attackers, maybe a bit of an advantage, but also disadvantage. Bomb is in no man's land. Bit of an interesting position to put it there, so it should be a very interesting round here.
Yeah, this is a map that I've always liked as well. There's a really long pick angle here. Josh is just marking that out, which is kind of brutal to have to deal with, especially if you're going to do a green push. Docks also is kind of tough because you're going to want to take Dock 1. That gives you at least cover for you to enter in and get a toehold in here. Again, but the other real X factor here is this fan. I mean, taking office is a really good push as well, because that gives you a lot of overlook. The only problem is there's this really hard right angle when you come in that can leave you pretty exposed. The other X factor here is this fan, because if you can actually push in on top of this, there's a lot of really high amount of cover, and you can actually get a decent amount of real estate while holding, like, I think there's one good spot on dock, which is right here. So if you get in on this and then you just chuck a flash over here, you normally can flush out the person on dock pretty easily. So there's a lot of really good entries here. It's just which one you want to take.
Yeah, a lot of options, but we'll see what the Nemesis side opts to choose. Indeed, they now do leave the truck, and they're now approaching here. Looks like they're going to go for possibly the red door breach here. You see them all approaching. There is at least one grenade starts being set on the red door. Kalof's going to be in to rotate. Possibly Macius actually holding the angle here. It's going to be a very long shot, but he could get the kill here. Macius just trying to wait out for the spot here. Oh, not quite the kill, but Roadrunner taking some damage from that mop. Looks like Kalof's going to be in there to cover it as well. Ooh, Shlowy, though, takes out Roadrunner on the push on this side here of office, as Mace and Josh holding near this doorway here. Kalof's are underneath, trying to wait for the time to shine and strike here, as Macius has rotated to a new position here to counter. This is a really good spot. Ultimately, though, it will be Josh trying to escape. Oh, a lot of damage being done here. Ultimately, Mace triple team there on multiple sides there. Smith, though, able to take out Shlowy. And Josh, nice shot into Macius as he gets another one onto a Hairy Lobster on the cross in position here, down to just 2 defenders. It's going to be Tigman holding in no man's land. And Voxel, though, gets the kill on the Smith from the side. Oh, this is a perfect play here from a long way in Toxic. Josh trying to counter it, but is in a tough spot to try and cover 2 positions at once. Voxel, though, is just baiting out the time perfectly here. Gonna opt to go for a bit of a rotate here. Interesting Molotov throw in on the stairs here. He's actually gonna go underneath. Yeah, it's just not gonna get the effective use here. Tigman playing a tough spot here, kind of battling back and forth here, dancing with death. Quite literally dancing with death. Gets the kill from behind onto Tigman, but death trades. Voxel last alive. 1v1. Voxel versus death. Ingmar versus Saber. Partial defuse happening. Voxel opts to go for that. Ingmar still with and equipped. Death holding the angle though, could get the kill. Death rotating back and forth here. 1v1. Voxel holding off, going for the push now. Death trying to bait the bomb out a little bit here. 43 seconds remaining. Death waiting, has the angle in his favor. Voxel sneaking through though. Timing isn't right. Oh, Death to get this kill here. It could be Voxel coming in. Last bit. Last little bit of health here. Who's going to get it? It's Death getting the kill at the last second. That's the round for Nemesis, bringing it back 2-5.
Death can tango better than Tiga Man can. Oh man, oh man, the Death clutches it out in the 1v2 towards the end of that round, even though he did trade poor Josh as he worked through. I thought Tiga Man was dead to rights right off the start, so for him to get a kill was really well. Left Vox in Voxel's hand, and we've seen Voxel do really well. It just, Death had it. He had the time and just really used the effective positioning that he had to have to force Voxel in towards him. Even though Death is using that longer range saber, the saber is really strong. So again, just being able to get that patience from Death, and yeah, I was able to pull that one out for his team. And again, we're starting to see Nemesis starting to claw back wins now, and start swinging things back towards themselves. So
it's interesting to see. I also noticed that Death picked up the Saber and the Clacker post-round, so they still have that as an option. Still have both Clackers, at least, for this next round of Operation Life Tower. An interesting class map that's very big jungle. Almost looks like a factory still, with this giant jungle. A little bit of observation, kind of like offices, a little bit of servers like, and pits. An interesting Toxic kind of a recreation there. So in a way, a bit of a spiritual factory map in a way. But it's interesting to see how they're going to approach this one. We do see it looks like a castle push being planned early on, possibly observation too, but defenders are expecting both positions there to be pushed and countered for. But I wonder if pit could be an actual access point. It is going to cost a charge, but it could be interesting to counter it up here and try and go for a cross picks on this side here. Or could go for an observation flank through pit. up through here and then counter it could be very effective as well. So a lot of options for the attackers and equally the defenders.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very hard to defend map because there's no good way to hold castle. And if attackers get castle, you overlook pretty much every position on bomb and pretty much every other part of the map. So if you can't hold it, how can this is like the most important room in this map. I think observation, while normally a really important room, is tucked way off on the side. It doesn't really give you anything. While you do have this two-man door that you can kind of look out to, the other side goes to pit, which is useless. And it requires you to do this really sketchy kind of walk up on, again, a very large opening for somebody to kind of maneuver around, and allows them to be able to jump down, get underneath on this. So, I mean, once they take castle, it's going to be so hard for the defenders to do anything effective.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge. It looks like they do go for a partial breach on the green door here. They do finally get a charge. And an interesting breach early on in castle is going to be a big... Well, they make it interesting at least. Rowan and Smith are going to be down in the castle, just waiting for the time to strike. Ooh, looks like AP trying to wallbang there into Voxel. Got a lot of damage being done, but ultimately Shlowy will take down Roadrunner on that push in on castle. Going to be a big challenge here. Oh, Mace, nice kill into Shlowy. Perfectly done there. Voxel just kind of rotating into pit here. Perfect play to make. Going to opt to give that up, allow for castle to be held, and actually observation to be held by the attackers here. Smith, nice pick across into Tigaman early on in jungle. We still have now Mace rotating. Oh, almost gets picked there by Smith. Mace, though, does take out Voxel down below, trying to go for the flank. Ooh, Death, nice kill into Harry Lobster. Down to just Mace, just last alive in a 1v4. Already on the bomb. Mace just has to go for the play here. Couldn't volley it, but no, Death holds the angle perfectly. Nemesis take the round. 3-5.
This, like I said, the pinch here is so hard for you to have to deal with, right? If they take castle, it opens up so many angles. Tigaman just gets shot from behind. This castle is just an absolute monster to have to deal with, again, because it just gives you so many angles to fire out from that you can't really hold it. So, and because you can't barb wire off of it, you can't really stop that from happening. Besides, if you kick the red door and throw a barbed wire on it, maybe then you could actually stop that. But again, that would open up the attackers being able to, like, a team like Nemesis would just do an audible and go, okay, well, we'll send somebody over with the clacker in charge to blow up the other door, and now there's additional entrances in. So yeah, really hard map for defenders to hold, for sure.
Exactly. Although we're now entering the last one of this set, this last C-Store map, Star Dagger. An interesting map, actually. A lot of interesting angles as well on Shed and Storefront. Could be very interesting as well. Bathroom being an interesting center bathroom bomb here. A lot of angles. There could be some interesting wall breaches. Indeed, Smith drawing out the line here. Could be a very interesting breach here if they do opt for it. They do have at least, I think, one charge possibly left. There's some charges being, at least some barbed wire being sent in Teller. Could be very interesting how they approach it and how the defenders are going to hold this one. Although Shed is also being planned as a possible route of attack.
Yeah, definitely. Again, free storefront, so you need to be able to hold this Teller. Again, we don't have a shutter pass through like we had before, so this room is not as important, but just locking down the ways into bomb site and pushing through this Teller is one of the most important ones, so I can see why there's this double wire getting put in. The question is are Yaokuza going to put in anybody in this Teller to try to hold it? You might be a sacrificial lamb only because if the attacking team gets the shotgun on this door and the flashes come in, somebody can just shoot you through the little peephole in your Teller. So it's like, do you just abandon that room altogether? It is looking like Nemesis wants to do this double shed slash storefront entry. If at all possible, it's looking.
Yeah. Interesting. That could be effective, but equally could be kind of risky too. They do have that as an access point. As being an attacker, you have that room on the outside to flank. Defenders have a little bit more, possible weapons and selection choice here. So it could be interesting to see how they opt to approach it. But it looks like we do see now leaving the truck. Defenders spread out fairly well across the map, but indeed a good focus in on bathroom by a lot of the defenders here. Some fridges being broken out early on. Let's see what happens here. It looks like some interesting shots coming out from Tigaman, perhaps. See what they're up to go here. They could go for the breach on Shed. Not quite the red door breach just yet, but some interesting shots and interesting plays happening early on. Looks like up above they're looking for the time to strike here. Just waiting for the time to go for the drop here. They have some at least broken glass for now. Lobster waiting in that position there in bathroom, waiting for the time to go in. Needs to get some wallbang kills. Josh, the first one to drop, has not been spotted yet. Ooh, early breach early on towards the tower position there, as red doors also breached early on. Slowly they're in a good spot to counter this one if they do go for the push. Now 2 players in shed. Here comes Slowly with a perfect throw. A little late, but it's going to be the kill for Roadrunner there. And Terry Lobster tries to stop the battle here, but Roadrunner just drains through them. Tigman trying to counter it as well. Gets taken out by Smith from behind, but Macius trying to go for the counter as well. Will not get the kill, but Voxel from behind is taken out by Mace. Oh, and ultimately 3 flashbangs at once in the bomb area there. Macius last alive. They're going to hold the defuse and stick it. Macius caught off guard. Josh will finally get the kill there. As Josh team kills death for the last kill. Oh, no, he will kill Mace as well. Gets the final kill of the round there. Josh, the last one alive. That's going to be the round win for Nemesis now, 4-5.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Nemesis, just the speed at which they took over that map, Shlowy just not fast enough on that molly, and once that happens, they're already in the bomb room, and everybody inside that room just instantly dropped. There's the amount of flashbangs. That room's so small that flashbangs are just, it's an auto kill. So, and then we saw Tiga Man try to rotate in, but Smith's just sitting there watching for that anti-rotation play. So, man, just so well played from Nemesis. This is one of the reasons why you just cannot count this team out. We're watching them just round after round pulling this back. Now, we are in on the side switch, so we're into the 4th quarter now of this game. And we're going to finally see Yaokuza back on attack. And what Nemesis defense that they can put up with these maps here. So, this could either spell a success or doom for Team Yaokuza here going into these maps.
Indeed, on Operation Wolf Empire, it is 2 to win for Nemesis to win this game up and go into the grand final. It is 2 more to win for Yaokuza to take it to overtime in game 4. Would be basically a best of, I believe, 6 first to 4 wins. So basically like a half game of a really ranked match here. So yeah, could be very interesting to see how it'll all stack up and if Yakuza are able to take it and secure it. So far, they're on a bit of a losing streak. Now 4 rounds in a row lost. Not looking great for Yakuza's chances, but Nemesis are bringing it back in full force. On now, Operation Wolf Empire as defense. It could be very interesting to see what they opt to do, and it looks like we're seeing an interesting stack up on office, dock, and on servers for some interesting barbed wire placements at least. We'll see how it plays up, but equally defensive and at least attacking positions there from Yakuza now. Interesting grenade, though, early on this corner here could be very effective, but equally dock could be held off in a very interesting style and pattern.
Yeah, Yaokuza needing to get to 7 points, whereas in Nemesis only needs to get to 6. So this is kind of the must-win game for Yaokuza to get them to 6, and then you get a little bit of leeway. These 5-4 games normally are, this is normally the round in which you need to get a win here. So it's looking like it probably is going to be some sort of office take. From what I can see, or they're going to be smoking out this corner on that backside of office right here. We're still seeing Yaokuza getting gear as they're getting ready to head out, so hopefully they got their plan all in order.
Yeah. They're finally getting out of the truck here. Yeah, they're taking their time, but they are running down the clock a little bit in their favor. Could be effective, could not be. We'll just have to wait and see how it'll all stack up and how it's all going to turn out here as a Hairy Lobster and Tiga Man arguing the first ones towards this pipework position here as Matrix and Slowly working together on the backside there. Vox in a good spot to counter the toxic position here. Seen as a power play by the attackers. They're going to throw a good flashbang there to clear this up. Actually, a good smoke to clear out the position there. Perfect. They go for the pipeworks play. Looking for the fantastic performance here. Hairy Lobster going in for the drop now alongside Tiga Man, Slowly, and Matrix now holding up above in pipeworks. Waiting for that time to strike over from behind. Hairy Lobster caught off guard there. 3 players at once is going to be taken out fairly quickly by ultimately Josh. We'll get that kill as Mace from behind will take out Tiga Man. Oh, Slowly, they're taking a lot of fire, running through the basically no cover. Easy kill for Josh as well. That's 3 kills for Josh this round. Mace just caught in a tough spot here. 1v5 here. Able to escape with not much more than a saber and his life. A little bit of damage done on the cross, but he's going to be able to escape. Mace could go for the kill on the outside here with the green door. Looks like he's hunting for it, waiting for the shot across. Mace is going to opt to play passive, maybe go for a flashbang, perhaps, if they do go for something a little bit too risky there. But Mace is going to keep that saber safe and ultimately allow for Nemesis to take the round after what was kind of a strange push there from the attacking side. They had the momentum, they had everything going, and they threw no utility to block off access points here, or anywhere in here. They kind of just let the defenders kind of shoot them as they ran out. So Not sure what they expect with that one, but that's the round for Nemesis at least.
Yeah, they kind of let Lobster just do his thing, and he charges out and the rest of the team left him swinging into the wind. I don't I don't know exactly why he ended up pushing I mean, he knew he needed to flush Smith out from that position on the dock, but just it wasn't going to be, I mean, you've got people lined up all over the place, you know where they're going to be. They're going to be all off of Office and No Man's Land. So as soon as you turn that corner, I mean, he's just running around trying to juke bullets coming in on him, and just I mean, he is not Neo. He is not the one. He is gonna get gunned down with that many people lined up like that. And again, Josh just had to just chill out with his Ingmar and just laid into the attacking team, because they all filed in one at a time, and Ingmar is really, really good when you just walk into its line of fire one at a time. So really, really well played there by Nemesis. A good defense. A little bit of a questionable attack there from Yaokuza. We saw Nemesis struggle on attacking that map as well. It did just come down to Death getting into the 1v1 situation, taking out Voxel. So really hard to attack that map. So I could see why that they would have that struggle. But this does tie up that round. Now all it needs is Yaokuza needs to win this, or I mean, Nemesis needs to win this one round and then win. So this is the dangerous part, is Yaokuza really needed to go in with a strong plan of attack on that map, and they did fail to do so. So this puts them in a much more precarious position, as Nemesis just needs to win one round, Yaokuza needs to win two. And this was kind of one thing I was fretting coming into that last map, that was kind of a do or die round for them.
Yeah, and they kind of dropped the ball big time on that one. It is now series point there for Nemesis. They have to win this round. If they win it, they win the game. They win the match. They're going to go to the grand finals. If Yaokuza win this one, they have a chance at bringing it to overtime, but they have to win. They have no more rounds to lose. They have no more things to save. If they win it, they're still alive. If they lose, they're out, plain and simple. They have lost now 4 or 5 rounds, actually 5 rounds in a row. Bit of a huge comeback coming from Nemesis. So not a lot of opportunities to make mistakes, and they have 0 chances left. It's either do or die on Operation Life Tower. Indeed, the Life Tower is going to be where it is all centered on and all focused on, as we saw last round. An interesting split in Castle was the key to victory for the attackers on that push on Nemesis' side. So we'll see what Yakuza opts to go for. It looks like they are similarly going for that Castle side breach. And it's a second breach, actually an observation as well, which we saw kind of work very well effectively before. So we'll see how it stacks up and who's going to ultimately take this one. But I think we're going to see a fantastic round here.
Yeah, grand finals hanging in the balance, and we're already seeing a little bit of uncertainty here. We've seen this number now change 2 or 3 times for how they want to split this up for Yaokuza. So it is going to be a 3-2 split here on Observation Castle. I do feel Castle is the stronger of the 2 rooms, so I'm glad they're dedicating more resources to that. We'll see how this plays out. Not a very much in the way of defense from Nemesis. Smith gets Macius with the door charge clacker.
Yeah, Smith with a perfect position there. Has the clacker picked up from the last round there. Opts to spam the clicking button, waits for the charge to happen, and Macius unfortunately caught off guard. Didn't hear the clacks happening. I was able to actually clack Macius with a charge there. You have to move out of the way that one before it executes, of course, in order to stay alive. But since it was done by a defender there, perfect read. It's going to take down a player early on, and allow for Smith to just get the information out, lose that position, lose the advantage in that side there. We do see, though, the green orb being breached by at least Voxel and Tigaman, allowing to escape. Josh trying to go for the counter that one. Ooh, barbecues Voxel quite a bit there. Going to force him to push. Voxel actually kills Tigaman by accident. Slowly able to take out Smith, but Voxel getting taken out by Josh. Going to make it a big challenge for this side here. Roman nice kill into Slowly. It's down to just a Harry Lobster last alive here. The final chance for Yaokuza. Can they secure the win? It's a 1v4 for the win. Only one player remaining in favor of Nemesis, and that is game. GG's, well played. That is 6th round for Nemesis. They secure the win. They are going to the grand finals. It is Yaokuza battling fierce on Saturday for the losers bracket grand finals.
This is the closest any team has pushed Nemesis so far, so kudos to Yakuza. A tough way to end it. We saw that the defense it felt really light for Nemesis, but it just made it so that they could rotate really quickly, and that the clacker that picked up by Smith was just that kind of dead stop that player right at the end. So really tough for Yakuza, but well played, and we'll see them in the lower bracket for finals. But yeah, super excited. Nemesis goes on to grand finals, so we'll see what ends up taking place here. So
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting finish to this game and to this matchup here. Ultimately, it was indeed Nemesis securing the win, bringing it to an interesting game here, an interesting conclusion to the match overall. I think both teams did a great job. I'm very impressed with all of them. And ultimately, it will come down to Nemesis taking the, the advantage, at least coming into the grand finals. Yaokuza versus Fierce for the losers bracket semi grand finals. Actually, should be a very, very interesting game to see here. I've been Reaction Caster for this one, Stuff Shark, alongside my co-caster here, Zgek. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you all for listening. It's been a fantastic game here.